Hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's story on sleep theories, your place for intriguing narratives that stretch the boundaries of mystery and imagination. I've been working to make these stories longer and longer, and this one clocks in at over an hour, so I truly hope you enjoy tonight's story. Before we begin, please take a moment to drop a comment below, telling us where in the world you're tuning in from, what time it is, and how your day is going so far. It's always fascinating to see the variety of places, times and experiences our global community brings together, and if you haven't already, please subscribe to Sleep Theories so you never miss another journey into the unknown. Also, I wanted to get your thoughts on a possible YouTube membership feature. If I set up memberships, what kinds of perks would you like to see included? Would you be interested in an extra story every day, taking requests for story ideas, or something else altogether? Let me know your suggestions. Tonight, we dive deep into a conspiracy thriller surrounding the legendary Bermuda Triangle, that treacherous patch of the Atlantic rumoured to devour ships, planes, and all manner of secrets. Our protagonist, Dr. Cassie Nolan, will risk everything to uncover a hidden truth beneath the waves, even as powerful forces move to silence her. Prepare for scientific intrigue, covert operations, and a mystery that stretches beyond our world. Now, settle in, dim the lights, and get comfortable for this 10-part adventure that will carry you beyond the edge of the map. Let's begin. The old radio crackled across the ship's bridge, drifting in and out of static. Lieutenant Harold Talbot gripped the microphone, his knuckles bone white. "This is USS Hawthorne," he repeated. "We have encountered an anomaly at..." His coordinates garbled in static. Others in the control room exchanged nervous glances. The compass spun wildly like it had lost all sense of direction. Through the porthole the sea churned with unnatural energy, and the horizon was black as if it had vanished into a void. Outside, the whine of the wind built to a roar. Then, cutting through the tumult, a startled voice shouted, "Lights! There, beneath the waves!" A half-dozen crewmen pressed to the windows. Sure enough, ribbons of pale, flickering radiance swirled under the roiling ocean. Some claimed it looked like an underwater craft. Others insisted it had to be exotic marine bioluminescence. Before anyone could gather sense or courage, the lights blazed in brilliant turquoise, illuminating the entire ship's hull from below. Talbot's last recorded words, barely audible over the crackle, were, We're being pulled in? God help." Then the broadcast ended. The USS Hawthorne vanished with eerie finality. When search teams arrived days later, no scrap of debris or shred of evidence floated on that calm expanse of ocean. The official Navy line chalked it up to a catastrophic storm. But whispers persisted of something else, an impossible force dwelling within the Bermuda Triangle. Fast forward decades to present day. The small auditorium at the Miami Oceanographic Summit hummed with polite applause as Dr. Cassie Nolan concluded her presentation. She was in her late 30s, with an air of quiet determination and a streak of stubborn curiosity. Her topic had been Unexplained Oceanic Anomalies, a statistical overview, but the hush in the room suggested it was anything but dull. She'd just shown data on bizarre electromagnetic fluctuations in the Atlantic, specifically in that infamous region called the Bermuda Triangle. A wry smile crossed her lips as the applause died down. Standing behind the podium, she glanced at her notes. "And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the rational portion of my talk. I realise the Bermuda Triangle has its share of tall tales, but my data strongly indicates repeated anomalies, magnetic distortion, unusual weather bursts, unexplained compass deviations. Perhaps we should keep an open mind." She stepped down, expecting the usual trickle of questions from curious colleagues or the occasional cynic. Instead, she found herself face to face with a wiry man in a fisherman's cap. His eyes were rimmed with exhaustion. "Dr. Nolan," he said urgently, voice trembling, "I need to talk with you." He introduced himself as Luis Ramirez, a local fisherman who'd spent his life working the waters off Florida's coast. After hearing her lecture, he had mustered the courage to approach. "I saw lights," he whispered. "My boat got caught in a freak storm. It appeared out of nowhere near the triangle. I swore I saw something shining under the sea." He handed her crumpled coordinates scribbled on a stained slip of paper. "I've told others. They say I'm crazy. But you might understand." Cassie's eyes flicked to the coordinates. They were suspiciously close to an area known for marine accidents, but rarely acknowledged by official channels. She thanked Louis and promised to look into it, ignoring the cynicism tugging at her mind. After all, she was a scientist who believed in data, but if these claims matched her existing patterns, it could be significant. Later that evening, back at her modest office near the University of Miami, Cassie pored over her mentor's old notebooks. Dr. Rourke, once a respected oceanographer, had vanished under bizarre circumstances years ago while researching the same region. He'd left behind cryptic remarks about a powerful electromagnetic phenomenon. Cassie's own data had begun to echo Rourke's notes, unexplained spikes in an underwater sensor's logs. The next morning, as she compared Rourke's final sketches with Louise's coordinates, a firm knock sounded on her door. She opened it to find two men in suits, flanking a silver-haired woman with a crisp posture. The woman introduced herself as Agent Whitfield of a government bureau Cassie had never heard of. "Dr. Nolan," Whitfield began calmly, "we're aware of your interest in that region of the ocean. We strongly advise you to discontinue your investigations for your own safety. This area is classified under national security protocols." Cassie's brow furrowed. National security? We're talking about anomalous readings, not some nuclear facility. Whitfield's polite smile never wavered. "The specifics are need to know, and you do not need to know. Consider this a friendly caution. We have no wish to see a brilliant mind squandered or threatened," Cassie interjected, voice taut. Whitfield shrugged. "Interpret as you will. Good day, Doctor." With that, the trio turned and left, leaving Cassie stunned in her own doorway. Her heart hammered with equal parts fear and curiosity. Government interest in an oceanic anomaly. Something about it reeked of cover-up. She recalled the fisherman's haunted eyes and Dr. Rourke's cryptic last expedition. She couldn't just walk away. Pulling out her phone, Cassie called an old friend, Jake Moreno, a freelance dive instructor with a reputation for fearless, some might say reckless expeditions. If she wanted to collect data from deep underwater, she'd need someone like him, someone who wouldn't balk at the mention of the Bermuda Triangle. Over a scratchy connection, she explained her hunch. "There's an anomaly out there, Jake. Government's involved. My mentor disappeared investigating it. I've got to see it myself, or I'll regret it forever." Jake's response came swiftly. "Tell me when and where." Cassie realised in that moment she was crossing a line from academic curiosity into something riskier. The tension coiled in her gut. Yet an undercurrent of excitement surged through her, like she was close to unlocking a secret older than the legends themselves. Even as she hung up the phone, however, a sense of foreboding pressed in. She gazed at the scribbled coordinates on her desk, thinking of the vanished fisherman's sightings, the hush-hush warnings from Agent Whitfield, and the shadow of Dr. Rourke's disappearance. The Bermuda Triangle beckoned with its riddles, and Cassie was about to chase them headlong, unaware of just how deep and dangerous those waters could become. The sky brooded over the Florida Keys the day Cassie Nolan and Jake Moreno met at a small marina. Clouds drifted in ominous clumps, and the late afternoon sun shimmered through patches of heavy humidity. The moment Cassie arrived, she spotted Jake by a battered fishing boat, arms folded over a well-worn t-shirt. He was ex-Navy, lean with an easy confidence, though faint worry lines creased his forehead. They exchanged a brief hug. "Long time," Jake remarked with a half-smile. "I see you're still chasing weird phenomena." Cassie's eyes danced with both eagerness and caution. "You know me. Once I get a puzzle in my head, I can't let it go." He gestured toward the boat's deck. "Ready to board your new research vessel?" He said it teasingly, but Cassie could sense he'd already prepped for a serious outing. The deck was stacked with crates labelled as oceanographic sensors, along with scuba gear and a sealed barrel that presumably contained a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, for underwater exploration. A third person stepped out from below deck, a petite figure with short-cropped hair. "Dr. Nolan?" she asked, extending a calloused hand. "Olivia Park, tech specialist. Jake wrote me in for communication support." Cassie recognised the name from a university networking event. Olivia was rumoured to be brilliant in all things digital, from satellite uplinks to encryption. "Great to have you," Cassie said, shaking her hand. "We'll need every advantage if we're venturing into the Triangle." They got underway just before twilight. The boat chugged through calm waters, though the gloom in the sky hinted at an incoming storm. Cassie couldn't shake the memory of Agent Whitfield's warning. Why would the government clamp down so hard if this was just maritime folklore? It only served to heighten her suspicion that they were on the cusp of uncovering something major. Anchored some miles out, they commenced the first stage of Cassie's plan, collecting baseline data. She wanted to chart normal ocean conditions before venturing into the specific coordinates from Luis Ramirez. She and Olivia deployed a series of floating buoys equipped with sensors to track temperature, salinity, and electromagnetic variance. If anything was unusual, these devices would pick it up. Jake watched the horizon, arms resting on the wheel. "We need to move fast, Cass. Clouds look like trouble. The forecast says a squall might blow through tonight." "Time is always short," Cassie replied, glancing up. "But storms aside, I worry about, well, you know." Jake nodded grimly. The same unspoken threat weighed on them. Official interference. He tapped the throttle, setting a course for the triangle's edge. Night fell, turning the water into a black mirror. On the boat's small radar, faint echoes popped up. Tiny fishing vessels, cargo ships in the distance. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shape slid into view on their screen, hugging the same route. A much larger vessel, no transponder ID. Olivia frowned at the radar. Could be Coast Guard, or a private ship running dark. They exchanged uneasy glances. "We'll keep an eye on it," Jake said, turning off their own navigational lights. "No sense advertising we're out here." Around midnight, the ocean turned uneasy. A stiff wind ruffled the surface, building to choppy waves. Cassie huddled with Jake and Olivia over a chart in the cabin. "We're about an hour from Ramirez's coordinates," she said. "We'll do a quick pass, launch the ROV, gather data, and get out." Jake nodded. "Works for me. Let's just hope the squall holds off." Outside, the skies grumbled as if in protest. Suddenly a glare of white light blazed across them, accompanied by a droning roar. They rushed to the deck to see a helicopter overhead, searchlights cutting through the darkness. In the swirling beam, a voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is the US Coast Guard. Heave to. Prepare for inspection." Jake's grip tightened on the wheel. "We didn't request any assistance. This is suspicious." Cassie's heart pounded. "Agent Whitfield," she murmured. "They're trying to scare us off." A taut exchange followed over the radio. Jake insisted they were on a legitimate scientific survey. The Coast Guard repeated orders to halt. Over the speaker, new instructions came. "You must exit these waters. This area is restricted." Olivia typed furiously on her console, trying to get a fix on the Coast Guard's vessel. Instead, she found encrypted signals bouncing around. "They're not exactly standard," she whispered to Cassie. "Something about their communications is off." Sensing a standoff, Cassie decided to parley. She radioed back, voice steady. "Understood, but we have a valid research permit from the University of Miami. We'll comply. Just give us some time to retrieve sensors." A tense beat passed. Then the helicopter circled once more, searchlight scanning them. "You have 1 hour to vacate. If you remain, we will enforce maritime security protocols." The rotor wash receded as the chopper veered away, presumably to monitor from a distance. Jake exhaled, beads of sweat on his brow. "An hour. That's barely enough time." Cassie clenched her jaw. This had to be intimidation, yet she refused to be turned back so easily. "We do a quick survey, then get out. If they chase us, we'll handle it." So they pressed on, heartbeats hammering. The helicopter's lights winked in the distance, a reminder of watchful eyes. As soon as they reached Ramirez's coordinates, they hurriedly launched the ROV, diving it into the inky depths. Cassie guided the controls and a video feed flickered on. Greenish water, swirling particulates, no sign of a seabed at these depths yet. Then the ROV sensors pinged, a slight electromagnetic fluctuation. Cassie's excitement soared. "We're picking up something unusual. Jake, keep us steady." Deeper the drone went. Olivia monitored the readings, each spike more pronounced. The feed showed faint glimmers, possibly phosphorescent organisms. Suddenly the ROV camera caught a fleeting sparkle, a swirling pattern of lights, reminiscent of swirling plankton blooms but somehow structured. Cassie's breath caught. "Did you see that?" Switch to high-resolution mode. Before they could, the ROV feed sputtered. A wave of static fuzzed the screen, then it went dark. Simultaneously, the boat's lights flickered. The engine coughed. The entire vessel lurched as if buffeted by an invisible force. Outside, the wind rose to a roar. Jake cursed under his breath, wrestling with the controls. "We're losing power!" "Electromagnetic surge," Olivia shouted over the howling wind. "It's messing with our systems." Panic clawed at Cassie as the boat pitched in a violent wave. This wasn't a normal storm. She could almost feel an unseen presence roiling beneath them. In the swirling chaos, they scrambled to pull the ROV back up, but every instrument was going haywire. Suddenly, searchlights blazed again from above. The helicopter was back, its loudspeaker cracking with urgency. "This is your final warning." Lightning flashed, illuminating the water in a stark white glare. Cassie glimpsed swirling pockets of luminous plankton, or something else, just below the surface, swirling with the waves. Then, in a monstrous crash of thunder, the storm unleashed its fury in full force. Jake gunned the engine, trying to stabilize them. The NOAA-like sensors rang with error codes, and across the swirling black seas, Cassie thought she saw another set of lights, far off in the distance, a massive, shadowy shape half lost in the rain. It could be the Coast Guard vessel, or something else entirely. With no choice, they retreated, battered by waves and hammered by the storm. When they finally cleared the worst of it, the boat's systems began to stabilize. But half their gear was damaged, the ROV jammed, and all the data they'd gathered remained scrambled. They had risked everything for only glimpses of something incredible and very real. And yet, beneath her exhaustion, Cassie felt a surge of certainty. Whatever they'd encountered wasn't just local folklore. The Bermuda Triangle's phenomenon was real, and the government evidently knew more than it was letting on. Cassie was no longer driven by mere curiosity. She sensed a bigger truth lurking beneath those waves, something that might rewrite what humanity knew of its own oceans. The question was, how far would she go to reveal it? And how dangerous would the next step become? A restless night blurred into morning as Cassie, Jake and Olivia docked at a small, out-of-the-way marina. Each was soaked to the bone, clothes stiff with salt. Their battered boat drew a few curious stares, but the watchers quickly turned away, perhaps used to seeing battered vessels limping back from ill-advised adventures. They found a dingy diner near the docks, ordered strong coffee, and tried to make sense of the scrambled data. Olivia had salvaged what she could from the ROV's partial recordings. The monitor on her laptop flickered with jumbled frames, flickers of phosphorescent, swirling shapes, and then static. Jake rubbed a hand over his stubble. "We nearly got drowned out there, and for what?" Cassie's cheeks reddened. "I know it looked hopeless, but the readings, those spikes were massive. We confirmed there's a powerful electromagnetic field messing with electronics. That alone is worth investigating. Plus, we glimpsed lights underwater." Olivia sipped her coffee, eyes tired but focused. "Cassie's right. We might not have a perfect video, but the sensor logs show short bursts of electromagnetic flux. It's off the charts, something unnatural. The real question is, do we keep pushing?" Jake stared out the diner window at the drifting gulls. "We gave it a shot. The government made it clear they don't want us near. We can't just keep running from Coast Guard intercepts." Cassie clenched her jaw, rummaging in her satchel. She pulled out a tattered binder. "These are from Dr. Rourke, my mentor. He documented similar anomalies decades ago, but also references a hush-hush branch of the government. He suspected it was bigger than just random phenomena. He mentioned possible advanced technology." Olivia raised an eyebrow. "Advanced technology, as in alien, or a lost civilization?" Cassie shrugged. He was ambiguous, but some references read like he believed there was an intelligence behind these anomalies, not just random magnetism. Jake tapped the table. "Look, I'm not thrilled about tangling with the feds again. We need a safer approach. Maybe we gather old logs from other ships, check any declassified archives. If we find a pattern, we can confront them with evidence." Cassie's eyes lit up. "Data approach. We can do that, but we can't do it alone." That's when Olivia piped up. "I know someone who can help. A friend in cybersecurity. She's resourceful at digging into government records, even ones behind multiple layers of encryption. Name's Helena. If there's a digital trail, she'll find it." They agreed. While Jake rested and handled repairs, Cassie and Olivia would head inland. They parted ways at the marina, with Jake promising to keep an eye on any suspicious watchers. Later that day, Cassie and Olivia sat in a cluttered apartment living room, the walls lined with computer monitors and electronics. Helena was a sharp-tongued hacker in her late 20s, sporting neon-dyed hair and an irreverent smirk. She listened to their story with surprise, then curiosity. "You want me to break into government servers and find references to Bermuda Triangle Anomaly, or Operation Hush Hush?" "This is high-risk stuff," Helena said, tapping out a staccato rhythm on a mechanical keyboard. "It's vital," Cassie insisted. "We just need leads, any hidden files from the past decades mentioning unexplained maritime incidents. Something to prove or disprove the official narrative." Helena sighed dramatically. "Fine, but if men in black suits show up at my door, I'm throwing you two under the bus." Olivia half grinned. "Deal." As Helena's screens flickered with lines of code, Cassie felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She recalled Agent Whitfield's stern visage, that unwavering voice. If they were crossing lines, the consequences could be dire. Hours passed in a tense hush, broken only by the clack of keys and Helena's occasional grunt. Finally, a triumphant beep rang out. "Got something," she whispered. "It's partial, redacted, but yeah, we have multiple references to a classified set of missions under codenames like Project Siren and Operation Blue Current. Dates range from the 1950s to early 2000s, Olivia's eyes gleamed. "What do the files say?" Helena scrolled. In summary, the government commissioned specialized vessels to observe anomalous electromagnetic phenomena in the Atlantic, specifically in an area matching the Bermuda Triangle. Mentions of submersible lights, and at least 2 incidents where US naval ships disappeared. Official cause, storms, but the internal memos suggest cover-ups. Cassie's stomach flipped. This validated everything Rourke suspected. Any recent activity? Last reference is from about 7 years ago. Project Hydra Watch, a field station. Could be an island or atoll used as a listening post. Helena turned the monitor around. "Coordinates are partially blacked out, but I have a general region. It's about 70 miles from where you folks were last night." Cassie and Olivia exchanged a charged glance. A covert listening station in the Triangle? If it was still operational, that might explain the swift government response. Helena went on. "One more interesting tidbit. Repeated mention of non-terrestrial possibility, flagged in these internal notes. The phrasing is vague, but it points to the suspicion of something not of Earth." A hush fell. Cassie's breath caught. The government had considered the possibility that the anomalies were alien in origin. Eager for more detail, they pressed Helena, but many files were heavily redacted. "Accessing deeper levels triggers advanced security," she warned. "We risk being traced if I push further." Cassie wanted to say, "Do it anyway," but she recalled Jake's warning about caution. "This is enough for a lead," she concluded. "We know they had missions to study these anomalies, and they suspect something extraordinary. That island base might hold physical evidence." Olivia nodded. "We find it. We find proof." Helena ejected a flash drive, handing it over. "Here's everything I got. Tread carefully." On the way out, Cassie thanked her. Despite the existential risk, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She had real, if partial, proof of official knowledge about the Triangle's mysteries. By dusk, Cassie and Olivia regrouped with Jake, who'd patched up the boat. "We've got a location," Cassie announced, unfurling a rough chart. She pointed to a region of islets near the Triangle's perimeter. "Somewhere in that archipelago is a deserted island used as a listening station. We find it. We find out what's going on." Jake studied the chart, lips pressed into a tight line. "This is in the heart of the area. If the government's patrolling, it's going to be guarded." "We can approach by night, keep a low profile," Olivia suggested. "We're not going to waltz in through the front door, but if the station's abandoned, maybe no one's there." Cassie recognised that this plan danced on the edge of trespassing into what might be a top-secret facility, but the urgency burned in her. The truth could be in those files or equipment. If we confirm the presence of alien tech or advanced submarines, we could blow this wide open. Jake inhaled slowly. "Count me in, but we do it smart. No repeating last night's fiasco." Olivia cracked a nervous smile. "Let's just hope they don't have guard drones or something." As they finalised their stealth approach, a faint dread pulsed in Cassie's chest. She thought of Doctor, Rourke, of Agent Whitfield, of the vanishing Navy ship from so long ago. The Bermuda Triangle was more than a legend. It was a stage for extraordinary forces, and they were about to step into that stage's backstage where secrets lingered. Outside, the last glow of sunset cast the harbour in bruised purples and oranges. The team loaded gear in silence. Tomorrow they'd sail for the island base. Cassie whispered a silent prayer for luck, or maybe for courage. For once she suspected they'd need more than just data and logic to survive what awaited them. The sea was eerily calm under the moonlight as Cassie, Jake and Olivia steered their small boat toward the cluster of islets rumoured to house the abandoned listening station. In the distance, reefs glimmered faintly, illuminated by streaks of pale lunar light. The hush of the waves seemed unnatural, as if the ocean itself held its breath. They'd set off after midnight to minimise the chance of detection. Radar on minimal power, no running lights. The only guide was a single GPS device that Olivia had rigged to broadcast a scrambled signal. The plan was simple: approach under darkness, anchor off the coast, and slip ashore on a dinghy. Jake took the helm. We're close. According to Helena's partial coordinates, it should be on the eastern side. Let's swing around quietly. Cassie peered through binoculars, scanning the silhouette of the main island. By the faint starlight, she could just make out a rocky shoreline with thick brush beyond. No signs of buildings or lights. It does look deserted, she murmured. Olivia studied a tablet in the glow of a red flashlight. Thermal imaging is inconclusive at this distance. No big heat signatures. We may be in luck. They anchored in a sheltered cove, hidden behind a natural rock formation. Then they lowered the inflatable dinghy, slipping onto the stony beach. The air felt heavy, laced with the brine of seaweed and the promise of storms. Cassie's adrenaline spiked with every crunch of gravel underfoot. Moving inland, they found themselves wading through waist-high grasses. The wind rustled the foliage, creating ghostly whispers in the darkness. At last they crested a small rise, and beneath the moonlight they spotted a row of rusted antenna towers jutting skyward. "There," Olivia whispered, pointing. "Must be the station." A chain-link fence encircled the compound. The gate, corroded and hanging off its hinges, suggested long-term neglect. They slipped inside without difficulty. What greeted them was a cluster of squat concrete buildings with peeling paint. Government seals had once adorned the walls, but now they were mostly faded or defaced by graffiti. Jake took point, scanning with a flashlight. "No signs of recent footprints," he muttered. "Doesn't mean it's truly abandoned, though. Stay sharp." They tried the nearest building. The door stuck, but Jake shouldered it open with a creak. Inside, a musty smell enveloped them. Rows of metal desks and outdated electronics filled the space. An old control centre, perhaps. Loose wires dangled from the ceiling. A row of filing cabinets lined one wall. Cassie's pulse raced. These are the artefacts of a covert station once dedicated to monitoring the triangle. She flicked on a pocket flashlight, scanning the desk surfaces. Dust coated everything. One nameplate read, Lieutenant Commander R. Harrington. Another bore a partial label of Project Hydra Watch, Phase 3. Her mind roiled with questions. Hydra Watch. Could this have been the final iteration of that hush-hush mission Helena discovered? While Jake guarded the entrance, Cassie and Olivia rummaged for files. Most were locked in steel cabinets, but rust and time had weakened them. Jake pried one open with a crowbar. Folders tumbled out. The top was labelled Submarine Anomalies, 1978 to 1984. Cassie's hands trembled as she flipped through. Grainy photos of swirling luminescent patches under the sea, typed notes referencing unidentified underwater craft, lights at 300 metres depth, non-US submarine potential. Some paragraphs had entire lines blacked out. She turned more pages, reading about repeated salvage missions that returned with bizarre sensor data. Olivia rummaged in a separate crate, unearthing reel-to-reel tapes labelled with dates. "These must be audio recordings," she whispered. "We should see if there's a playback machine." They carried the tapes to the battered control console in a corner. Miraculously, an old reel-to-reel player stood there. With some fiddling and a portable battery pack, Olivia managed to power it up. The spool began turning, producing a crackling hiss. A voice, faint and distorted, emerged. Base Echo calling HQ encountered strong readings at coordinates, larger than any submarine known. Non-human, repeat, non-hurt. The recording cut into static. Another snippet from a different tape. "We've lost contact with 2 dive teams. The lights are forming patterns, possibly an intelligence behind." Then more static. Cassie felt her throat tighten. This was it. Direct acknowledgement that the station had observed something decidedly not man-made. Agent Whitfield's warnings suddenly had sharper context. Suddenly a metallic clang echoed from outside. All 3 froze, hearts thudding. Jake signalled them to kill the lights. Through the dusty windows they glimpsed faint beams scanning the compound. Footsteps on gravel. Someone was here. They doused their flashlights, hugging the shadows. Cassie's mind raced. They'd been silent on approach, Who discovered them? Government contractors? Another faction? She recalled the fiasco with the Coast Guard helicopter. This time they might not be so polite. A rasping radio voice filtered through the gloom outside. 2 vehicles, east perimeter. Sweep the buildings. Jake gestured for them to move. They crept to the rear door, stepping out onto a narrow catwalk behind the building. The watchers outside fanned out. A quick glance told Cassie these weren't official military in standard uniforms, possibly private security with black ballistic vests armed. Olivia clutched the reel tapes. Cassie stuffed the key documents in her backpack. They had proof, but they also had to escape. The trio ducked behind crates and slunk between a gap in the fence. Each footstep felt like a thunderclap in Cassie's ears. At any moment, floodlights could catch them, and they'd be pinned down. The guard's voice barked, "Check around back!" Flashlights flickered nearer. Cassie squeezed behind an old generator, hardly breathing. The guard's steps clanged past, painfully close, then receded. Jake beckoned them forward. They sprinted through the brush, desperate to reach the dinghy. Shots rang out behind them. Whether warning shots or attempts to disable them, they weren't sure. Heart pounding, Cassie pushed through vines and thorny bushes. By the time they reached the beach, night clouds had drifted across the moon, shrouding them in blackness. They launched the dinghy with trembling hands, adrenaline fueling each motion. In minutes they were rowing out to their boat, tying off lines and firing up the engine. From the island behind them, faint lights bobbed along the shore. The security team was searching, but the sea was now Cassie's ally, swallowing their silhouette. They sped away into the darkness, hearts rattling. Once at a safe distance, they allowed themselves to breathe. Cassie slumped on a bench, cradling the battered file in her arms. They had risked so much, but they'd found more than they'd hoped. The tapes, the documents, references to non-human signals. Proof that the Triangle's reputation wasn't merely superstition. As they turned for open water, thunder rumbled in the distance. Cassie stared at the horizon, half expecting monstrous lights to rise from the depths. The island's outlines faded into night, but the sense of being hunted never left. She rubbed the raw edge of her neck. "They nearly caught us," she said, voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. Jake answered quietly, "We'd better watch our backs. They won't stop here." And in Cassie's mind, the puzzle pieces kept shifting. Government secrets, possible alien craft, and that unstoppable pull of the unknown. She clenched the file, vowing to see this through. If there was more to uncover, if Dr. Rourke had guessed about an intelligence beneath the waves, she intended to bring it all to light, no matter the cost. They regrouped at a modest motel far from the main tourist strip, a place with threadbare carpets and flickering exterior lights that no one gave a second glance. In a cramped room with 2 beds, they spread out their newfound evidence, the reel-to-reel tapes, the typed reports on Operation Blue Current, old photos of shimmering ocean anomalies, references to non-human signals, and scrawled charts that mapped the Triangle's depths. Jake paced in front of the door, seemingly restless, while Cassie and Olivia huddled around a battered tape recorder that Olivia had salvaged from the island. The device whirred as a new reel played, revealing a deeper level of detail than the earlier fragments. Male voice, static-laced. "We have established that these signals are not random. Patterns repeat every 22 minutes. The pulses, they resemble a form of communication." Another voice. "You're suggesting intelligence?" Male voice. "We can't confirm the source's origin, but it's massive, and it's moving at depths beyond our current submersible range. We suspect a craft or structure." The tape fizzled, then resumed. Male voice. "HQ demands secrecy. Morale is low. 2 divers reported visions, lights forming geometric shapes, possibly attempts at contact. Then we lost them. No wreckage found." Cassie's heart pounded at every syllable. So they'd believed something was actively trying to communicate? She exchanged a glance with Olivia, whose face was lit by the flickering green light on the recorder. Jake finally spoke up. "They concluded it might be alien?" Cassie rubbed her temples, exhaustion warring with adrenaline. "They never said the word alien explicitly, but non-human signals is pretty close, and these are official recordings, not just rumours." "I'm amazed they didn't destroy this stuff," Olivia muttered. "Or maybe they tried, but the place was abandoned in a hurry." Jake sank onto the bed, hands clasped. "Now we have partial proof, but who do we even share this with? The government obviously wants it hidden, and the mainstream media might label us lunatics." Cassie exhaled. Science journals might take it more seriously if we present solid data, but we only have scraps. We need something that can't be dismissed. Hard evidence. Something modern, undeniable, like actual footage of the phenomenon under the water or physical samples. Olivia nodded. If we can broadcast it widely in real time, they can't just hush it up. Jake frowned, leaning forward. Broadcast from where, though? Out on the open sea will be easy targets for the Coast Guard or these Black Ops teams. Cassie bit her lip, her mind drifting back to Dr. Rourke's last journal entries. He wrote about an incredible electromagnetic spike near the deepest part of the trench. That's where we encountered that insane storm. Maybe that's the source. If we can get a submersible down there with cameras... Jake gave a rueful laugh. Last time we tried, we almost got fried. Our ROV got scrambled. We'd need serious protection from electromagnetic interference. Olivia's eyes brightened. I might know a place. The university's Marine Tech Institute has a deep-sea submersible with specialised shielding. They were testing it for cosmic ray research. Problem is, it's locked behind bureaucratic fences. Cassie grinned. We have an ally there, Professor Leland. He might give us access if we phrase it right. Jake's brow creased. That's a huge risk, but it might be our best shot. They set about planning. While Cassie and Olivia hammered out how to approach Professor Leland, Jake insisted on reinforcing the boat's systems, improving the electromagnetic shielding, installing backup generators. If they had to coordinate a submersible dive in those waters, they needed top-notch gear to keep the mothership afloat. Days blurred as they worked covertly. Cassie visited Professor Leland on campus under the pretense of discussing a collaboration. With hushed urgency, she revealed partial truths. We've discovered extraordinary anomalies in the Atlantic that require advanced submersible exploration. I know you have the Aegis Sub-1 in development. We need to borrow it. Please, this is bigger than a research paper. The professor, a stout man with a genial smile, grew serious upon hearing about governmental interference. Though sceptical, he admired Cassie's drive and recalled Dr. Rourke's brilliance. Your mentor did hint at major discoveries, Leland mused. All right, I'll see if I can expedite some hush-hush loan of the sub, but the board can't know, and if anything goes wrong... Cassie gripped his hand, gratitude shining in her eyes. We'll handle it, I promise. Meanwhile, Jake and Olivia rummaged for high-tech solutions. Olivia used her cybersecurity know-how to procure a real-time satellite data link, so when they eventually dove, they could attempt a live broadcast. We'll store backups in multiple servers, she told Cassie. If the feds try to jam us, we can at least send fragments out. One evening, Cassie returned to the motel to find a battered envelope slipped under their door. Inside was a single photograph, a blurred snapshot of her meeting with Professor Leland on campus. No note, just the unmistakable threat that they were being watched. She felt a cold dread coil in her gut. They're on to us, she murmured to Jake. He cursed under his breath. We might not get another chance if they clamp down. Let's act soon. When the submersible was finally delivered to a secluded dock, thanks to a few discreet staffers loyal to Leland, Cassie stood in awe before the Aegis Sub-1. It was shaped like a sleek pod, gleaming with reinforced plating, designed to handle deep trench pressures and shield sensitive instruments from cosmic radiation. They'd repurposed that for the Triangle's electromagnetic onslaught. A day of frantic modifications followed. Jake integrated an extra battery bank. Olivia installed custom software to patch the sub's cameras directly to her mobile command unit on the boat. Cassie triple-checked every sensor, magnetometers, sonar, thermal imaging. Time was running short, though. Agent Whitfield and her shadowy cohorts could swoop in at any moment. Even the weather forecast predicted intensifying storms near the Triangle. Cassie had no illusions about the danger, and yet, the deeper the secrecy, the more determined she became. On a rainy afternoon, they loaded the last crate onto their boat, securing the submersible to the deck with heavy straps. As lightning flickered on the horizon, Cassie gazed at the surging waves. She thought about the tapes referencing alien signals, the old ship vanishings, Dr. Rourke's unyielding quest. Are we absolutely sure about this? Jake asked quietly, stepping up beside her. We might be unleashing something we can't handle. Cassie took a moment to answer, remembering the terror of the storms and the hush in the tape recordings. If it's something beyond Earth, or even if it's just advanced tech from who knows where, the world deserves to know. Rourke believed that. So do I. Jake nodded, resolved. Then let's do it. They planned to depart at dawn for one final approach into the Triangle. The storms had battered them once, but this time they'd be prepared, with a submersible that could theoretically withstand the electromagnetic chaos. Their objective was simple yet monumental: descend to the depths, capture definitive evidence, and broadcast it to the world before forces of secrecy could clamp down. In the motel that last night, Cassie barely slept. She lay awake imagining what might lurk beneath the ocean's surface, an alien craft slumbering in a watery tomb, or perhaps a living intelligence swirling in those hidden trenches. When slumber finally came, her dreams churned with phosphorescent shapes, ghostly transmissions, and the distant echo of voices trapped underwater. By morning, the horizon still seethed with storm clouds. It felt like an omen, yet they set off, hearts pounding into the swirling seas, armed with technology, determination, and the unwavering belief that truth, even the strangest truth, must eventually surface. Grey clouds hung low over the Atlantic, the wind carrying a briny chill as Cassie's expedition boat cut through the waves. The Aegis Sub-1 sat on deck, lashed down, its sleek hull glistening under intermittent drizzles. Jake steered into open water, while Olivia double-checked the communications rig in a sheltered corner of the deck. Cassie stood near the bow, scanning the horizon. This region was the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, an area that had frustrated explorers and enthralled storytellers for generations. She felt a jolt of nerves recalling her near-disastrous attempt just days ago. But now they had more robust technology, and an unwavering purpose. Once they reached the approximate coordinates gleaned from Dr. Rourke's notes and the old Project Hydra references, Cassie signalled for them to hold position. The boat's sensors beeped with an uneasy rhythm. Olivia's console showed subtle electromagnetic fluctuations, well above normal ocean background. Jake cut the engine, letting them drift. Wind's picking up, but not too bad yet, he observed, scanning the sky. Indeed, dark clouds scudded overhead, though the storm front seemed miles off. They wasted no time. Together they manoeuvred the submersible crane, lowering the Aegis Sub-1 into the water. The sub bobbed, tethered by a thick cable that connected to the boat's power lines and data. Once Cassie and Jake climbed inside its cramped cockpit, they sealed the hatch. Through a small viewport, the watery expanse beckoned, dark and infinite. Olivia's voice crackled through an earpiece. "I'm reading you loud and clear. Try to keep communication short so the link doesn't overload if the electromagnetic surges spike." Jake ran through final checks: oxygen levels, thruster controls, lighting systems. "All good. Let's submerge." A mechanical hum vibrated through the hull as the sub began descending. Water streamed past the acrylic dome windows, transitioning from bright surface blues to a dim green twilight. Cassie's heart pounded in time with the pressure gauge climbing. She glanced at the instrument panel, specifically the magnetometer. Already it was dancing. They sank deeper, the temperature dropping. At 100 meters, fish flitted by in shimmering schools. At 200, the sunlight faded to near black, replaced by the sub's floodlights. Cassie scanned for any sign of unusual objects or luminous phenomena. "Nothing yet," she murmured, keeping the tension from her voice. Jake advanced the thrusters, guiding them farther into the trench. A cloud of sediment drifted up, swirling around them. The sub's sonar pinged, revealing the seafloor dropping sharply ahead. Cassie felt a jolt of adrenaline. "We're nearing the major drop-off. Let's keep a steady rate of descent." Back on the boat, Olivia's console beeped with an urgent tone. "Cassie, Jake, picking up a spiking electromagnetic field. Watch your instruments." Inside the sub, the lights flickered momentarily. Jake cursed, adjusting a dial. "Shielding's active, but the surge is strong." Then, out of the gloom, they glimpsed a faint glow far below. Cassie pressed her face to the viewport. "Do you see that?" she whispered. A pale, bluish luminescence shimmered at the edge of visibility. Jake angled the sub's cameras. On the overhead screen, the glow took shape, a series of patterns, almost like drifting curtains of light. "Could be some strange bioluminescent algae," he speculated. Cassie felt goosebumps prick her arms. "Let's get closer." Cautiously they descended. The glow intensified. Streams of luminous particles twisted in what looked like a geometric swirl, almost too organized to be a natural marine phenomenon. The sub's instruments crackled. Cassie tapped the camera feed button, beaming the images topside to Olivia. "Receiving partial feed," Olivia's voice came faint. "It's glitchy, but... oh my god, I see it. That's not normal plankton." At around 400 meters, the sub's sonar picked up a large structure on the ocean floor. Massive, metallic. Jake slowed their approach, shining the sub's powerful headlights. Across the screen, a curved expanse of what looked like dark metal or alloy came into view. Barnacles clung to portions, but large swaths shimmered smoothly. Cassie's pulse thundered. This is no mere rock formation. They edged closer. Some parts of the structure jutted upward in spire-like formations. Others lay partially buried in sediment. Even at first glance it looked too symmetrical, too artificial to be a random undersea ridge. Cassie's mind raced. Could it be a downed craft? Possibly an advanced submarine, or something far beyond known technology? Jake guided them around a protruding ridge, and they beheld a deep indentation, like an entrance or portal. A faint glow emanated from within, pulses of light that matched the swirling luminescent patterns outside. "We have to record this," Cassie breathed, activating high-resolution cameras. "Liv, are you getting this?" Static hissed in their earpieces. Olivia's response was broken. In and out. Massive data surge. "Keep filming." Suddenly a wave of energy hit. The sub's power flickered. Instruments spiked red. Alarms blared and Cassie fought to steady the controls. Jake cursed, pushing the shield generator to maximum. The entire sub shuddered. Through the viewport, the swirling luminescence escalated, spinning faster around the structure. For a moment, Cassie glimpsed a pattern of markings on the metal hull, indecipherable glyphs or symbols. Then a bright flare erupted, and the sub's electronics shorted. Darkness swallowed them. Only emergency backup lights remained. Cassie's heart hammered in the pitch black. "Jake, systems are down." He fumbled with manual resets. "We have partial life support, trying to reboot main power." Outside, the swirl of lights continued. Cassie's stomach twisted at the notion that whatever lay in that structure might be reacting to their presence, or was it sending a signal somewhere else? Gradually some instrumentation returned. Jake managed to restore basic thrusters. The sub's external cameras flickered on momentarily. "We should ascend," he insisted. "We can't risk being stuck down here." Cassie yearned to explore further. The structure beckoned with unspoken secrets, but rationality won out. They had enough footage to prove something extraordinary. "Let's go," she agreed. They rose through the water column, battered by intermittent electromagnetic pulses that threatened to sabotage them at every turn. When they finally breached the surface, the sea greeted them with lashing rain and roiling waves. Above, thunderheads seethed, and lightning forked across the sky. Jake navigated the sub back to the mothership, where Olivia helped winch it aboard amidst the rising storm. The instant the hatch opened, Cassie sputtered out breathless words. "We found a craft, or structure. Definitely not natural. We have footage, though it's glitchy." Olivia's eyes were wild with excitement and worry. "I caught partial glimpses, enough to show a massive artificial object down there." But their triumph was short-lived. Through the sheets of rain, a series of lights approached on the water's surface, multiple vessels closing in fast. Cassie recognized the silhouette of a military-style boat. The radio crackled with an authoritative voice. "Vessel, stand down. You're ordered to surrender your submersible and any collected data." Jake's knuckles whitened on the boat's throttle. "We've got company!" Lightning illuminated the menacing outlines. Cassie's mind reeled. They had the evidence of a lifetime, but the government wasn't about to let them broadcast it freely. The ocean pitched violently as if echoing the tension. "We have to protect the footage," Olivia shouted over the gale. "I'll start uploading right now." Cassie nodded, adrenaline surging. The final confrontation had arrived. Whether they escaped or not, the truth could still get out, unless these forces managed to silence them first. Rain pounded the deck in relentless sheets as the ominous vessels drew nearer. Cassie, Jake and Olivia braced themselves against the howling wind. The searchlight sweeping across the waves reminded Cassie of the earlier run-ins, but this time it felt more final, like a net closing around them. Olivia hunched over her console under a tarp, fingers flying over the keyboard. "I'm initiating the data dump to multiple secure servers," she hollered. "If they jam us, we lose the real-time broadcast. We still have local copies on drives, but that's risky." Jake exhaled sharply, scanning the boat's limited arsenal. They had no real weapons, just a few flares and a handheld emergency kit. "We can't outrun a naval vessel in this storm," he gritted, "but maybe we can stall them long enough for the upload." Cassie felt a swirl of dread and determination. She clutched the submersible's camera module, which contained the crucial raw footage. If all else failed, they needed to protect that hardware. Leaning into the wind, she keyed the radio. Unidentified vessel. This is a civilian research craft. We are in distress from the storm. We have no contraband or... A harsh voice interrupted. Cease transmissions. Power down your equipment. Prepare to be boarded. A surge of panic struck her. They were going to confiscate everything. Cassie's eyes snapped to Olivia. Keep the data flowing, no matter what. A spotlight swept across their deck, and they saw the outlines of armed men in black tactical gear on the approaching boat. The staccato bark of a loudspeaker. Shut down communications or face immediate action. Jake revved the engine in a desperate attempt to shift the boat's position, but a massive wave rocked them, nearly capsizing. The storm had grown furious, waves cresting at 8 or 10 feet. Salt spray stung Cassie's eyes as she scrambled to hold onto the railing. Up on the makeshift command station, Olivia cursed. They're jamming part of the signal. Upload speed is dropping. Lightning flashed. In that momentary glare, Cassie glimpsed something else stirring in the distance. A swirl of luminescence beneath the surface, reminiscent of what they saw deeper down. Could it be that the submerged structure was activating again, fueling the storm or intensifying it? Suddenly a smaller speedboat peeled off from the main vessel, cutting through the waves toward them. Gunmen stood at the bow. Cassie's stomach lurched. She heard a crack. Gunfire. Or was it the thunder? Jake spun the wheel, but the surging sea left them at the mercy of the storm. The speedboat drew alongside, lines thrown, grappling hooks clattering against the deck. Within seconds, armed figures began hauling themselves aboard. Lightning illuminated one figure stepping forward, gun raised. Even through the rain, Cassie recognized a face. Agent Whitfield. Her silver hair was plastered to her skull, eyes cold. "Doctor! Nolan," she called over the wind. "Stand down, you're coming with us." Cassie's rage flared. "You have no right. We're in international waters, investigating a natural phenomenon." Whitfield's expression hardened. "This is beyond your pay grade. Hand over all data and equipment immediately." Jake moved to intervene, but 2 other agents trained their rifles on him. Olivia, trembling, hovered near her console. "We've already transmitted some of it," she spat. "You're too late." Whitfield's gaze flicked to the overhead radio mast. With a curt nod, she signalled her men, who slashed cables, yanking out modules. Sparks flew as the boat's primary radio and data link severed. Olivia let out a cry, yanking the laptop from the surge protector just before an agent seized it. With guns pointed, Cassie and Jake were herded toward the stern. Whitfield advanced on Olivia, wrenched the laptop away. "No more transmissions," she hissed. "And the submersible data, where is it?" Cassie's mind raced. She had the camera's raw storage in a waterproof case strapped inside the sub's cockpit. If they discovered that, everything was lost. She prayed it remained hidden amidst the chaos. She decided to confront Whitfield directly. "You saw our recordings, didn't you? The storm, the structure below. Why hide it? The world deserves to know." Whitfield's jaw clenched. "Doctor, Nolan, this is about preventing mass panic and safeguarding national security. If you understood the stakes, you'd realize we're protecting you from forces you cannot fathom." A colossal wave slammed the boat, nearly sending everyone sprawling. The agent with the laptop lost his balance, and the device crashed onto the deck, skittering dangerously close to the railing. At that same moment, a flash of brilliance erupted from the ocean behind them. Cassie stared in awe as swirling lights broke the surface, dancing like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Thunder boomed overhead, and the sky seemed to open in a torrent of rain. Whitfield's men balked, momentarily transfixed by the eerie spectacle. That gave Jake the opening. He lunged forward, knocking aside one rifle. Shots rang out into the air. Cassie dropped to the deck, adrenaline pounding. Olivia scrambled for the laptop, grabbing it before it could slip into the sea. Another agent lunged, tackling her. Cassie rushed to help, but was seized by a burly operative who pinned her arms. Lightning illuminated the water once more, revealing those otherworldly luminescent spirals. They seemed to pulse in a deliberate pattern, the same pattern Cassie had seen on her sub's instruments. The storm howled louder, as if nature itself mirrored the fury of the confrontation. Suddenly a deep, thrumming vibration coursed through the hull, nearly toppling everyone. The boat's metal fittings rattled. Whitfield's eyes widened in alarm, and she shouted orders. "Retreat to our vessel! Everyone, we're pulling out!" Cassie guessed the anomaly was intensifying. Agent Whitfield's men grabbed her and Jake forcibly. They motioned to Olivia, but she clung to the boat's railing, refusing to budge. That's when the ocean near the stern erupted in a colossal whirlpool. The swirling lights coalesced in an eerie ring. Another pulse hammered the boat, disabling electronics. The lights on the deck flickered out. Whitfield's expression finally cracked with genuine fear. She stared at the mesmerising vortex. "No, not now," she muttered, as if she had suspected something like this but prayed it wouldn't happen. The swirling overcame the rudder, spinning the boat in a slow circle. Cassie felt the agent restraining her lose his grip, staggering. She seized the moment, broke free and lunged to help Olivia, who was pinned by an operative. Jake slammed a guard with an elbow, sending the rifle clattering. The sea pitched the deck violently. Another swirl of lights rose, forming a halo around the boat. Cassie's hair stood on end from the static charge in the air. She looked up at the roiling sky, pulses of lightning dancing overhead. Shots rang out again. Whitfield's voice, "Hold your fire! We need them alive!" But it was too late. A monstrous wave crashed over the rail, sweeping gear and men alike. Cassie felt herself lifted by the wave, tumbling in cold chaos. She flailed, grasping at the slick deck as water rushed past. She glimpsed Jake clinging to a stanchion, Olivia lost in the swirl, Whitfield's men being tossed by the wave. The boat rolled precariously, half submerged in the watery madness. In a final deafening crescendo of thunder, the swirling lights flared. Cassie could only watch in breathless terror as an impossibly bright glow engulfed them. For a heartbeat, it felt like the ocean floor yawned open, pulling them into some other realm. Then darkness. Warmth on Cassie's cheek pulled her from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes to see pale sunlight filtering through tattered clouds. Pain throbbed through her limbs. She tasted salt on her cracked lips. She lay sprawled on a deck strewn with debris and seaweed. The boat seemed battered but afloat, listing slightly. A groan from nearby. Jake lay under a broken crate, bruised and coughing. Slowly she crawled over to help lift it. "You alive?" she whispered. He grimaced, pressing a hand to his ribs. Alive enough. No immediate sign of Whitfield's men. The boat's main mast was snapped, electronics thoroughly trashed. Cassie felt disoriented, as though she'd been through a dream. The last memory was that blazing light and swirling vortex. Had they been tossed miles away by the storm? She staggered to the railing. The ocean was unnaturally calm, turquoise blue under a watery sun. Far off she glimpsed an unfamiliar shoreline. Not the Florida coast, though. This place had black rocks arching in jagged spires, the terrain dotted with lush green. Jake joined her, wincing at each step. "That's not any key I recognise. Where are we?" Cassie could only shake her head. The compass was worthless, spinning aimlessly as before. The GPS was dead. She turned to check for the submersible. Miraculously, the Aegis Sub-1 still clung to the deck, albeit battered. The crane rig was half bent, but the sub's hull looked mostly intact. Sudden panic seized her. "Olivia!" She frantically searched the deck. They found her near the stern, tangled in rope, drenched and unconscious, but her pulse beat faintly. Cassie and Jake carefully freed her. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, Olivia coughed up seawater, blinking in confusion. "What happened?" Relief rushed through Cassie. "We survived somehow." All around them, the boat's wooden railings were splintered, gear scattered, but it floated. There was no sign of Agent Whitfield or her men, possibly washed overboard or retreated in another vessel. "Any working electronics?" Jake asked. Olivia tried the portable devices, all fried. The only hope might be the sub's internal system, which had its own shielding. "I'll see if the sub's battery or comlink remains," she said, though her eyes held doubt. Cassie, gazing again at the distant shoreline, felt an eerie sense that they weren't simply off the Florida coast. The environment, the colour of the water, the shape of the land, it looked different, almost otherworldly. "Could we have drifted to an uncharted island?" she asked softly. Jake frowned. An uncharted island in these latitudes. Hard to believe in 2023, but the triangle is known for messing with navigation. They spent the next hour mending themselves and rummaging for supplies. The fresh water stores survived. Some rations were soggy but edible. Cassie discovered a waterproof case lodged in a corner. Inside, the sub's camera memory unit. She hugged it to her chest, a flash of triumph. Our evidence. It's still here. But that joy was tempered by the new crisis. They were stranded. The boat's engine was swamped, the radio dead. Unless they fixed something or found external rescue, they'd remain adrift. By midday, they rigged a makeshift sail from the torn mast and spare canvas. The breeze nudged them toward the mysterious island, which loomed nearer, a rugged coastline of black volcanic rock and thick rainforest beyond. Jagged cliffs rose, casting shifting shadows on the water. As they approached, the atmosphere felt oddly charged. The ocean remained glass calm near the shore, and the sky had an unsettling haze, as if a permanent storm lurked on the horizon but never quite arrived. They spotted a narrow inlet. With careful manoeuvring, they guided the battered boat into calmer waters, eventually mooring at a small natural harbour. Cassie hopped onto a rocky ledge, wincing at the bruises on her legs. The air smelled of moss and brine. Birds cried overhead. No sign of human habitation. Jake tested a chunk of black rock with a pocket knife. Volcanic. Must be a small remote atoll. But the question is, how did we end up here so suddenly? Olivia joined them, scanning with a handheld sensor that had minimal function. Magnetic fields still weird. Low-level interference. Could be pockets of the same anomaly we saw at sea. They ventured cautiously along a shoreline path. Strange, twisted trees grew from cracks in the basalt, their roots glistening with moisture. Cassie noticed patches of luminous algae clinging to tide pools, a faint echo of the undersea lights they'd witnessed. A short hike led them to a broader cove. There, in a clearing, they discovered something extraordinary. The wreckage of multiple old boats, some rusted hulks half buried in sand, others mere splinters. Painted on one corroded hull, Cassie recognised the letters H-A-W-T. She gasped. USS Hawthorne, she whispered, recalling the fabled Navy ship that vanished in the 1950s. Jake's eyes widened. If that's the same ship, this island might be a graveyard for those lost in the Triangle. They pressed on, stumbling upon more debris from different eras, a wooden mast with 19th century styling, plain fuselage fragments that looked World War II era, modern yacht remains. It was as if the island had magnetically drawn in vessels from across decades. Olivia's voice trembled. All those vanishings, they ended up here. Cassie knelt by a weathered nameplate from a cargo vessel reported missing in 1972. She felt a pang of sorrow, imagining the fates of countless sailors. No human remains in sight. Did they vanish, or move inland for survival? Jake pointed deeper into the jungle. We might find answers that way, but let's be careful. They ventured further inland, forging a path through ferns and twisted vines. The air was muggy, insects buzzing in thick clouds. The vegetation seemed oddly vibrant, with flowers of unusual hues. Cassie suspected the same electromagnetic oddity that affected technology might also be fueling odd growth. Eventually they reached a clearing where massive stone pillars jutted from the ground, ancient and covered in alien glyphs, the same style of markings Cassie had glimpsed on the submerged structure. Her breath caught in wonder. This can't be a coincidence. Something or someone built these. Olivia ran her fingers over the carvings. This is beyond known history. Could it be a lost civilization, or something else? Jake scanned for footprints or signs of life. If castaways survived, maybe they found these ruins, but I see no fresh tracks. A hush fell over them. Cassie's mind whirled. The Bermuda Triangle had been rumoured to be cursed or supernatural, but these pillars hinted at advanced or ancient origins, possibly linked to the underwater craft. She pictured the swirling lights, the ephemeral storms. Maybe the ones who vanished are gone, Cassie said softly, heart heavy. Or maybe they left. In the distance, a rumble of thunder made them jump. The sky overhead churned with grey. Jake looked up warily. We should find shelter. This place doesn't feel safe. Indeed, an uneasy energy filled the clearing, as if unseen watchers lurked just beyond the tree line. Cassie felt her pulse quicken. They had stumbled onto the heart of the Triangle's secret, an island seemingly out of place and time, hosting remnants from countless lost expeditions and stone pillars older than any modern chart. With no immediate rescue in sight, they'd have to rely on their own resourcefulness, and the possibility that the submersible might help them solve the riddle of the island's bizarre magnetism. Cassie forced a steady breath. She might be trapped, but she wasn't giving up. The next step was to survive. unravel the enigma of these ruins, and hope that revealing the truth might set them free. Night fell quickly over the mysterious island, wrapping the jungle in a claustrophobic darkness. Cassie, Jake and Olivia had returned to their boat to gather supplies: flashlights, sleeping bags, rations. With no functional radio, they were effectively marooned. Lightning flashed on the horizon, revealing gnarled treetops swaying in the wind. They camped near the clearing of ancient pillars, choosing a spot beneath a leaning rock overhang for partial shelter. Cassie built a small fire using driftwood and scraps from the old wrecks. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the worn glyphs etched into the towering stones. As they huddled for warmth, the conversation inevitably drifted to the day's surreal discoveries. Olivia toyed with the battered remains of a handheld device. "I can't get a signal. There's no satellite coverage. Maybe the electromagnetic interference is blocking everything." Jake rubbed his chin, eyes on the monolithic pillars. Could these have something to do with the phenomenon we saw under the ocean? It's like they share the same design language. Cassie took out a sketchbook from her backpack. She started drawing the glyph patterns from memory, cross-referencing them with the shapes she'd glimpsed on the submerged structure. They appeared geometric, almost fractal, could be a written script, or even symbolic code. In the silence that followed, they listened to the distant crash of waves against the rocky shore. The hush felt eerie, as though the island itself was holding its breath. Something rustled in the underbrush, prompting them to snap on flashlights, but they found only wind-stirred leaves. As fatigue set in, they took turns at watch, each haunted by the knowledge that no rescue was forthcoming. Sometime after midnight, Cassie dozed off under the shimmering constellations, though the ghostly pillars loomed in her dreams. At dawn, they woke to a startling scene. The previously calm area around the pillars now sparkled with beads of condensation, and in the rising sunlight the glyphs appeared faintly luminescent, like they'd absorbed energy overnight. Cassie stepped closer, heart pounding. "They're glowing. This is new." Olivia snapped photos, though their cameras were reduced to near manual function. "Must be the humidity reacting with whatever the pillars are made of," she said, though she didn't sound convinced. Jake rubbed his temples. "I want to check the rest of the island. Maybe we'll find more structures, or survivors." They packed up their meagre camp and ventured deeper inland. The path meandered through dense foliage. Gnarled roots tripped them, and vines draped overhead. Occasionally they spotted remnants of old crates or scraps of cloth, evidence that castaways had once been here. Midday brought them to a steep ravine. A narrow footpath led downward. At the bottom, water trickled in a small stream. Crossing it, they found a hidden grotto. Within this natural amphitheatre of rock they encountered a startling sight: a mosaic of stones arranged in a spiral pattern, each etched with the same alien glyphs. At the centre stood a carved altar. Cassie's breath caught. This is no random ruin. Someone built a ceremonial site or something akin to it. Jake circled the altar. Who, though? Ancient civilization? Or maybe those who ended up stranded here tried to communicate with whatever's in the ocean. Olivia knelt, running her fingers along the spiral mosaic. It's meticulously done. Could these stranded sailors have deciphered the glyphs? A wave of dizziness hit Cassie as she stared at the altar, her mind conjuring an image of swirling lights beneath the waves. She recalled the old reel tapes describing signals and attempts at contact. Was it possible that across decades, castaways tried to replicate those signals here on land? Suddenly a crunch of footsteps behind them. They spun around to see a figure emerge from behind a boulder, Agent Whitfield, her uniform torn and hair matted, but her posture still rigid. She held a pistol, aimed warily at them. Jake tensed, stepping forward protectively. "You're alive." Whitfield's eyes flicked from Jake to Cassie. "Likewise. I suspected you'd head inland." Olivia glared. "Looking for something?" Whitfield lowered the pistol slightly, grimacing. "We got separated when the wave hit. My men. I lost track. I found one corpse on the beach, the rest scattered." Cassie's anger simmered. All this secrecy, and for what? Look at us now. Stranded. Tell us the truth. Whitfield hesitated, the lines in her face etched with fatigue. "You think it's simple? We've known about anomalies in the Triangle for decades, maybe centuries. Some in the government suspect extraterrestrial involvement. Others believe it's an unknown Earth-based phenomenon. Either way, it's considered too dangerous for public knowledge. We fear the panic, The exploitation, the potential conflict if foreign powers scramble here, Jake scoffed. So you're willing to kill for it? She clenched her jaw. I follow orders. The directive is to contain the situation, but I never expected we'd end up here. Her gaze flicked to the spiral mosaic. This island it's not on any map. My superiors only whispered rumours of a lost zone. Olivia folded her arms. And now you see it's real. Will you keep trying to bury it? Whitfield's shoulders slumped slightly, as if an internal struggle weighed on her. I have to protect national security, but this place defies everything. If we want to survive, maybe we do need to pool resources. Cassie sensed a shift, a glimmer of uneasy alliance forming. Truce, then, she suggested quietly. We find a way off this island, or we uncover the key to why it exists. But no more guns and faces. After a tense pause, Whitfield nodded. She holstered her pistol. Truce, for now. They spent the next hour exploring the grotto together. Whitfield admitted she possessed partial knowledge of earlier secret missions that identified an interdimensional rift theory, though never confirmed. The intense electromagnetic surges might warp space-time in localized pockets, pulling vessels from various eras. Olivia found curious remains in a small alcove. Rusted personal items, scraps of journals, no bodies, possibly from castaways who died or vanished. One scribbled note read, "The lights call from beneath. We answer on land. The gate must open." Cassie's skin crawled. A gate? Could they have believed these pillars or altars were a means to connect with whatever is beneath the ocean? A distant rumble of thunder broke their musings. Whitfield frowned. Another storm's brewing. We can't linger. Returning to the boat, they decided to share supplies and watch each other's backs. Whitfield was grudgingly grateful for a place to rest. Under the watchful eye of the looming pillars, the odd alliance took shape. That evening the wind rose again, rattling the battered hull. As they huddled in the glow of a lantern, Cassie studied the camera unit from the submarine. The footage they captured might be the only real proof of that underwater structure. She glanced at Whitfield, who stared into the darkness with haunted eyes, likely torn between her duty and the unsettling reality they all faced. In her mind, Cassie kept returning to that cryptic note. The gate must open. Could the island's ruins serve as a beacon or a key? If so, a key to what? She recalled the swirling lights, the sense of intelligence behind them. Perhaps the next step lay not in merely escaping, but in comprehending the phenomenon, why it brought them here, and how it might let them go. Storm-laden clouds churned overhead at dawn, casting the island in shades of grey. Cassie, Jake, Olivia, and the reluctant, ally-turned-adversary agent Whitfield gathered near the ancient pillars. Despite the tension in the group, they'd agreed on a plan. Explore the possibility that these ruins interacted with the electromagnetic anomalies, perhaps opening a way to escape. Using sketches from the mosaic in the grotto and the glyph patterns on the pillars, Cassie attempted to piece together a cohesive design. The spiral in the grotto and the arrangement of these pillars, it might be some sort of symbolic representation of the ocean floor structure, she hypothesized. If the castaways tried to replicate signals from underwater, maybe they believed these pillars could resonate. Jake rubbed his sore shoulder. Resonate how? Like a giant antenna? Olivia nodded, following Cassie's logic. Yes, maybe. The electromagnetic surges might be triggered by a certain arrangement or activation. The question is, do we even want to activate them? Last time we faced an anomaly, it stranded us here, Whitfield frowned. But if we can harness the phenomenon, maybe we can open a path back, or at least send a powerful enough signal for rescue. She looked uneasy, admitting that a more extraordinary method might be needed. They spent the morning clearing debris from the clearing, uncovering additional stones that had fallen over time. With each revealed glyph, Cassie felt a thrill of discovery. She recognized patterns akin to waveforms or frequencies. If they matched the pulses recorded on the sub's instruments, they might replicate those pulses here on land. Jake rigged a makeshift generator from the boat's salvageable engine parts, hooking it to a coil of copper wire. We can create an electromagnetic field, direct it into these pillars, see if that does anything. Olivia set up the sub's sensor suite on shore, linking it to a small console. I'll monitor real-time feedback. If we get a spike like we did out at sea, we'll know. Whitfield kept watch, pistol at her side. Although an uneasy truce still hung over them, her sense of mission remained. She occasionally asked Cassie pointed questions. If you manage to open some sort of rift, do you realise the risk? Something else might come through. Cassie paused in her wiring. We're already dealing with unknown forces. Doing nothing keeps us trapped here. I'd rather take a leap of faith, especially if it aligns with how these pillars were meant to function. As the afternoon wore on, they assembled a ring of cables around the largest pillar cluster. With the generator revved, a low hum filled the air. Cassie carefully toggled power, stepping back as the cables glowed faintly. She glanced at Olivia. Any changes? Olivia's console flickered. Slight electromagnetic rise, but were well below the levels we recorded at sea. Jake frowned, adjusting the generator's output. Let's dial it up, but watch for surges. They increased power. The hum deepened, and the glyphs on the pillars began to shimmer with that eerie luminescence. The ground beneath them vibrated softly. A sudden swirl of wind whipped the clearing, scattering leaves in a spiral. Cassie's hair stood on end. That's more than just a breeze, she muttered. Olivia's eyes widened at her console. We're hitting a spike, like a resonance frequency. Whitfield took a step back, eyes darting around. Is the storm reacting? Overhead, thunder rumbled, but the swirling wind in the clearing felt different, like a localized vortex forming among the pillars. Dust and small stones lifted into the air, circling them. The glyphs glowed brighter, each symbol pulsing in sequence. Jake called out, "Shut it down if it gets too big." Before they could, a column of light shot up from the centre of the pillars, piercing the low-hanging clouds. Cassie shielded her eyes as the brilliance reflected off the basalt. The ground shook harder, a quake rattling teeth. A roar of static filled their ears. Cassie's mind flashed to the sub's dive, the swirling lights beneath the ocean. Could she be bridging a link between the underwater craft and this island? The air crackled with electricity, arcs snapping between the pillars. Then, as swiftly as it began, the vortex expanded outward with a deafening crack. A wave of force knocked them all off their feet. The generator shorted in a burst of sparks. The blinding light receded to a faint glow. When Cassie scrambled up, dizzy, she realised something had changed. The sky overhead was no longer thick with storm clouds. Instead, it was a placid grey, the sort of day one might see on a calm morning back in Florida. She blinked, heart pounding, scanning the horizon beyond the pillars. Jake helped Olivia to her feet. Whitfield stumbled against a stone, thoroughly rattled. Olivia squinted at her console. We've got location data, somehow. GPS is flickering back. Signal partial, but we're near Bimini. That's hundreds of miles from where we were. A wave of confusion and relief washed over them. Had the phenomenon transported the island, or them, or simply shattered the anomaly that trapped them? Regardless, they were no longer in that lost zone. The environment around them looked subtly different, the flora slightly more familiar. They rushed back toward the shore, hoping to see if the battered boat had also jumped. Sure enough, anchored in calmer waters, the boat remained, bobbing gently. But the black volcanic coastline was gone, replaced by coral sand typical of the Bahamas. The island they were on now seemed smaller, more in line with known geography. Cassie's mind reeled. They had escaped the lost zone. The swirling, ephemeral realm that had captured so many vessels was behind them. Some kind of electromagnetic or dimensional event reversed by powering the pillars. Whitfield's stance softened, awe mingling with her stoic demeanour. We made it out. Jake breathed a shaky laugh. Never thought I'd be happy to see normal water. Olivia tapped her console. We can attempt radio contact. The interference is minimal now. I might be able to hail local channels. Cassie gazed across the waves, imagining how close they'd come to permanent entrapment. They still had the submersible's footage, plus real-time accounts of the phenomenon. And the final turn of events suggested that these ancient constructs and the underwater craft were linked in ways that defied conventional science. Whitfield exhaled, setting her pistol aside. The best we can do now is orchestrate a controlled disclosure. If we just let the news break recklessly, it could spark chaos. Cassie met her gaze. People deserve to know, but yes, we must do it responsibly, step by step with facts, not sensationalism. Jake stepped in, resting a hand on Cassie's shoulder. First, let's get off this new island, fix that boat, and get medical care. Then we can worry about changing the world. A slight smile tugged at Cassie's lips. She nodded, though deep down she recognised they stood at the threshold of an enormous shift. The Bermuda Triangle mystery might never be fully solved, yet they had glimpsed enough to reshape humanity's understanding of what lurked in the ocean's depths. As they gathered themselves, Olivia managed to get a faint radio signal. A crackling voice responded in English. Cassie felt tears well in her eyes. They were truly back within a known reality, carrying knowledge of an unknown one. Whitfield, listening quietly, seemed oddly humbled. "I'll contact my superiors. Perhaps for once we can do the right thing." Cassie left the pillars behind, stepping onto the sand with an unsteady but resolute stride. The camera module pressed to her chest, the cryptic glyphs etched in her memory. An unspoken vow formed. She would devote her life to responsibly unveiling this truth, whatever it meant for science, for humanity, for the grand tapestry of the ocean's secrets. In the distance, the low hum of an approaching plane or helicopter carried across the wind. Rescue? Military? Perhaps both. The final chapter of their wild journey was about to begin, but the greater story, how the world would react to the revelation of ancient, possibly alien influences in the Bermuda Triangle, was only at its dawn. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey into the Bermuda Triangle's hidden depths. If you enjoyed this conspiracy-laced adventure, let us know where you're watching from in the comments below and what time it is for you right now. Don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories to ensure you never miss a story like this, one that pushes the boundaries of the unknown and encourages us to keep questioning the secrets of our extraordinary world. Sleep well and stay curious. Natalie Reyes had always believed in the power of the written word. She'd grown up idolising the old-school journalists of the Watergate era, those fearless reporters who cracked open institutional corruption piece by piece until the truth shone in all its unsettling glory. As a child, she'd spent her Saturdays devouring biographies of legendary newsmen, scribbling her own headlines on scraps of paper. Her parents, humble folks in a small Ohio town, nurtured that spark, proud their daughter aspired to uphold journalistic integrity in an era defined by fast-click sensationalism. As an adult, Natalie landed a job at Veritas Web News, an up-and-coming independent media site. It wasn't a mainstream newspaper, but it had a loyal readership that appreciated long-form investigations rather than clickbait. She poured her heart into each story, determined to tell narratives that mattered. But the reality of modern journalism soon tempered some of her starry-eyed dreams. Budget constraints, editorial pressures, and the constant deluge of superficial trending topics pulled attention away from deeper digs. Still, she persisted. Her big break, or so she thought, arrived one brisk fall morning when she was assigned to cover a press conference at the Capitol. A political scandal had erupted around a senator suspected of funneling federal grants to a dubious private contractor. The briefing was standard fare. A gaggle of reporters swarmed a podium, each trying to capture the day's soundbite. But Natalie noticed something peculiar. The questions, posed by journalists from major outlets, were strangely uniform, as if reading from the same script. It struck her as off. After the third nearly identical query, a chill trickled down her spine. Later that evening, as she typed up her piece, an email popped into her inbox. The subject line read, "Mockingbird resurrected." It came from a burner account with a string of random letters and numbers. At first she assumed it was spam, but curiosity piqued. She opened it. The message was brief. "If you care about real journalism, look into the history. Operation Mockingbird never died, only changed its feathers. Don't trust the silence." Operation Mockingbird? Natalie had a vague recollection of that term from college, an alleged CIA campaign in the mid-20th century to recruit journalists, shape narratives, and manipulate public opinion. Officially, the story went that it was either overblown rumour, or, if it did exist, it had been shut down decades ago. Intrigued, she pressed further, reading late into the night. She discovered how, in the 1970s, congressional hearings hinted at CIA payoffs to media figures. Documents exposed a clandestine program that placed agency-friendly reporters in key newsrooms. The rumour was it continued in some form, steering coverage on sensitive topics. Most historians dismissed the modern version as pure conspiracy fodder, but the following day, a startling coincidence. The minor story Natalie had been investigating, an inquiry into potential corruption in a city planning commission, was abruptly pulled from publication by her editor, citing legal concerns. Yet no lawsuits had been threatened. No external calls had demanded it be shelved, at least as far as she knew. Something in her gut told her these events might connect. Was she paranoid, or was someone exerting pressure behind the scenes? In the journalistic world, sometimes spiking a story at the last minute was normal. But combined with the cryptic email and the odd uniformity she'd observed at the press conference, a pattern emerged that felt disturbingly deliberate. Unsure where else to turn, she sought out a retired reporter who once mentored her, James Jim Wilder. In his heyday, Jim had been a grizzled investigative journalist for a major newspaper, chasing the CIA's tail during the Cold War. He'd retired in partial disgrace after refusing to burn a source, but to Natalie he remained a stalwart figure of unwavering principles and old-school grit. His modest home on the outskirts of DC bore the hallmarks of a life spent digging through archives, towering stacks of books, old newspapers and microfiche reels. Over tea she described the press conference, the suspicious email, and her shelved story. Jim listened, nodding gravely. "Operation Mockingbird," he said, voice tinged with a cynicism honed by decades in the field. "I was hot on that lead back in the 70s. My editors told me it was a relic. Then one day, I found part of a file, redacted, but it mentioned continuing operations well into the 80s. I tried to push further, but I was stonewalled, threatened even." He leaned back, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. "I always suspected it never really ended. Why would it? If you have a program that effectively shapes public opinion, you don't just toss it away. You adapt." Natalie felt both a thrill of validation and a pang of worry. "You have any proof left, Jim? Anything I can use to confirm or deny the rumour?" "Got a few pages locked up. They're not exactly conclusive, more like puzzle pieces. But if you're determined, maybe you can do what I never did. Find the missing links." He sighed. "Just be careful, kid. The CIA doesn't mess around when it comes to controlling narratives." From an old filing cabinet, he withdrew a battered folder stuffed with yellowed papers. Natalie flipped through them, seeing references to assets in major newspapers, coded code names, partial financial ledgers with blacked-out lines. One note read, "Coordination for Maximum Impact, RE, Foreign Policy Coverage." Another referenced journalists receiving monthly retainer fees from front organisations. The cryptic nature made it tough to pinpoint exact individuals or timeframes. She left Jim's house with the folder tucked under her arm, mind buzzing. If Operation Mockingbird had indeed gone underground, who was running it now, and how widespread was it? The next day she approached her editor, a pragmatic, overworked woman named Roslyn. Cautiously, Natalie broached the topic of her cancelled story, asking why it was shot down so abruptly. Roslyn offered a vague explanation about concerns from higher-ups, which was odd because their publication was independently funded. Higher-ups? Who exactly? As Natalie pressed, Roslyn snapped, "We can't fight every battle, Natalie. We've got a lawsuit on our hands if we're not careful." And that was that. The conversation ended with a finality that unsettled Natalie. She could practically smell the unspoken fear. That evening, unable to let it go, she typed out a summary of her Operation Mockingbird suspicions, intending to pitch it as her next investigation. She laid out the facts, historical background, the bizarre press conference uniformity, Jim's half-buried leads, her own cancelled story. But she hesitated before sending it. The risk of being branded a conspiracy theorist was high. She decided first to poke around quietly, test the waters. Her next step was to track digital breadcrumbs. That's when she called in a favour from her friend Alison Wu, a cybersecurity specialist with a reputation for finding invisible connections in massive data sets. Alison worked freelance for non-profits and had a soft spot for Natalie's dogged pursuit of truth. She agreed to help, intrigued by the challenge. Within hours, Alison sent a cryptic text. "I found something. Let's talk in person." They met at a quiet cafe, away from the usual DC journalist hangouts. Over a latte, Alison explained. I scanned social media posts, news site logs and press releases from multiple outlets. The pattern is subtle, but there's cross-referencing of language. Key phrases appear simultaneously on major networks within hours, not days, and it's too consistent to be coincidence. It's like someone's feeding the same script to multiple anchors and columnists. Natalie's skin prickled. She recalled the press conference's identical questions. Could be PR agencies, right? Politicians sometimes push talking points. Alison leaned forward. Sure, but typically each channel still has a unique spin. Here, the exact wording is repeated. I also found that certain journalists who used to have varied viewpoints on foreign policy issues started echoing the same hawkish lines around the same time, about 6 months ago. Very abrupt shift. 6 months ago, a national security flare-up involving a rival nation had dominated headlines. Could that have been the impetus for some clandestine operation ramp-up? The possibility made Natalie's heart race. Before they parted, Alison advised caution. If there's a hidden entity actively shaping coverage, they'll notice if someone's snooping. Tread lightly. That night, the intangible sense of being watched crept in. While drafting an article about an unrelated topic, Natalie thought she saw a flicker on her laptop screen, like a remote access attempt. Paranoia or reality? In bed, she tried to quell the gnawing apprehension. She reminded herself that conspiracies often turn out to be simpler stories of bureaucratic bungling. But Jim's fearful recollection and Alison's data analysis kept returning to her mind. A question loomed. If Operation Mockingbird is still alive, how far does it reach now? And what lines will its guardians cross to keep it secret? Unknown to her, the chain reaction had already begun. In a secure office somewhere in the city, a man studied digital logs, noticing spikes of research activity around Mockingbird and CIA media infiltration. He made a phone call. A single chilling directive followed. Contain this. Natalie Reyes had lit the fuse, and soon she would learn how far some people would go to snuff out the truth before it saw the light of day. At sunrise, the city awakened to another day of politics, hustle, and orchestrated spin. Ethan Park walked briskly through the marble halls of a secure building in Langley, Virginia. A polished intelligence officer in his early 40s, he exuded composure. His suit was immaculate, and his impeccable posture seemed to say, "I hold secrets you wouldn't believe." Park oversaw what the agency officially dubbed information coordination, a benign phrase that, in reality, masked an entire department's mission to guide media narratives beneficial to US interests. In his neatly organised office, a wall-mounted screen flickered with rotating news feeds from major networks. He took pride in how seamlessly synchronised these channels often were, thanks to carefully placed assets and manipulated talking points. But now there was a snag, an overly curious reporter named Natalie Reyes. Park read the internal memo. She'd triggered certain digital tripwires by searching for Operation Mockingbird, a mundane relic to most, but to Park's department it was a code word that still carried weight. He frowned. The program's official moniker had been retired decades ago, replaced with new code names, but the old ghost remained. Park typed a few commands, pulling up a dossier on Natalie. She was young, relentless, with ties to a retired journalist rumoured to hold partial evidence of continued CIA involvement in media circles. This warranted caution, perhaps a gentle nudge to redirect her. If that failed, sterner measures. He placed a call to a contact at a large national newspaper, a journalist rumoured to be on a quiet retainer. "I need you to run some negative coverage on this Natalie Reyes. Cast doubt on her credibility. She's dabbling in conspiracy. Use subtle language, though. Nothing overt." The conversation ended with a curt acceptance. Park leaned back, satisfied. Often, simply tarnishing a reporter's reputation could forestall deeper scrutiny. If that didn't work, well, the CIA had more tools in its arsenal than just a media smear. Meanwhile, Natalie met her old mentor Jim Wilder again in a secluded corner of a public library. With hushed voices, they flipped through the battered folder he'd given her. One particular memo from 1984 grabbed her attention. It outlined a continuation plan if mainstream media infiltration ever risked exposure. Terms like asset relocation, front organisations, and intelligence-owned wire services were used. Chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, it suggested a blueprint for infiltration well beyond the 1970s. "See," Jim murmured, "this is what I was afraid to publish back then. People would call me insane. I almost lost my job just for possessing these documents. My editor told me, stop chasing ghosts. But a source inside the agency confirmed it was real. Next day, that source disappeared. His voice trembled at the memory. Natalie placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. She could sense the old terror creeping back into his eyes. We won't let them silence us, she promised, though her heart raced. Later, she and Alison Wu convened in a cramped windowless room at the Veritas Web News office. A TV on the wall showed breaking news about a foreign policy crisis, a spike in tensions with a Middle Eastern nation. The newscaster rattled off stark accusations in a near-unanimous chorus repeated across multiple channels. Alison paused the screen. Look at the phrases. Immediate threat to American security. Urgent necessity of a firm response. Across different networks. Same phrasing, same emphasis. Natalie's pulse quickened. This is exactly the pattern you noticed. Coordinated messaging, as if from a single script. She felt a rush of determination. People deserved to know their news might be shaped by something far deeper than standard PR. But how to prove it in a way that no one could dismiss as tinfoil hat conspiracy? She needed a living source, someone on the inside, or at least someone who had direct knowledge. Jim's documents were partial. They needed more. Alison typed furiously at her laptop, searching for any trace of ex-CIA staffers who once oversaw Operation Mockingbird. Most were dead, retired, or seemingly off the grid. Then she froze. Natalie, check this out. She showed Natalie an obscure online post referencing a company man who'd come forward in the 90s, claiming Mockingbird was rebranded and expanded to new mediums. The post mentioned a name, William Grayson, ex-CIA. He gave a handful of interviews to small alt-media outlets, and then vanished. Could he still be alive, Natalie wondered aloud, and if so, could we track him down? It was a long shot, but no other leads looked promising. They rummaged through old digital archives, scouring references to Grayson. Eventually they uncovered a half-baked clue. A user on a conspiracy forum claimed to have spotted him living under an alias in rural Pennsylvania. No verification, though. The search consumed hours. Their editor, Roslyn, passed by, frowning. Are you two focusing on anything we can actually publish soon? We're behind on clicks this week. Natalie feigned a polite smile. We're working on an important investigative piece. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Roslyn sighed. Just remember, we can't run ghost stories without proof. Then she left them to it. That evening, a wave of weariness hit Natalie. She decided to step away from her desk, stretch her legs, maybe pick up coffee. Stepping out of the office, she almost collided with a tall man in a crisp suit. He flashed a warm grin that didn't reach his eyes. Natalie Reyes, Ethan Park, CIA Public Affairs Liaison. I'd love a moment of your time. She blinked, instantly on guard. How did you find me? He chuckled, ignoring the question. We keep track of who's writing what about the intelligence community. Part of my job is to address misconceptions before they get out of hand. They walked side by side, the city's evening bustle swirling around them. It's come to our attention that you're investigating some old conspiracy theories about CIA infiltration of the press, Park continued smoothly. I'm here to advise you not to go down that rabbit hole. It's a waste of your talent. Natalie's throat tightened. So, you're here to offer me official CIA statements? He shrugged. Sure. On the record, Operation Mockingbird was a Cold War artifact discontinued decades ago. Off the record, we prefer if you focus your energies on more pressing, real issues. We wouldn't want unsubstantiated rumours harming our national security or your credibility. There it was, a threat dressed as friendly counsel. Natalie recognised intimidation when she heard it. Is that an official warning? Park's voice dripped with condescension. I'm just offering guidance, because if you keep poking around, you might find yourself in dangerous territory. You never know who you might upset. She glared at him, her heartbeat thudding. I'm not afraid of the truth, Mr. Park. He gave a tight-lipped smile. The truth is a matter of perspective, Ms. Reyes. Have a pleasant evening. With that, he slipped into a black SUV idling at the curb, leaving her standing in a swirl of contradictory emotions. She felt anger, fear, and a resolve that now burned hotter than ever. The CIA was actively trying to steer her away, confirmation enough that something was going on. When she returned to the office, her laptop screen displayed an error message. Attempting to reboot, she found her system compromised, documents scrambled, half of her Operation Mockingbird notes missing. She paled. She'd let her guard down, stepping out without locking everything properly. Alison, upon hearing the news, rushed over to attempt to salvage. A few frantic keystrokes and her face fell. They wiped your files, probably planted a Trojan to remove any reference you've gathered. The best I can do is restore partial backups from a day ago. Though upset, Natalie wasn't entirely undone. She had made additional copies and stashed them offline thanks to a tip from Jim. But this invasion signalled a new level of danger. She glanced around the dimly lit newsroom, half expecting masked men to appear from the shadows. She swallowed hard and locked eyes with Alison. "We can't back down." Alison nodded, jaw set. "We'll take triple precautions from now on." Natalie's phone buzzed. A text from Jim. "We need to talk. Urgent. Meet me at my place." She left the office immediately, adrenaline spiking. Upon arriving at Jim's modest suburban home, she found him visibly shaken. "Somebody's been snooping around," he whispered, pointing to signs of forced entry, a cracked window, scattered papers. "They took a bunch of my old files. The only reason I even have some left is because I hid them off-site." His voice was unsteady. "I've lived with fear for decades, but never quite like this." Natalie's heart ached. She reached for his hand. "We'll protect you, and we'll find the truth." "I promise," Jim gave a hollow laugh. "Be careful who you trust, kid. The CIA has tentacles everywhere. Even the White House might not be immune. We used to say the pen is mightier than the sword, but that's only if people get to read the words." Natalie nodded, an uneasy weight settling on her chest. Just then, her phone buzzed again, this time from an unknown number. A single line of text. "Stop chasing ghosts. Final warning." She looked at Jim, then the phone, her fingers trembling. No more illusions. The stakes were real. She recalled Ethan Park's thinly veiled threat and felt a wave of determination push back her fear. If the CIA truly had an ongoing operation to shape mass media, that was bigger than anything she'd ever touched. In that moment, Natalie Reyes made a silent vow. She would see this through, no matter the risk. Because if the watchmen of democracy were compromised, then someone had to expose it, and she was ready to be that someone. The next week was a blur of covert meetings, encrypted messages, and mounting tension. Natalie avoided her usual haunts, suspecting constant surveillance. She used burner phones, changed her daily routes, and met sources in unpredictable locations. The more obstacles she encountered, the more she sensed she was onto something monumental. With Alison Wu's help, she discovered a single name surfacing repeatedly in the digital footprints left by suspicious PR agencies: Project Nightingale. Nothing official turned up in a search, but references to it appeared in the metadata of certain intelligence-linked press releases. That could be the modern code name for a resurrected mockingbird, or at least some offshoot. Frustration boiled. She needed a key insider, someone with direct knowledge. After scouring forum posts and chasing rumours, she and Alison pinned their hopes on William Grayson, the ex-CIA operative who'd allegedly admitted in the 1990s that the agency still manipulated domestic media. If he was alive, maybe he possessed the final puzzle piece. They followed the lead to a small, desolate town in Pennsylvania. Thick forests surrounded them as they drove down winding roads. The local motel clerk said he'd never heard of Grayson, but an older man at a diner recognised the description of the recluse, living in a cabin by the lake. Encouraged, they set out. The cabin stood alone on a gravel path. Overgrown grass, warped porch steps, a battered mailbox. Nervous, Natalie knocked. No answer. She knocked again, more firmly, and the door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s with unkempt hair and piercing eyes. He eyed them warily. "We're looking for William Grayson," Natalie said gently, holding up her press badge. "My name is Natalie Reyes. This is my associate Alison. We have questions about Operation Mockingbird or something that might have grown out of it." Grayson's face froze at the mention of Mockingbird. Then he glanced around as though expecting watchers. "Come in," he muttered, stepping aside. The interior was claustrophobic, filled with shelves of old books and a perpetual haze of stale coffee. Once they settled, Grayson sank into a wooden chair, wariness etched into every line of his face. "I left the agency over moral objections," he began haltingly. "That was back in '89. They taught me the art of shaping public narratives, not just abroad, but at home. I believed we had to protect the public from dangerous ideologies, but it got out of hand. We were shaping everything: wars, elections, even economic policy coverage. So I blew the whistle in a half-hearted way. No mainstream outlet would believe me. The smaller media that did, they were smeared, or I was labelled a crank, so I vanished. He paused, taking a shaky breath. But it never ended. They repackaged it. I've seen glimpses of the new directives, infiltration of digital platforms, sponsorship of influential voices on social media, expert pundits on cable news. They can craft illusions that become reality for millions. Alison asked, voice hushed. Do you have proof? Documents? Recordings? Grayson rubbed his temples. Over time, I compiled a hidden archive. It's not all here. I keep it distributed in multiple places, but I can show you enough to confirm your suspicions. He stood, rummaging through a trunk in the corner. He pulled out a file marked with a symbol, a stylized nightingale. Natalie's eyes flickered with recognition. Project Nightingale, he nodded. It's the modern iteration. The branding is deliberate, a sweet voice singing in the dark, unremarkable but comforting. They've established entire shell NGOs that funnel money to journalists, social media influencers, even think tanks. That's how they maintain plausible deniability. The money looks like legitimate grants or philanthropic donations. Before Natalie could ask more, headlights swept across the window. A car approaching. Grayson stiffened, his face contorted with alarm. No one ever comes here at this hour, he hissed. Alison peered out the window. A black SUV. Could be locals, or not. Grayson's eyes blazed. We need to leave. Now they must have tracked you. He shoved the file into Natalie's arms. Take this. It's partial but damning. I'll hold them off. Natalie opened her mouth to protest, but Grayson urged them urgently. Go out the back. There's a path through the woods. Don't look back. The next moments were a scramble. They slipped out a rear door, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard loud knocking, a muffled confrontation, then Grayson's raised voice. Natalie's stomach twisted with guilt leaving him there, but she sensed he wanted them to protect the evidence at all costs. She and Alison fled into the forest, stumbling through moonlit undergrowth until they reached their car. They sped away, hands trembling on the wheel. Hours later, back in DC, they combed through the file. Even half intact, it was explosive. Internal memos naming corporate media partners, bullet point strategies for amplifying particular foreign policy lines, lists of favoured journalists with coded references to monthly payments. The date stamps were recent, some less than a year old. They had exactly what they needed to blow the lid off a modern-day Mockingbird scheme, but they also feared immediate retaliation. Natalie's phone soon confirmed that fear. A barrage of missed calls from Jim Wilder, each more frantic. She called him back but only got his voicemail. Then a single text arrived from an unknown number. Grayson is gone. Next is Wilder. Surrender the files. Terror and rage warred in her chest. She had to protect Jim. She tried calling him repeatedly. No answer. She rushed to his home with Alison. When they arrived, the front door was ajar and the living room a ransacked mess. Jim was nowhere to be found. Police arrived shortly after, summoned by a neighbour who heard suspicious noises, but there was little for them to do except file a missing persons report. Natalie insisted Jim was abducted, but the sceptical officer only nodded politely. No sign of forced entry, he observed. He might have left voluntarily. The subtle condescension in his tone stung. Reeling from the loss, Natalie recognised the gravity of the situation. If they had the gall to abduct Jim, they wouldn't hesitate to come after her or Alison next. But if they hid, who would expose the truth? In the hush of her battered office at Veritas, she laid out the dire facts. They have Jim, and we have evidence. Our only leverage is going public. If we sit on this, they'll pick us off. If we release it with no plan, it'll be spun as fake. We need maximum impact, an unstoppable wave of coverage. Alison nodded. We can set up a secure live stream. Once it's broadcast widely, it becomes nearly impossible for them to scrub. Natalie pictured Jim's face, remembering how he once told her, "We can't let fear bury the truth. We either fight or fold." She inhaled shakily. "Okay, let's do it. We'll gather everything. Grayson's docs, Jim's old memos, your data analysis. Then we'll call out the CIA by name and present the evidence." It was a bold, borderline reckless plan. They faced smear campaigns, hacking, or worse. But enough was enough. Too many good people had been silenced, and the manipulative machine would keep turning unless someone jammed a wrench into its gears. That night, as they prepared, the building's power cut out, plunging the newsroom into darkness. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Alison grabbed her laptop, adrenaline surging. Natalie's heart hammered. They locked the door, hearing men's voices outside, possibly CIA ops, possibly mercenaries on their payroll. Scrambling, they uploaded files to multiple cloud storages, setting timed social media posts. If the men outside broke in, at least their progress wouldn't vanish. With each passing second, the footsteps drew closer. A crash in the hallway signalled forced entry, curses in hushed tones. Alison typed a final command, then turned to Natalie. "We're out of time." A battering ram slammed against the door, splitting the frame. The door burst open. 2 men in dark clothing rushed in, weapons drawn. "Don't move!" one snarled. Natalie and Alison stared at them, braced for the worst. The man advanced, seizing Natalie's laptop. He ripped cables from the server. "Where are the documents?" he demanded. She thought of Jim's abduction, of Grayson's cabin. Her voice shook with defiance. Too late, they're already out. Which wasn't entirely true, yet. But the partial uploads might buy them seconds. Suddenly a shout from behind. Veritas's security guard had returned from his rounds. "Freeze!" he yelled, brandishing a flashlight. The intruders turned just for a moment. It was enough for Alison to slam the enter key on her phone, triggering a mass upload. The men lunged, but the digital die was cast. In the confusion, Natalie and Alison dove past the intruders, sprinting down the corridor. Another crash of footsteps, shouts, confusion. They spilled onto the street, gasping for air, and flagged a passing car for help. Miraculously, the driver recognized Natalie from her bylines. He sped them away into the night. Breathless, they realized the final, crucial step remained. The public reveal. Sure, they had begun the upload, but it needed an accompanying explanation. A moment in front of the world's eyes. The only question was, how do they announce it without being immediately discredited or cut off? Alison clutched a small flash drive, the fallback plan. "We need a secure platform for a live broadcast, not just a file dump, something unstoppable." Natalie nodded, tears in her eyes. "And we have to do it soon. They might still track us." In the swirling neon lights of city streets, they huddled in the car's back seat, forging a last-ditch plan. Tomorrow they'd attempt the biggest expose of their careers. They'd go live, on camera with proof in hand, naming names. If that meant risking everything, so be it. Because if no one else would blow the whistle on a resurrected Operation Mockingbird, then Natalie Reyes would. And she would do it with the entire world watching, or die trying. Morning dawned on a tense Washington, D.C. The sky was grey, promising rain. Natalie Reyes and Alison Wu had scarcely slept, huddled in a borrowed loft courtesy of an old college friend. Their enemies had advanced on them so forcefully that they couldn't risk returning home. They needed a new vantage, a chance to strike back. Over lukewarm coffee, they finalised the plan, a live-streamed press conference via multiple platforms. Social media would be the engine, Twitter, YouTube, independent streaming sites. Once the feed went live, viewers could download and mirror it faster than any entity could scrub it. They would drop everything: Grayson's documents, digital footprints, references to the CIA's direct meddling in mainstream media. They had no illusions about what might happen afterward, that the world would see. Natalie's heart thundered. She quietly hoped the revelations might force the release of Jim Wilder if the CIA had him. Public attention could be the best shield. She pictured Ethan Park's smug face, the masked intruders, and the battered figure of William Grayson who'd risked everything. This final act had to work. Midday arrived. They set up in an anonymous co-working space with robust internet, courtesy of a sympathetic activist who believed in press freedom. The room was small, fluorescently lit, with bland grey walls, a nondescript environment for a potentially world-shaking broadcast. Alison tested the streaming rig one last time. "We're good. 5 minutes to go." Natalie exhaled, forcing calm. She wore a simple blouse, no makeup beyond the bare minimum. She wanted no illusions here, just raw truth. She scribbled bullet points on a notepad, mention Grayson's name, mention Jim Wilder's abduction, highlight Project Nightingale, display the memos. The hush felt electric. Finally, the countdown reached 0. A red light on the camera blinked to life. The feed was live. Natalie fixed her gaze on the lens, voice clear yet quavering with adrenaline. "Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Reyes, a reporter with Veritas Web News. I'm broadcasting live today because evidence has come into my possession that could change our understanding of modern media. I have reason to believe the CIA's controversial Operation Mockingbird never ended, but continued under new code names, most recently something referred to as Project Nightingale. She held up a digital document for the camera. This file, obtained from a former CIA operative named William Grayson, details the infiltration of mainstream and online media by intelligence operatives. We have discovered that journalists, anchors and influencers may be receiving talking points directly from intelligence agencies. These documents indicate the shaping of narratives around foreign conflicts and political scandals, all to maintain certain agendas. Alison switched to slides on the screen. Scans of memos, partial financial logs, coded references to major networks. The feed soared in viewership. Thousands, then tens of thousands, quickly escalating. Comments poured in with shock, skepticism and occasional vitriol. But the story was out. Natalie continued. We believe individuals connected to this project are orchestrating uniform messaging across multiple outlets. In recent weeks, I and my colleagues have endured surveillance threats and attacks. My mentor, journalist James Wilder, has disappeared under suspicious circumstances. This is direct assault on press freedom. She paused, struggling to steady her breath. I urge you to examine these documents for yourself. We're releasing them to the public domain. They are available at multiple mirror sites. Should one link go down, others will remain. This is bigger than political partisanship or fleeting headlines. It's about the integrity of our news and the question of who really decides what Americans see and believe. Alison flicked to the final set of documents. Internal CIA memos referencing nightly sync calls with select anchors. The text was partially redacted but still telling. At that moment, the chat feed exploded. The viewer count soared past 100,000, then 200,000. The story was viral. Mid-sentence, the room's overhead lights flickered. Natalie's stomach clenched, a sign that someone might be trying to cut the power. But so far, the feed continued. She pressed on. We name these figures not to smear every journalist, but to highlight that some, listed in these pages, may have compromised their integrity. We call on them to respond, to prove us wrong, or come clean if they've been pressured. As the final slides concluded, Alison ended the broadcast. The entire stream, just under 20 minutes, was archived in real time across countless channels. By now, it was unstoppable. Breath shuddering, they ended the feed. Then they heard it, a pounding on the door. Fear twisted in Natalie's gut. Alison braced herself. They expected suits with guns, maybe Ethan Park himself. But when the door swung open, in strode a pair of men in plain suits. One flashed credentials, FBI. Natalie felt her heart skip. The lead agent spoke. Ms. Reyes, Ms. Wu, we're here to ensure your safety. We've received credible intel of a threat against you. He held up a phone showing frantic orders from higher-up officials. We need to get you out now. They didn't resist. In the corridor, they glimpsed more agents, guns drawn, scanning for threats. The entire co-working building was on lockdown. Outside, a throng of curious onlookers formed, presumably alerted by the viral broadcast. As they were escorted to a waiting vehicle, Natalie noticed Ethan Park standing nearby, partially obscured behind a car. They locked eyes. His expression burned with fury. For a moment she thought he might approach. Instead, he slunk into the crowd and disappeared. In the hours that followed, the internet roiled. Major news outlets scrambled to respond. Some anchors ridiculed the evidence as baseless. Others demanded investigations. Social media brimmed with conspiracy theories, jokes, and heartfelt calls for accountability. The White House press secretary fielded relentless questions about the CIA's involvement in domestic media. Official statements alternated between denial and promises of a full inquiry. As the clamour rose, the FBI placed Natalie and Alison under protective status, citing genuine threats. Representatives from civil liberties organisations arrived at the safe house, offering legal counsel. Natalie felt simultaneously relieved and overwhelmed. She had prepared for the possibility that half the country might label her a traitor, but she hadn't braced for the avalanche of headlines. In the swirling news coverage, a story emerged. Jim Wilder was found at an undisclosed medical facility, unconscious but alive. Preliminary statements suggested an accident, yet the details were murky, fueling speculation that he'd been forcibly drugged or injured in captivity. Natalie pressed for more information, but the FBI withheld specifics. claiming an ongoing investigation. She refused to let them bury his case in secrecy. Days later, a sombre press conference took place on Capitol Hill. A handful of courageous lawmakers, spurred by public outcry, promised to form a special subcommittee to look into the allegations. Whether it would be a genuine investigation or a whitewash remained uncertain. Ethan Park, for his part, vanished from public record. Sources claimed he was placed on administrative leave or reassigned. Others whispered that he'd left the country. The CIA's official stance: no comment on personnel matters. As time wore on, the immediate storm of coverage gave way to endless debate. Some journalists dug deeper, finding corroborations of infiltration. Others hammered Natalie, Allison and Grayson's story as selective evidence. Meanwhile, the Mockingbird trended on social media. People demanded answers. How many anchors were compromised? Which stories were shaped? Was foreign policy manipulated to justify wars? For Natalie Reyes, a bittersweet triumph lingered. She had sacrificed her normal life to reveal what she believed was a crucial truth. She'd lost her sense of personal safety, and yet she'd ignited a national conversation about press integrity and the invisible hands shaping public discourse. The next steps, congressional hearings, investigations, potential trials, would be slow and rife with political manoeuvring. But at least the taboo was broken. Weeks later, as the chaos settled into a new normal, Natalie found a quiet moment to visit Jim Wilder at a rehab centre. He was awake but frail, still fuzzy about what happened to him. She held his hand, recapping the fallout from her exposé. He smiled weakly. "I always knew you'd take the story further than I ever could. Wish it didn't cost so much." His voice cracked. Natalie's throat tightened. "I'm sorry you got hurt. But the world knows now, Jim. They can't unknow it. That's worth something." He squeezed her hand. "They'll try to bury it or spin it. Keep fighting." And she would. She was no longer the wide-eyed reporter hoping for a byline. She was a journalist who had stared down one of the most powerful institutions on earth, and the fight was far from over. In her final reflection, she considered the public's reaction. Some outraged, some apathetic, some cynically believing nothing would change. The deeper question remained: even if the CIA was forced to back off, who else might pick up the same tactics? Corporations, foreign powers, hidden alliances. The intangible power to shape reality was too tempting, too valuable to remain dormant. She realized her mission might continue for the rest of her career, or her life. For now, though, she'd done all she could, shining a spotlight on the hidden corridors of power. The blueprint for media manipulation had been laid bare, forcing society to confront an uncomfortable truth: that illusions can become real if repeated often enough, and that the guardians of democracy must remain vigilant. Above all, the journalists who refuse to let fear silence their pens. He was a rational thinker with dreams shaped not by ghost stories or rumours, but by a sense of duty and a longing for adventure. For him, the Navy represented a chance to see the world, to prove himself, and to uphold a legacy of service that stretched back generations in his family. Little did he know that in the bowels of an old storage room at a naval base, he would stumble upon fragments of information that pointed to a version of the Titanic disaster far more convoluted than he ever imagined. You will follow Jonah as curiosity ensnares him, as he attempts to separate fact from fiction. You will see how a single decision, opening a file he was never meant to see, becomes the spark that ignites the fuse of his destiny. Of course, this story is fiction. Or is it? Legends spring from kernels of truth, after all. Perhaps all conspiracies do. We ask ourselves, how many hidden documents rest in quiet corners of governmental archives, never meant to see the light of day? Could the Titanic's sinking have been orchestrated for financial gain, or to eliminate certain wealthy individuals who were obstacles to powerful interests? Accounts vary, but the question remains: why do stories like these continue to persist, generation after generation? Is it because we suspect that official records only tell part of the story? That question, dear listener, is yours to consider tonight. As you relax in bed, commuting to work, or simply unwinding at home, let yourself be drawn into the hidden corridors of Jonah's world. Let your imagination wander through sealed doors and dusty filing cabinets, where skeletons of history might still reside. Above all, enjoy this journey into the unknown, one that weaves threads of historical speculation, espionage, and the unwavering human search for truth. Again, if you're new here, remember to comment your location and local time below, and subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that challenge the boundaries of what we accept as factual. Let us know your thoughts after you've finished listening or reading, but for now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and allow yourself to drift into the haunting possibilities surrounding the RMS Titanic's untimely demise. Welcome to a tale that merges the fervour of curiosity with the unyielding grip of secrecy, one that may leave you pondering whether some truths are better left buried at the bottom of the sea. Now, let us begin. Jonah Whitfield had grown up listening to his grandfather's stories of the sea, not fairy tales or legends, mind you. His grandfather, a retired naval officer, was far too practical for that. Instead, he spoke of harrowing rescue missions in stormy oceans, the camaraderie of sailors bound by duty, and the quiet moments staring out over endless waves, feeling at once tiny and limitless. Those stories shaped Jonah's boyhood dreams. By the time he turned 18, the stinging smell of salt air and the disciplined life aboard a ship beckoned him more strongly than any college or civilian job could. So it came as no surprise to anyone when Jonah enlisted in the Navy. Boot camp was everything Jonah expected. Physical rigours, mental challenges, and the forging of lifelong bonds. His fascination with maritime history deepened whenever he had spare time. He pored over naval records, read about famous admirals, and studied old ships that had shaped the course of warfare and commerce over centuries. There was a sense of continuity there, a feeling that by joining the Navy, he had become part of a lineage that stretched back through time, connecting him with maritime heroes and tragedies alike. Jonah's thirst for history led him into off-duty research projects whenever he was stationed at a base with a decent library. He'd stay late, flipping through references about everything from Nelson's victory to obscure World War II submarines. That's how, in the quiet recesses of the Stonebridge Naval Base's archives, he first encountered a locked steel cabinet marked simply with stenciled letters, SS Files, Restricted. The red tape was thick. He had no clearance to open it. But there it stood, tempting him with the possibility of secrets just out of reach. He learned from a passing remark that SS might stand for Secret Service or Special Studies or maybe even ship secrets. The rumour mill churned half a dozen guesses. Despite the curiosity, Jonah had no intentions of prying. After all, a sealed cabinet in a restricted corner of the archives was none of his business, and one misstep could jeopardise his Navy career. He had worked too hard to be reckless, but fate sometimes has a way of unravelling the best of intentions. Late one evening, after finishing a logistics inventory assignment, Jonah noticed the base archivist struggling with stacks of documents. Being helpful by nature, he offered to assist in carting the boxes back to storage. The archivist, a weary woman in her 50s named Gladys, gratefully accepted. In the course of shelving them, Jonah realised the boxes were going on the same aisle as that mysterious steel cabinet. That was how he found out the archivist possessed a special key. A minute later, as they were sorting the new materials, the overhead lights flickered, an all-too-common glitch at Stonebridge. Gladys set the key down on a nearby shelf to fiddle with the fuse box, leaving Jonah momentarily alone with that cabinet's looming presence. He wouldn't have considered it, but something about the hush of the corridor, the glint of the key, and the memory of his father's cautionary words, "Sometimes you have to open a door to see if it should remain closed," kindled a spark inside him. Jonah was no thief. Yet, against his better judgment, he lifted the key from the shelf and tried it on the cabinet's lock. A loud click startled him. His heart pounded. Time felt suspended as he swung the heavy door open. There were folders, some labelled by ship names he didn't recognise, others by cryptic code names. The label that caught his eye in the second drawer made his breath catch. RMS Titanic, Restricted. He had always held a deep, if casual, interest in Titanic lore. The ship had fascinated the world for over a century. The largest ocean liner of its day, declared unsinkable, only to vanish beneath the Atlantic waves on her maiden voyage. Historians chalked it up to human error, complacency, and a tragic encounter with an iceberg. But here, locked away in a naval archive, was a folder about the Titanic. Why would the Navy, especially a US naval base, have top-secret documents on a British passenger liner that sank in 1912? Before he could rationalise what he was doing, Jonah's hands were on the Titanic folder. He cracked it open. Inside lay aged photographs, typed memos from the early 1900s, and even an internal communication referencing intentional sabotage. The words on the page blurred as he skimmed them. Phrases like Olympic switch, financial impetus, and elimination of key opponents. A wave of confusion and excitement washed over him. He had stumbled onto something far beyond folklore. This was no casual mention of the disaster. It was describing a possible plot. Footsteps echoed behind him, and Jonah hurriedly returned the folder to its place. By the time Gladys reappeared, none the wiser, the cabinet was locked again, the key discreetly returned to the shelf. But Jonah's heart was still racing. He composed himself enough to finish helping Gladys, but his mind swirled with questions he dared not ask. Had he just glimpsed actual proof that the Titanic's sinking was orchestrated? Or had he simply misread century-old documents out of context? Yet the typed memos felt undeniably real. The reference to Olympic switch called to mind a fringe theory he'd once overheard. Some believed that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had been damaged and was swapped out for Titanic before the voyage, for insurance reasons or darker motives. Jonah always dismissed such claims as fan fiction, or the ravings of conspiracy forums, but seeing official memos in a restricted Navy cabinet was a jolt. Why would the US military keep records about that? Jonah tried to calm himself, reminding his jittery mind that he had no training in analysing historical documents. Maybe these were debunked leads the Navy collected, or even fictional scenarios. Still, the phrase elimination of key opponents echoed in his mind. There had been notably wealthy and influential men on board, financiers, industrialists, some who opposed certain powerful figures of their era. Could it be that someone actually orchestrated the disaster to kill them? The notion was too monstrous to consider, yet he couldn't shake the chill snaking up his spine. He vowed to keep the incident to himself. But as the days passed, a gnawing hunger for clarity consumed him. That single, fleeting glimpse of words like intentional sabotage and Olympic switch felt like a puzzle piece. He needed to know more. Little did he realise that the deeper he ventured into that labyrinth, the more precarious his position would become. The Navy valued loyalty and secrecy. If they discovered what he had done, his career would be the least of his worries. What Jonah did next set him on a collision course with forces he never knew existed. Forces that, for over 100 years, had quietly guarded the truth behind one of the world's greatest maritime disasters, and would do anything to keep it concealed. In the days after Jonah's clandestine peek into the restricted cabinet, a storm brewed within him. Curiosity and apprehension wrestled non-stop in his mind. He lay awake at night envisioning those cryptic documents. A typed letter dated 1912, referencing a hush-hush directive to ensure vulnerable hull plates gave way under stress. Another memo, bearing an American corporate letterhead, hinted at financial deals contingent upon the sinking. One note even listed names of prominent passengers who opposed certain powerful banking interests, men who, if alive, might have swayed future world events. Of course, it all seemed too grand, too improbable. The official story, that an iceberg gashed the hull, that the ship lacked sufficient lifeboats, that she sank with tragic speed, remained the accepted narrative. Yet Jonah couldn't escape the feeling that powerful institutions sometimes orchestrated dark events for profit or political gain. History had enough examples, from false flag operations to secret dealings shaping wars. Could the Titanic's demise be part of that shadowy tradition? Determined to learn more, Jonah devised a plan. Each evening he volunteered for extra archiving tasks at Stonebridge's Records Centre, claiming that he wanted to get ahead on his administrative duties. The archivist, always short-staffed, was happy to accept free help. This gave Jonah a legitimate reason to be near the locked cabinet. He didn't dare open it while others were around, but he hoped to glean additional context from the archived ship logs, personal diaries, or naval correspondences from around 1912, anything that might provide clues. He started with public records, standard references to the White Star Line, the official Titanic inquiry transcripts, radio telegraphs from the night of the sinking. He found nothing unusual at first, only the well-known timeline of distress calls, the Californians' debated proximity, and the Carpathia's heroic rescue. Late into one night, Hunched over a table with a single flickering lamp overhead, Jonah found a brittle folder marked Naval Exercises, Atlantic, 1912. Inside, he discovered something curious, a typed instruction sheet for a US naval vessel to manoeuvre unusually close to the North Atlantic shipping lanes on the very same week Titanic set sail. The rationale cited was cold water endurance training. Oddly, the coordinates placed this naval vessel near areas later rumoured to be filled with pack ice. What was an American Navy ship doing there? The Titanic was a British vessel sailing from Southampton to New York. Why would the US Navy be anywhere near that corridor, specifically during that fateful time? The official record offered no clarity. It merely provided logistical notes. But Jonah's gut told him this was not mere coincidence. He dug deeper, sifting through cross-reference telegrams. He found a coded exchange about monitoring certain cargo consignments. Another mention, ensure no direct involvement is traceable. Tension knotted Jonah's stomach. Could it be that an American warship had been placed to guarantee the liner's demise? Or to confirm that none survived who weren't supposed to? These late-night investigations didn't go unnoticed. One evening, while Jonah hunched over a desk reading old manifest pages, he sensed someone watching him. The hair on the back of his neck prickled. He turned to see a petty officer from another division, a man he recognised only vaguely, standing in the shadows. The officer's gaze flicked from Jonah to the scattered documents, then back to Jonah. He said nothing, just offered a curt nod and left. Jonah's heart pounded. Had he been too careless? Could word get back to the commanding officers that he was snooping into topics well beyond his pay grade? Trying to be more discreet, Jonah waited until the base was nearly empty. He'd show up with a duffel bag full of groceries, pretending he was grabbing a late snack in the rec room, then slip into the archive. He copied notes by hand rather than photocopying them, for fear of leaving a paper trail. Each new detail he uncovered painted a more alarming picture. Accounts of suspicious cargo, covert alliances, wealthy financiers who stood to gain from sinking a specific ship. Not to mention the rumoured switch between the nearly identical Olympic and Titanic. Some documents even discussed the possibility that the real Titanic was so badly damaged that the shipping company orchestrated an insurance scam. If these documents were genuine, it implied that high-level powers orchestrated a disaster to eliminate certain individuals, or to reap a staggering insurance windfall, or perhaps both. His mounting paranoia reached a fever pitch when he discovered a later memorandum dated 1980, suggesting modern intelligence agencies had assumed custodianship of the Titanic files. They noted these files remained suppressed to preserve diplomatic ties and financial stability, with instructions to destroy any duplicates. Clearly, people with authority, across multiple generations, were actively covering up potential truths about the Titanic's end. One night, as Jonah prepared to leave the base, he glimpsed the same petty officer waiting near the main gates. The officer's gaze locked onto Jonah's. Taking a detour, Jonah slipped into a side corridor and waited, watching the man from a safe distance. After a few moments, the man spoke quietly into a cell phone, then walked off. Jonah exhaled, dread coiling in his chest. He realised he was under surveillance. Perhaps they suspected he was rummaging in the restricted files. He had to be more cautious or risk permanent consequences. Driven by a mixture of adrenaline and righteous anger at the idea of orchestrated mass murder, Jonah decided to share what he'd found with someone he trusted. He confided in Bryce Fletcher, a longtime friend and fellow sailor who had joined the Navy the same year. Over coffee in a dingy diner off base, Jonah spilled everything: his accidental discovery, the mentions of sabotage, and the old memos that put the US Navy suspiciously close to Titanic's final route. Bryce listened, eyes widening with each sentence. "You realise this is insane, right?" he murmured. "We're talking about the biggest maritime tragedy in modern history. You're saying it was purposeful? That's madness," Jonah sighed. "I know, but the documents I've seen, it's not random speculation, it's official. They talk about ensuring the ship meets a watery end to protect certain financial interests. Even the mention of removing prominent dissenters is there." They spoke in hushed tones, glancing over their shoulders. Bryce was torn between disbelief and the weight of Jonah's earnestness. Finally he whispered, "This could ruin you. Or worse, you should drop it." But Jonah couldn't let it go. He felt an obligation to the 1,500 souls who'd perished, if indeed they had been sacrificed for profit. He believed the truth deserved to be known, no matter how long it had lain hidden. Their next question was how to proceed without incurring the wrath of powerful institutions. Bryce, chewing a thumbnail, suggested they quietly compile evidence and leak it anonymously to journalists or historians. That way at least the documents might see daylight. Neither of them realised the enormity of what they were up against. In the grand scheme, it wasn't just the US Navy. It wasn't just a shipping company. It might be an entire clandestine network that spanned nations and decades. One that had successfully buried the Titanic's real story for over a century. That night, Jonah made a fateful decision. He would gather physical copies, enough to prove authenticity, and contact an investigative reporter. He didn't yet know how he'd manage it. The restricted cabinet was obviously off limits, and digitising the documents risked detection. But the idea of doing nothing, of letting the lies remain entombed in watery secrecy, felt unbearable. In a single impulsive act, Jonah set in motion a chain of events that would shake the foundations of his life. There was no turning back. The deeper he dug, the tighter the noose of secrecy would become around him. A few nights later, under the fluorescent hum of the nearly deserted archive, Jonah made his move. He waited until Gladys, the archivist, headed to the supply closet for her nightly restock. Then he used her own key, lifted from her desk for the second time, to open the restricted cabinet. His pulse hammered. Every creak of the cabinet door felt like a cannon blast in the silence. He selected two of the thickest folders labelled Titanic. With trembling hands, he slipped them into his duffel bag, burying them under a towel and a spare uniform. It was a crude plan, but he hoped to smuggle them out unseen. He locked the cabinet carefully, returned the key, and left the base, forcing a calm stride. Every passing guard or petty officer made his heart jump, but no one stopped him. Once he was clear of the main gates, relief washed over him. He'd done it. Jonah headed straight to Bryce's cramped-off base apartment. He arrived flushed and breathless. Bryce's eyebrows shot up when he saw Jonah pull the folders out. "You actually did it?" he hissed, helping close the blinds. "My God, man!" They spread the documents on the coffee table, scanning them under a lamp. Each new page amplified the sense of dread. Detailed accounts revealed how White Star Line's parent company was on the verge of financial collapse. Key investors included some of the era's wealthiest men, who had a lot to gain if the Titanic's insurance payout saved their enterprise, or so the theory went. Another stack of letters referenced specific individuals who boarded Titanic, under the assumption they were sailing on a perfectly safe ship. Among them were powerful figures who supposedly stood in the way of certain bankers' ambitions regarding the Federal Reserve's creation. If the ship sank, those opponents would be gone, clearing the path. One letter in particular chilled Jonah to the core. It detailed instructions sent from a naval intelligence liaison to White Star executives, promising discreet oversight of the mission in exchange for future influence. It mentioned coded conversations about hull modifications, arranged payoffs to silence crew members, and the convenient rebranding of one ship as the other. The letter ended ominously. "Ensure all loose ends are submerged." Bryce looked up, his face pale. "This is bigger than we thought," he said, voice taut. "There are references to government officials, shipping magnates, even British lords. A full century of cover-up. If we leak this, we're essentially blowing open a conspiracy that's been kept under wraps for ages." Jonah nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "The question is how. If we go to any big news outlet, the story might be suppressed before it even airs. We need someone fearless, someone who doesn't mind going toe-to-toe with powerful institutions." They considered contacting small, independent investigative journalists, or even releasing scans online, but that ran the risk of the materials being dismissed as forgeries. They needed credibility. Bryce suggested a well-known historian who specialised in maritime disasters, a woman named Dr. Rosalind Fraser, who had garnered respect for challenging mainstream accounts of naval incidents in the past. "She's published in reputable journals," Bryce said. "If she verifies these documents, it's game over for the official narrative." They agreed. Jonah left the folders in Bryce's care temporarily, planning to get them scanned and encrypted. Bryce, though unnerved, insisted on helping. He couldn't let Jonah carry the burden alone. They parted ways, unaware that they were being watched from the street. A figure in a parked sedan across the road flicked away a cigarette butt and noted their comings and goings. Early the next morning, Jonah found a brown envelope slipped under his dormitory door at the base. Inside was a single photograph. Him and Bryce huddled over the stolen documents, captured through the apartment window. Beneath it, a typed note read, "Return what you've taken. Cease all actions. This is your only warning." A chill lanced through him. Someone had followed him, spied on him, documented the theft. He felt the walls closing in. Was it naval intelligence? Some private agency on retainer to old money families? Panicking, he rushed to Bryce's place only to find the door kicked in, furniture overturned. Bryce was gone. So were the documents. Jonah's heart thundered. There were no signs of Bryce or any explanation, just a ransacked apartment. He called Bryce's phone repeatedly, but it went straight to voicemail. Jonah felt numb. Had they taken Bryce? Or had Bryce fled? Searching the wrecked living room, he found Bryce's scanning equipment smashed, the laptop missing. The only clue left behind was a single scrap of paper pinned to the wall with a knife. "You've been warned." His mind raced with horrifying possibilities. He considered going to base security, but what if they were compromised? If this conspiracy extended to the higher-ups, he'd be handing himself over to the enemy. Instead, Jonah decided to call Dr. Rosalind Fraser. Bryce had jotted her phone number down on a notepad earlier. She answered on the third ring, her tone wary. Jonah introduced himself in a rush, explaining that he had crucial documents regarding the Titanic's sinking. He didn't go into detail about how they'd been stolen or how Bryce was missing. Dr. Fraser listened quietly, then told him to meet her at her university office in 3 days, provided he could bring proof. He prayed that Bryce had managed to secure backups. If not, he had nothing. His mind whirled. Did Bryce have a second location for scanning? Had he emailed digital copies anywhere? The only possibility Jonah could think of was an old external hard drive Bryce sometimes used for personal projects. Maybe, just maybe, Bryce had saved something there. Jonah hunted through the apartment's debris until he found the drive hidden behind a bookshelf. It seemed intact. Heart pounding, he stuffed it into his pocket. He had no idea what it contained, but it was his last hope. As he exited the building, the floorboards squeaked behind him. He spun around, only to see the same petty officer from before standing in the hallway, his features shadowed in the gloom. "Whitfield," the man said, voice low, "don't do this to yourself, or your friend. Return what you took and walk away." Jonah's pulse hammered, but he didn't reply. He dashed out the door, footsteps echoing in the corridor, the petty officer not far behind. He sprinted down the stairs, out to the street, weaving between pedestrians. Eventually he slipped into a nearby alley and by luck or desperation lost his pursuer. Breathing hard, Jonah realized he was alone, frightened, and in possession of dangerously incriminating evidence. He feared for Bryce's life, uncertain if his friend had been abducted or coerced. Yet Jonah felt a fierce resolve burning within him. If these conspirators were ruthless enough to kidnap Bryce, they were capable of worse. Surrendering the evidence would solve nothing. It would only bury the truth again and leave Bryce's fate unknown. That night, Jonah crashed at an old motel on the edge of town, paying in cash. He secured the door with both locks, shoved the dresser against it, and pulled the curtains tight. Sleep eluded him. He spent hours hunched over the external hard drive, using his personal laptop to check if anything was there. Relief flooded him when he saw a set of scanned images and text files labelled RMS Titanic Proof. In them were the very documents they had spread on Bryce's coffee table. Bryce had managed to scan them before everything went south. Now Jonah had tangible proof. The question was how to get them to Dr. Fraser, and how to ensure he or the evidence wouldn't be intercepted. He changed his phone number, tossed his military-issue smartphone, and purchased a cheap burner phone. He realised he was risking desertion from the Navy by vanishing like this, but he saw no other choice. The conspirators had routes that reached into official channels, which meant Jonah couldn't rely on normal procedures or chain of command. It dawned on him that if they could make Bryce disappear so quickly, they could do the same to him. Yet, a persistent voice inside urged him to keep fighting. The souls lost on the Titanic, if indeed they were sacrificed, deserved the truth. Little did Jonah know that by morning, every resource of a shadowy network spanning corporate boardrooms, intelligence offices and legacy institutions would be mobilized to hunt him down. Time was running out, and with each moment, the oceanic depths of this conspiracy loomed ever larger, threatening to swallow him as mercilessly as the Titanic herself. Jonah set out for Dr. Rosalind Fraser's university office, under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness. The campus lay a few hours away by bus. He avoided main roads, changed buses twice, and kept his burner phone turned off until he was within a mile of her office. All the while, he felt eyes on him, phantom watchers behind every corner. He could practically feel the invisible net tightening around him. Upon arriving, he found the campus mostly empty, the long corridors lit by flickering overhead lights. He had called Doctor, Fraser from a payphone earlier, confirming their rendezvous time. She met him at a side door, her expression coolly academic but betraying an undercurrent of alarm. Jonah must have looked ragged, with shadows under his eyes and adrenaline thrumming through his veins. They spoke in hushed tones inside her modest office crammed with books and maritime artefacts. Jonah booted his laptop, showed her the scanned documents. Dr. Fraser's eyes widened as she read the memos referencing sabotage and deliberate plans. Her initial skepticism ebbed, replaced by fascination and horror. "Where on earth did you get these?" she breathed. Jonah hesitated. "You're safer not knowing the details, but I need you to confirm if these are legitimate. If they are, I want the world to know." She nodded gravely, pulling out her reading glasses. For the next hour, she pored over each scanned page, cross-checking signatures and letterheads with reference materials in her extensive library. Occasionally, she would mutter something like, "This watermark, I recognise it from early 20th century White Star documents," or "This phrase matches the formal naval style of the 1910s. The further she delved, the more her hands seemed to tremble. Finally, Dr. Fraser looked up. "In my professional opinion," she said, her voice hushed, "these documents are authentic. Some of the letterheads and ciphers I've never seen before, but they align with archival references. It's potentially the most explosive revelation about the Titanic in a century. If the public sees these, it could rewrite maritime history." Jonah nodded, a swirl of relief and dread. "So you'll help me reveal them?" She took a long breath. "I will, but we must do this carefully. If these are real, then whoever's guarded this secret for so long won't hesitate to silence us." Before Jonah could respond, a thunderous crash broke the silence. The office door splintered as two men in dark suits forced their way in. One brandished a gun. Dr. Fraser gasped. Jonah dove for the laptop, but the nearest intruder's foot slammed down on his wrist, pinning him to the floor. "Don't move!" the man snarled. Jonah struggled, adrenaline surging, but the second intruder aimed the gun at Dr. Fraser. She froze. "You don't understand," Jonah managed. "The world needs to know," the gunman sneered. "The world needs to remain stable, and you're endangering that." With that, the man snatched Jonah's laptop. The other rummaged through Dr. Fraser's desk, seizing her phone, notebooks, anything that might contain a copy of the files. She tried to protest, but he shoved her roughly into a chair. "Let her go!" Jonah shouted, struggling beneath the intruder's weight on his wrist. Dr. Fraser's voice shook with anger. "You can't silence history forever," she spat. The gunman's gaze flicked from her to Jonah. "Keep talking, and we'll see how quickly your academic career comes to an end, along with everything else." Jonah mustered his courage. "What did you do with Bryce Fletcher? Where is he?" The intruders exchanged a glance. "Not your concern anymore," the man pinning him growled. Then, as swiftly as they came, they backed out of the office, carrying Jonah's laptop and Dr. Fraser's materials. One man kept the weapon trained on them while the other slammed the battered door behind them. For a moment, Jonah and Dr. Fraser sat in stunned silence. Then Jonah yanked open the desk drawer where he'd put the external drive. It was gone. They'd taken it. All the physical evidence Jonah had left was now in the hands of those determined to bury it. Dr. Fraser's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "They can't unsee what I've read," she said softly, as though trying to reassure both Jonah and herself. "I'll write it all down from memory. I'll go on the record." But Jonah's heart sank. No official channel would believe her without the documents, especially when wealthy, powerful forces denied the story. He could feel the precarious nature of their position. "They'll discredit you," he said, voice shaking. "They'll claim you're a fraud or you fabricated evidence, and they'll come after you again." Dr. Fraser gripped the arms of her chair, knuckles white. "So be it. The truth matters." Yet Jonah wasn't sure how far they could take it before meeting an even grimmer fate. He thought of Bryce, kidnapped, killed, or coerced, perhaps locked away in some black site. The hopelessness gnawed at him. From the hallway came a fresh commotion, raised voices, footsteps pounding. Another set of men in uniform burst into the office, led by the petty officer who'd tailed Jonah before. Without a word, they seized Jonah by the arms. One man produced a pair of handcuffs, snapping them around Jonah's wrists. "Jonah Whitfield, you're under arrest for theft of classified materials and desertion," declared the petty officer in a wooden tone. "You will come with us." Dr. Fraser stood, outraged. "He's no criminal. He's—" The petty officer's eyes narrowed. "Stay out of this, ma'am, unless you want to be charged with conspiracy to commit espionage." Jonah, handcuffed and powerless, felt Dr. Fraser's desperate gaze follow him as he was dragged away. He wished he could offer words of comfort or defiance, but the weight of the situation pressed on him like a 1,000-ton hull. If these men were following direct orders from the very conspirators he sought to expose, then Jonah was about to vanish into the labyrinth of clandestine detention, just like Bryce. They hustled him out of the building into a waiting black SUV. As it peeled away, Jonah caught one last glimpse of Dr. Fraser standing in the doorway, dishevelled and frightened, but resolute. He prayed she would keep fighting, though he feared for her safety. The ride felt surreal. Jonah's mind raced, recalling every detail of the stolen documents, every mention of sabotage or financial motive that had led to the Titanic's sinking. He swore he would never forget. But memory alone wasn't enough. He needed the evidence to prove it, and now that evidence belonged to people who would bury it deeper than the ocean floor. Eventually the SUV drove into a naval yard, past multiple security checkpoints. Jonah's attempts to question his captors met with silence. They led him into a stark concrete building, down 2 flights of stairs into windowless corridors. With each step, dread coiled tighter in his gut. By the time they shoved him into a bare interrogation room, the overhead fluorescent light stung his eyes, and the walls felt suffocating. Hours blurred. They left him handcuffed to a metal table, a single camera lens glaring down at him from the ceiling corner. No one came in at first, leaving Jonah alone with his fears. Eventually a man in a crisp uniform, no visible name or rank, entered. His face was like granite. "You've made some powerful enemies, Whitfield," he said, voice low. "But you're still young with a promising future. This can end cleanly if you cooperate." Jonah's mouth felt dry as sand. "What do you want?" The man flipped open a slim file. "All the documents you took from the restricted cabinet, any copies you might have, and the names of anyone else you shared them with. That includes Dr. Fraser." Jonah's thoughts flicked to Bryce, to Dr. Fraser, to the battered remains of all his attempts to reveal the truth. He realized that if he cooperated, he'd condemn them as well. But if he stayed silent, these people could do anything they wanted to him. His future, his freedom, even his life hung by a thread. He mustered a shred of defiance. "I don't have anything left," Jonah said, voice steady, though tears threatened to well in his eyes. "You took it all." The interrogator's lips thinned. Wrong answer. What happened next blurred in Jonah's memory. The door slammed shut. He was left alone again. Hours or days passed in a haze of harsh lights, unanswered questions, and a creeping sense of doom. Each time the door opened, a new wave of demands and threats followed. They wanted assurances that the scandal would never see the light of day. Jonah refused to speak of Dr. Fraser or Bryce. At some point he realized he might never leave this place. He recalled the faces of his family, the pride in his grandfather's eyes when he enlisted, the swirl of joy and dread he felt stepping onto his first ship. Now here he was, a prisoner of the very system he had sworn to serve, all because he'd stumbled upon secrets about a century-old shipwreck. News of Jonah's arrest never made it to the public record. Stonebridge Naval Base quietly filed him under unauthorized absence, and then disciplinary discharge. His name disappeared from the official roster. Even within the Navy, rumours about his fate were hushed up. A few who had known him asked questions, but no answers were forthcoming. He had become another phantom casualty in the endless labyrinth of classified operations. As for Dr. Fraser, she tried in vain to piece together an exposé based on her recollections, but without the original documents, no reputable outlet would accept it. Anonymous threats arrived by mail, and after a few months she resigned her university post, citing stress and health concerns. The world never saw her promised revelations. In the years that followed, an obscure rumour persisted among certain conspiracy circles that a young sailor named Jonah Whitfield had discovered proof that the RMS Titanic was deliberately sunk, forging a chain of hidden alliances and insidious motives. Some claimed he was still alive, locked away in a secret naval prison. Others insisted he'd been quietly executed. Mainstream historians dismissed these tales as rumour, just another layer to the endless swirl of Titanic myths. Yet, in the corners of hushed conversation, on late-night forums, and at clandestine gatherings of maritime enthusiasts, Jonah's story lived on. They whispered that the Titanic's watery grave was not the sole repository of that ship's ghosts. Somewhere on land, behind steel doors and armed guards, an unbroken young man still carried the truth, if only he could be freed to speak it. That truth, of how a majestic liner, loaded with innocent passengers and marked for destruction by hidden agendas, remains locked away, just like Jonah. And as the decades roll on, the question endures. How many tragedies labelled accidents are, in reality, contrived illusions in service of power and profit? For now, we may never know. But the memory of Jonah Whitfield flickers like a faint light in the darkness, calling us to look beyond official stories and question the illusions cast by those in power. Perhaps one day, that spark will reignite. Perhaps then, the real story of the Titanic will finally rise from the depths. Thank you for joining us for this special 4-part story. Don't forget to drop a comment telling us where you're from in the world and what time it is for you right now. If you enjoyed this journey into the hidden corridors of history, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that will make you question everything you thought you knew. Raina Bennett had been working as Deputy City Archivist of Millbridge for only 6 months when she made the discovery that would change her life, and possibly the way an entire city understood history. Millbridge wasn't a large metropolis, but it wasn't a rural backwater either. It existed in that liminal space where the hustle of daily life met a tight-knit sense of community. The city archives, housed in a squat, blocky building on Belmont Avenue, were seldom visited by anyone other than genealogists researching their family trees or local journalists digging for old planning permits. Raina found the job easy enough. She spent her days processing requests for historical documents, sifting through old maps and city council meeting transcripts. Occasionally, she uncovered something unusual, an old love letter slipped between official papers, a black and white photograph nobody recognised. Most of the time, these oddities were interesting only for a moment before losing their novelty. But on this particular afternoon, as she was reorganising a set of mislabelled boxes in the far corner of the archival storage room, she discovered a sealed cardboard box with no official city label. Its only identifying mark was a handwritten scrawl in black marker, Renewal 2008. Curious, she opened it carefully. Inside, she found a set of tapes, actual videotapes, labelled with cryptic codes, OBJ-X, TT-Preel, and OPCVR. There were about 7 in total, some in battered plastic sleeves. All had a city seal that looked legitimate, but none bore any standard reference number. Puzzled, Raina dusted them off and placed them gingerly on her sorting cart. She walked the short distance down the hall to the seldom-used media viewing room. This small windowless chamber contained a dusty old VHS player and a handful of monitors. Almost nobody used the old equipment anymore, but the city archivist kept them around for just such an occasion. Raina shut the door behind her, took a seat, and inserted the first tape labelled TT-Preel into the machine. At first, the footage was grainy. An off-centre camera angle revealed a table in a stark fluorescent-lit room. She saw a man, seemingly middle-aged, wearing a dark suit. Another figure, off-screen but possibly behind the camera, cleared their throat. A voice said, "This is an official record for the eyes of top-tier clearance only." After a few more seconds of distortion, the man in the suit leaned forward and began to speak. The events of September 11th, 2001 must remain consistent with the narrative approved by the Commission. The public is not prepared for the alternatives that might arise should these details become scrutinised. Our team has successfully... The tape froze in a burst of static. Raina's heart pounded. She carefully ejected the cassette and inserted the next one labelled Object X. This time, the footage showed documents scattered across a table. Technical diagrams flashed on screen, some referencing the structural components of the Twin Towers in New York, with notations hinting at internal shaping charges. The plans bore official-looking stamps and engineering seals, but it was impossible to read them clearly. Words like demolition, support columns, and materials analysis were repeated. Rayner had read internet theories about 9/11 conspiracies, controlled demolition, holograms in the sky, missiles disguised as planes, but she'd always assumed these were fringe ideas. Nonsense. Yet here, in front of her, was something that looked alarmingly official. Her mind spun. These tapes appeared to suggest a cover-up linking local city officials to an alternative explanation of the 9/11 attacks, one that aligned more with conspiracy theories than with the official story. The next tape was labelled OPC-VR, short for Operation Cover, she wondered, but the tape was jammed, refusing to play. Overwhelmed, Rayner realised she needed to step back. The very idea that these tapes existed in her small city's archives was surreal. Why would a town like Millbridge have records that even hinted at a cover-up of the most scrutinised and monumental event of the early 21st century? She checked the hallway to see if anyone was around, certain her face must have been pale as a sheet. The corridor was empty. Everyone else was likely getting ready for the weekend, finishing up their Friday tasks. She decided to lock these tapes in her personal storage cabinet and investigate further on her own time. As the evening sky darkened, she signed out of work, her thoughts racing. Rayner didn't know if what she'd seen was real, staged for some reason, or part of some elaborate hoax. But she suspected the tapes might be connected to city officials, past or present, who had ties to certain nationwide agencies. Maybe an old mayor or city council member had once worked in intelligence, or had been close to someone who did, but even that seemed far-fetched. Walking to her car, Rayner felt a creeping sense of paranoia. She glanced over her shoulder more than once, half expecting to see someone watching her. The night air was crisp, the street lamps humming. She tried to tell herself that these tapes were either mislabelled or part of some half-baked local documentary project, but the knot in her stomach refused to loosen. She spent a sleepless night, replaying those images in her head. After a few hours of tossing and turning, she decided she had to keep digging. A single night's rest wouldn't change what she'd found. Something monumental lay hidden in those tapes, something that might well rewrite the official narrative about a pivotal moment in American history, or at least tie this small city to a clandestine effort to keep the truth hidden. Unbeknownst to her, as she stared at her bedroom ceiling, her phone buzzed with an unfamiliar unlisted number. Somewhere in Millbridge, or possibly beyond, someone knew that the tapes had been discovered. And now, the real danger was only just beginning. Rayner returned to the archives early the next morning, slipping inside the building with a sense of determination that battled her growing apprehension. Over a strong cup of black coffee, she stared at the tapes in her private cabinet. She had brought an external VHS to digital converter, an archaic piece of equipment from her university days. If these tapes held sensitive information, the best move would be to digitize them for safer storage and easier analysis. Before she could begin, her boss, Dr. Harold Gwenther, poked his head through the door. "Morning, Rayner. You're in early." She forced a casual smile. "Yeah, wanted to get a head start on the backlog." She watched his eyes flick to the cabinet, then back to her face. He looked puzzled for a moment, but said nothing. "I'm impressed," he replied. "Maybe all of us should take a page from your book." With a nod, he left. Once Dr. Gwenther was gone, Rayner locked the door and popped in the jammed tape labelled OPC-VR. With some coaxing, the machine whirred, and a garbled image flickered on screen. She knew from experience that these old tapes could degrade over time, especially if stored improperly. But after a moment, the visual stabilised. A female voice, crisp and authoritative, began to speak over a slideshow of heavily redacted documents. Operation Cover was initiated to ensure all engineering assessments align with official findings regarding the collapse of the World Trade Center towers. The ongoing narrative as presented by the 9/11 Commission must remain unchallenged by outside experts. Rayner pressed pause, her heart hammering. Operation Cover? So this was more than just a glitch in the official story. This was a deliberate effort to manipulate or suppress alternative explanations. The voice continued, "Any references to missile or holographic technology used to create illusions of aircraft or to control demolition must be swiftly discredited. Our cooperation with local officials in strategic locations ensures that any accidental revelations or documentation are intercepted." A jolt of realization coursed through her. Millbridge, being near a major defense contractor's satellite office, could be one of these strategic locations. In the tape, a bullet point list flashed on screen, each line too brief to read in full. But Rayner caught glimpses. Engineering profession stance, official line only, 9/11 commission, partial truths, controlled demolitions, tested scenario. Her mind reeled. If even a fraction of this was genuine, it meant the city archives were storing top-secret materials that contradicted the entire official stance on 9/11. She didn't consider herself a conspiratorial person. She believed facts and evidence. Yet here was evidence, albeit cryptic and unsettling, that conspiracies might not only be rumours of the internet fringe. As the tape sputtered to an end, the last frame showed a black screen with white text. File in compliance with NDA 713, sealed for 25 years from date. Violations punishable by federal law. Rayner took a shaky breath and ejected the tape. She realised she was probably already deep in violation territory. Still, questions buzzed in her brain. Why was Millbridge specifically chosen as a repository for these materials? And who else knew about them? She rummaged through the remainder of the tapes, making digital backups as fast as she could. Each one told a slightly different piece of the story. Government officials conferring with local authorities to bury contradictory engineering findings, individuals with thick black bars over their eyes speaking about new technology demonstrations, a hush-hush set of experiments involving holographic projections that could replicate passenger aircraft on radar and in the sky. Between each tape, Rayner paused to reflect. Were these real government projects, or a hoax staged by a group of elaborate pranksters? The serious tone and the specificity of the details made it hard to dismiss. She decided the next step was to cross-reference names mentioned on the tapes with official city records. In the quiet hush of the archive's back rooms, she typed furiously on an ancient computer. She looked up references to individuals named or partially named in the tapes. One name, Mayor R. Grimes, popped up repeatedly. She discovered that Robert Grimes had served as mayor of Millbridge from 2000 to 2004. Not exactly a seasoned politician, he'd been a local businessman who unexpectedly won the election. The second name was C. Donovan, presumably Colton Donovan, the head of the City Council's Finance Committee during the same period. Minutes later, Rayner located a digital record, an emergency council meeting from December 2001. The summary was minimal, stating only that the meeting was called to discuss potential collaborative efforts with federal agencies on domestic security measures. It was unusual. Millbridge wasn't exactly a hotbed for federal collaboration, at least not that she knew of. While printing out the record, she heard footsteps approaching. She quickly shoved the tapes into a drawer. The door opened, revealing her co-worker, Nadine. "Hey Rayner, sorry to bug you. Dr. Gwenther said we might have a new set of microfilms to process." Rayner swallowed hard, fighting to regain composure. "Oh, right, I'll get those for you." With a smile, Nadine disappeared, leaving Rayner to collect herself. She carefully concealed her growing trove of evidence, locking the tapes in a secure container. She knew she couldn't keep them in the city archives indefinitely. Someone might come looking for them. But for now, it was safer for them to be locked away, at least until she could devise her next move. That evening, as she walked through the near-empty parking lot, Rayner noticed a black SUV parked at the far corner. She paused. Perhaps it was just a visitor. Yet she couldn't ignore the prickle of unease that crept up her spine. She got into her car, started the engine, and drove off. The SUV didn't follow, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. In her small apartment, she locked the door and drew the curtains, every noise in the hallway setting her on edge. The partial truth spinning in her head stoked more questions. If the Twin Towers were truly felled by controlled demolition, as some fringe theorists claimed, why store evidence in a place like Millbridge? Who orchestrated the distribution of these tapes? And what about the missile or hologram technology references? Still awake at midnight, Rayner decided to search deeper online. She found forums, half-abandoned corners of the internet dedicated to 9/11 conspiracies. She saw the same theories repeated. The buildings collapsed too neatly, official investigations were incomplete, eyewitnesses saw flashes. She had always dismissed these claims as far-fetched, but seeing them now, coupled with the tapes, made her chest tighten. The reoccurring suspicion was that 9/11 involved illusions, perhaps a mixture of real planes and advanced technology to ensure total devastation. Clicking through old newspaper clippings, she discovered a small note. September 15th, 2001. Mayor Robert Grimes of Millbridge expresses condolences and pledges local resources for national security efforts. It was a brief statement, overshadowed by the much larger coverage of the day's tragic events. Could the tapes be connected to whatever resources he'd pledged? She jotted the question in her notebook. Raina knew that if someone had gone to the trouble of hiding these tapes in the archives, it meant they didn't expect them to be found. She also sensed that time was running out. If they realised she'd uncovered them, they might already be moving to silence her, or, at the very least, reclaim those tapes by force. She turned off her computer and sat in silence, grappling with the explosive weight of her discovery. Something big lay beneath Millbridge's modest facade, a hidden tendril of conspiracy reaching back decades, perhaps all the way to the darkest day in modern American history. She just didn't know yet how deep the roots went. A restless weekend turned into a frenetic Monday. Raina arrived at City Hall with a plan, albeit a desperate one. Speak discreetly to someone who might know about the Grimes administration. She decided to approach an old friend from her college days, David Browning, who now worked as an investigative journalist for the local newspaper, the Millbridge Herald. Although the paper was small, David had always prided himself on unearthing the truth behind local stories. They met at a small diner off Main Street, an old-fashioned place with red vinyl booths and a waitress who knew everyone by name. Raina toyed with a straw in her iced tea, eyes darting to the door every so often. David arrived, looking both intrigued and concerned. "You sounded spooked on the phone. Everything okay?" "Not exactly," Raina said, leaning in. "I've stumbled onto some files. Tapes, actually, that reference September 11th. There's talk of controlled demolitions, holograms, wild stuff. But it's on official city stationery, official seals." David's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, from Millbridge? You're telling me our little city was involved in a cover-up about 9/11? "I know how it sounds," Raina said, lowering her voice. She pulled out a few still images she'd printed from the digitized tapes, discreetly sliding them across the table. David studied them, face growing paler by the second. "These markings. They look legitimate," he muttered. "But for them to be in Millbridge, are you sure they're not fakes?" That's what I kept telling myself. But the more I dig, the more I find references to an operation codenamed Cover, where local officials collaborated with federal agencies to ensure the official narrative remains uncontested. Former Mayor Robert Grimes is mentioned by name. David whistled softly, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. Grimes was always a bit shady. Rumours said he had connections in Washington, though nothing was ever proven. People thought he'd use those connections to secure federal grants for local projects. But to be involved in something like this? Raina nodded. "I need your help verifying some of this. My boss at the archives knows nothing, or so he claims, but I don't trust anyone there. There's also this guy, Donovan, who was on the finance committee. I can't find a trace of him after 2005. It's like he vanished." David scribbled notes in a small pad. "I'll dig, but you have to promise me something. Be careful. If this is real, people won't hesitate to shut you up." They agreed to keep their conversation secret and parted ways. Back in her office, Raina discovered a sealed envelope slipped under her locked door. Inside was a single note. "Stop what you're doing. It's bigger than you. This is your only warning." Her stomach turned. She had no idea who sent it, but the message was crystal clear. Part of her wanted to run, leave the tapes alone and pretend she never found them. Another part, fueled by indignation, urged her to stand firm. She recalled the intangible weight of those tapes, their potential to rewrite history, or at least expose a hidden piece of it. Could she really walk away? That night, David called. "I found something," he said, voice trembling with excitement. "A payment record from 2002, authorised by Mayor Grimes for a contract to a Pinnacle research group. The weird part is that this group specialised in advanced imaging technology. It doesn't make sense for a small city to hire them. There's no public record of any imaging project here." Advanced imaging technology. The word hologram from those tapes echoed in Raina's mind. So the city might have funded part of a hush-hush technology test? "It's possible," David responded. "But there's more. Grimes personally accompanied federal agents to some demonstration, according to an old newspaper mention, though the article is vague on what it was about. I'm still digging, but it aligns with the theory that they were showing off or testing some high-level technology." Raina thanked him, her pulse racing. She spent the next hour pacing her apartment, phone in hand, before deciding she needed fresh air. The moment she stepped outside, she noticed that same black SUV creeping along the curb. Its tinted windows were rolled up, the license plate partially obscured by dirt. When she made eye contact, it sped away. The next morning, she arrived at the archives to find Dr. Gwenther waiting by her office. "Ms. Bennett, I need to speak with you," he said. His usually affable demeanour was replaced by something cold and formal. "We've received a complaint. Someone reported you'd been accessing restricted materials without authorization." Rayna's throat went dry. "Restricted? These were just mislabeled boxes. I'm the archivist. It's my job to catalogue and review them." He sighed. "I understand, but the complaint specifically mentioned tapes that require federal classification clearance. Are you aware of such materials?" She forced her expression into one of wide-eyed confusion. "I've never heard of that. Are you sure it's not a mix-up? The box I found was unlabelled or mislabelled." Dr. Gwenther looked uncertain, but there was caution in his eyes. "Let's proceed carefully. I've been told we have to surrender any suspicious or unidentified items to an external review team by the end of the week." An external review team. That would mean the tapes would be whisked away to some black hole, never to be seen again. For a moment, Rayna considered revealing everything to Gwenther, but the note's warning played back in her mind. She decided to pretend ignorance. "Of course, I'll gather everything I found," she said. "If I come across anything questionable, I'll let you know." She spent the rest of the day discreetly transferring the digitized files onto multiple flash drives. If the original tapes disappeared, she wanted backups. By early evening, her nerves were frayed. She checked her phone to see a text from David. "Need to see you. Big update." They met in a deserted park by the river. Dusk was settling in, and warm streetlights cast shaky reflections on the water's surface. David, wearing a hoodie pulled low over his face, had an almost conspiratorial look about him. "I connected with a friend at the county records office," he said, voice hushed. "There's a sealed set of documents referencing a special council directive, signed by Grimes. The directive was about relocating or archiving sensitive federal materials in exchange for federal development grants. The city essentially got hush money, and guess what else? Donovan was the liaison. After leaving city council, he somehow joined a consulting firm in Washington. No trace of him after 2005 is a cover. He's not vanished. He's just operating under a different identity." Rayna's eyes widened. So the city knowingly stored these tapes, the ones referencing September 11th conspiracies, in exchange for funding. Why? David shrugged. Maybe to keep them off the radar in a nondescript place, overshadowed by bigger cities' archives. Or maybe they were planning to destroy them but never did. A sense of vindication mixed with dread. So far, everything lined up. The hush-hush contract, the hidden tapes, the reference to advanced imaging or holograms that might have been tested. It still felt surreal, but piece by piece the puzzle was forming a coherent, if horrifying, picture. "You have to go public," David urged. "This is bigger than Millbridge, but we need more than tapes. We need someone who was part of the operation, an eyewitness, a whistleblower, or else it's just speculation." Rayna knew he was right, but who could she approach? The only living link seemed to be Grimes and Donovan. She had no idea where to find either. "I'll try to find contact info for Grimes," she said. "If I get him to talk." "Then we both better watch our backs," David finished grimly. They parted ways, each consumed by the weight of what they now carried. Rayna returned to her car, once again noticing the black SUV parked nearby. This time its headlights flared to life as she approached. Terrified, she hurried into the driver's seat and sped away, the SUV following at a distance for several blocks. Eventually it turned off onto a side street, leaving her shaken but unharmed. In the quiet of her living room, Rayna laid out every clue. Grimes, Donovan, the sealed directive, the tapes referencing controlled demolitions and illusions, the hush money from federal sources. Something dark was brewing, a conspiracy that had lain dormant for years, never meant to be exposed. In that moment, she understood the gravity of her choices. If she pushed forward, she risked her reputation, possibly her safety. But if she didn't, the tapes might vanish forever, and a piece of the truth, whatever it might be, would remain buried. She clenched her fists, determination warming her veins. One way or another she would see this through. 3 days later, Rayna managed to track down a lead on Robert Grimes. He was rumoured to be living quietly on the outskirts of a neighbouring county. Under the pretense of researching an article for the Millbridge Herald, she convinced him to give her a brief interview. She didn't mention the tapes, not yet. On a grey Saturday afternoon, she drove out to meet him. His home was a modest ranch-style house surrounded by a chain-link fence. No glimmer of the ambitious mayor remained in the chipped paint or overgrown lawn. Rayner knocked on the door, half expecting no answer. But a moment later the door cracked open to reveal an older man with stooped shoulders and weary eyes. "You must be from the newspaper," he said. "Come in." The interior was dim, smelling faintly of old coffee and dusty carpets. She followed him into a small living room where he motioned for her to sit on a worn sofa. "Mr. Grimes, thank you for agreeing to speak with me," she began. "I'm working on a piece about notable past mayors of Millbridge and their contributions, especially around the early 2000s. He coughed, a raspy sound. "Contributions. That's a charitable word. I did what I had to for Millbridge, but people never understood." Rayner leaned forward, deciding to take a calculated risk. "Mr. Grimes, were you aware of any special agreements between the city and certain federal entities around 2001 or 2002? He fell silent. His expression turned grim. "I don't know who you've been talking to," he said slowly, "but that's classified information. Has been for years." Taking a breath, Rayner pressed on. "Does it have anything to do with the official narratives around the events of September 11th? His eyes flared with a mixture of anger and fear. "You have no idea what you're getting into," he stood abruptly. "Interview's over. I'm sorry." She stood too, rummaging in her bag. "What if I told you I've seen tapes? Documents referencing something called Operation Cover, tying Millbridge officials to the concealment of contradictory evidence, technical diagrams, references to hologram technology." Grimes's entire posture stiffened. His shoulders locked, and he stared at her with a mixture of shock and resignation. "You found them," he whispered. "They told me everything was destroyed. That was part of the deal." Rayner's heart pounded. "So it's true? The city was used as a repository for the real details of September 11th? He sank into his armchair, head in his hands. "Not just 9/11, that's the big one, but there were other hush-hush projects. Federal agencies needed small, out-of-the-way places to store certain records. In exchange, we got federal investment, new roads, expansions to our industrial park. Everybody was happy, or so I thought. Then, one day, they said they'd destroyed all the sensitive materials." Rayner showed him a still image from the tapes. His face drained of colour. "I thought I'd buried this part of my life," he murmured. "Those tapes detail preliminary engineering reports that suggested the towers didn't fall the way the 9/11 Commission stated. Some reports even mentioned projected illusions, the possibility that the second impact was partially orchestrated with advanced imaging to ensure maximum psychological impact. It was madness, but they wanted it suppressed." His voice shook as he continued. "I never believed it entirely. But the men who came around, they were serious. Federal badges, some from agencies I'd never heard of. They said if we went along, we'd be doing our patriotic duty." Rayner's skin prickled. "And Donovan?" Grimes nodded. "He handled most of the finances. He dealt with them directly. After I left office, he vanished into the system, I suspect with a new identity, courtesy of the same agencies." She felt a pang of both triumph and dread. Here it was, living confirmation that her discovery was no hoax. "I'm going public with this," she said. "I have digital backups. I can't—" Before she could finish, the door burst open. 2 men in dark suits rushed into the living room, guns drawn. "Federal agents," one barked. "Stop what you're doing, hands where we can see them." Time seemed to slow. Grimes trembled, arms raised. Rayner dropped her phone in terror. "What do you want?" she managed to choke out. The taller agent stepped forward. "We're seizing all classified materials. That includes anything related to the tapes you have. Hand them over." Rayner's mind raced. She had left the tapes secured in her home safe, but she did have a flash drive in her purse. If these agents confiscated it, they might erase her only leverage. Her eyes darted to Grimes, who stared at her silent, guilt-ridden. A spark of courage ignited within her. "These tapes prove a massive cover-up. You can't just—" The second agent interrupted with a snarl. "We can and we will. Your naive attempts to expose national security secrets end here." Just then, another figure appeared at the doorway. David. He had followed Rayner out of caution. Holding up his phone, he said, "Smile, gentlemen. You're on a live stream." The agents hesitated, glancing at each other. David had the camera rolling, broadcasting to an online platform. "If you do anything rash, it's all on record," he said. his voice wavering but resolute. For a tense moment, nobody moved. Rayner's eyes locked on the men's firearms. Finally, the taller agent lowered his gun. "We'll be back," he growled, turning to leave. The other followed, glaring at David's phone with unmasked fury. Grimes let out a shuddering breath as they disappeared. "That was... I... They'll try again," Rayner said shakily, retrieving her phone from the floor. "But now we have some of this on camera, and we have your testimony." David ended the live stream. "We had about 20 people watching," he said. "Not much, but enough to prove there's something going on." Grimes stood, his face etched with fear. "I'm done hiding. If they're onto me already, I might as well help you." Over the next hour, Grimes recounted more details. He explained how, shortly after September 11th, federal representatives approached small to mid-sized cities with an offer: store or assist in handling classified documents to keep them off the beaten path. In exchange, these cities would receive federal grants, infrastructure upgrades, or other perks. Millbridge had been a perfect candidate due to Donovan's connections in Washington. Those tapes were never meant to be found. They made sure only a handful of people knew. "The day I left office, they told me it was taken care of," Grimes explained, voice trembling. Rayner and David exchanged glances. The story was bigger than they'd ever imagined. "We need to go public in a controlled way," David said. "If we just upload everything online, it might get taken down or discredited as fake. We need reputable sources to see this." They planned a strategy. David would prepare an investigative series, using Grimes's on-the-record statements, plus the digitized tape segments. Rayner would preserve multiple copies, hidden with trusted contacts. They would also contact a national journalist, someone with a large platform. That way, even if Millbridge's local authorities tried to bury the story, the national media might pick it up. Grimes insisted they not reveal his exact location for now. He feared immediate retaliation. "But I'll do an audio interview," he offered. "I owe you that much. I owe the country that much." 3 days passed in a tense blur. David scrambled to verify the tape's authenticity through external experts, who confirmed the city seals and official signatures were legitimate. Rayner lived in constant fear, every night punctuated by mysterious vehicles passing her apartment. Sometimes she'd catch a glimpse of men in suits scouring the area. Finally, with every precaution in place, David published the first installment of an exposé on the Millbridge Herald's website, complete with snippets from the tapes, anonymized images, and a teaser of Grimes's testimony. The internet reaction was explosive. Fierce debates erupted on social media, some people dismissing it as nonsense, others proclaiming it the biggest government scandal of the century. Within hours, mainstream news outlets began to call. The city archives were put on lockdown. Agents likely swarmed the building searching for the physical tapes. But Rayner's digital backups were safely distributed. Even if the original materials vanished, the evidence still lived on. In the final weeks that followed, official statements poured out from Washington, dismissing the tapes as unverified and claiming that any local official believing in them was misguided. A new wave of conspiracy theories sprang up, questioning every detail. As time went on, the event might have become just another footnote in the endless swirl of controversies. But for those who listened closely, those open to the possibility that the official narrative might be incomplete, the story of the tapes never quite faded. Rayner left her position at the archives, having sacrificed her peace of mind. Yet she felt a strange sense of purpose. She, David, and Grimes had torn a rift in the carefully woven tapestry that concealed the truth, or at least a piece of it. The secret had breathed air, and no matter how many official statements tried to suffocate it, someone, somewhere would always remember what was revealed. Grainy VHS footage of a conspiracy that upended everything the world thought it knew about that tragic day. And maybe that was enough. Sometimes the mere hint of an alternative story is enough to keep the embers of inquiry burning. In the end, as Rayner packed up her apartment and prepared to start anew in another city, she reminded herself of one crucial fact. Truth, once uncovered, can be attacked, ridiculed, and buried in an avalanche of denial, but it can never truly be destroyed. And so long as she remembered that, there was hope that one day the whole story might finally truly come to light. Thank you for tuning in to this 4-part story. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from in the current time, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories if you enjoyed this tale. Stay curious, and remember, sometimes the biggest truths are hidden in the smallest places. She had spent her entire life chasing knowledge. From the time she was a child, she was fascinated with the hidden places of the world, the realms untouched by human civilization, the deepest trenches of the ocean, the peaks of mountains that few had conquered, and most of all, the endless frozen wastelands of the Arctic. There was something about the cold, the stillness, the way time seemed to stop beneath the weight of the ice. It was a place where the past was preserved, where things that should have been lost remained waiting to be found. Unlike the restless, shifting world of forests and deserts, the Arctic remained, unchanged, untamed, eternal. It was a land where history did not erode, but instead froze in place, waiting for someone to uncover it. Even as a child, she had devoured every book, every documentary, every scrap of information she could find on the frozen frontiers of the world. Stories of lost explorers trapped in an endless blizzard, ships swallowed whole by shifting ice floes, ancient creatures preserved for thousands of years, perfectly intact beneath layers of frost. Some saw it as a land of death, a place hostile to human life. But she saw something else, a mystery waiting to be solved. She spent hours staring at old maps, her fingers tracing over the vast blank spaces marked as unknown. There was something thrilling about the idea that in an age of satellites and technology, there were still places where the world simply ended, places so remote that no human footsteps had ever touched them. As she grew older, her fascination turned to determination. She dedicated herself to the study of glacial geology and climate research, fascinated by the way the ice held secrets of the Earth's history. Every layer was a time capsule, a frozen record of centuries gone by. With each expedition, each sample of ice she examined, she felt as though she was reading a story written by time itself, a story stretching back long before the first civilizations, long before the first written words. She spent years training, preparing for the harsh realities of fieldwork. Arctic research was not for the weak. It required endurance, discipline, and ability to survive in one of the most brutal environments on the planet. It wasn't just about the science, it was about pushing herself to the limits, stepping into the unknown and learning how to exist in a place where even the air seemed to resist human presence. Her mentors warned her that the Arctic was unforgiving, that people had disappeared out there, swallowed by the ice, their bodies never recovered, that the cold was a force of nature unlike anything else, one that could strip a person down to their most primal state, where survival became the only thought in the mind. But she wasn't afraid. If anything, it only deepened her resolve. She read about the failed expeditions, the lost men who had frozen where they stood, their bodies only rediscovered decades later, still locked in their final moments, their last expressions preserved in the ice. The stories fascinated her, not out of morbid curiosity, but because they proved something to her. The Arctic did not forget. It did not erase. It kept its secrets, and that was exactly why she had to go. But no expedition had ever intrigued her like this one, because this time she wasn't just looking for history. This time she was looking for something else. It had been planned for years, a specialised research mission backed by a private organisation that claimed to have discovered an anomaly beneath the ice. The satellite imaging showed something massive, buried miles beneath the frozen landscape. It wasn't a cave, a rock formation, or a simple glacial anomaly. It was something else entirely, something too perfect in its design. She had spent years analysing glacial shifts, geological formations, and ice core readings. Nothing in her career had prepared her for this. The Arctic was chaos frozen in time, fractured landscapes, towering ice ridges formed from the pressure of millennia. Yet this was structured, deliberate, unnatural. The official mission briefing had been frustratingly vague. The research institute funding the expedition described the objective as a study of unusual subsurface structures, an explanation that left more questions than answers. What did they already know that they weren't telling her? She had been provided with satellite imagery, but no historical records. No mentions of past expeditions to this exact location. No explanation for the anomaly's origins. She pored over the images obsessively. The shape was almost symmetrical, its dimensions too precise for nature to have carved it on its own. The readings indicated a faint heat signature, despite being entombed in ice that had been untouched for thousands of years. Ice insulates, yes, but heat doesn't just persist for millennia without a source. Something was still generating it. Theories raced through her mind. Was it a lost city buried beneath the ice like Atlantis beneath the waves? A meteorite, its metallic core somehow still active? A crashed craft, its technology preserved beneath the thick Arctic ice? Or was it something even older, something that predated human history itself? She had to find out. The journey to the Arctic was grueling. Their team, a small group of scientists, researchers and private contractors, travelled by cargo plane, then icebreaker, then snowmobile, each leg of the trip pushing them further into one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. The first leg of the journey was easy enough. The cargo plane, packed with scientific equipment, survival gear, and weeks' worth of supplies, landed at a remote Arctic base. It was the last outpost of civilization before the true emptiness began. From there, they boarded the icebreaker, a massive ship designed to carve its way through the frozen sea. The further they travelled, the thicker the ice became, the air growing colder, drier, thinner. The ship rocked violently as it ploughed through the frozen barriers, metal groaning under the strain. They passed through uncharted waters, places where no ship had been before. It was a humbling reminder that even in the modern age, there were still parts of the world untouched by human hands. Then they reached the edge of where the ocean ended, and the ice began. From there, the real journey started. The team unloaded their gear, switching to snowmobiles and sleds to carry their equipment across the endless tundra. The Arctic air was like breathing in ice. Every breath stung. Every exposed inch of skin burned from the cold. The sun never truly set, but it cast a dim, eerie glow over the horizon, a perpetual twilight that made time feel meaningless. The landscape stretched in every direction, a world of white slants. There was no sound except for the distant howling of the wind and the soft, rhythmic crunch of their boots against the ice. The deeper they travelled, the more she felt it, a strange weight pressing down on the land, as if they were intruding upon a place that had been waiting undisturbed for too long, and beneath them, waiting beneath miles of frozen history, was the anomaly. They set up camp at the designated coordinates, a small outpost of heated tents, radar equipment, and drilling rigs. Their supplies were meticulously rationed. Fuel for generators, emergency rations, medical kits, and communication devices that kept them tethered to the world they had left behind. But out here, in the middle of the frozen abyss, civilization felt impossibly far away. Each day followed a strict routine. Temperatures plunged far below zero, and even with the most advanced thermal gear, the cold seeped into their bones. Breathing in the frigid air felt like inhaling ice shards, and any exposed skin could freeze in minutes. Their movements were slow, careful, not just to conserve energy, but because every step in this terrain could mean the difference between survival and disaster. The work was slow, methodical. They drilled into the ice in measured increments, using core sampling techniques to analyze the ancient layers. Every chunk of ice pulled from the depths told a story. Trapped air bubbles holding echoes of an atmosphere long past. Frozen sediments revealing environmental changes that had shaped the world. But the deeper they went, the less sense it made. Ice cores follow a predictable pattern, layers upon layers, each one compressing over millennia. And yet their samples weren't consistent with anything recorded before. The ice here was denser than anything they had encountered, almost impenetrable, as if it had been forged rather than naturally formed. It wasn't just buried, it was sealed. A barrier of ice thicker than any known glacier surrounded it, encasing it completely. Natural processes couldn't explain this level of compression, this sheer force of entrapment. It was as if something had been deliberately locked away, hidden beneath the ice for thousands, maybe millions of years. Then came the breakthrough. At exactly 3:42 a.m, when most of the team was either asleep or huddled near the heaters, an alarm blared from the monitoring equipment. Their seismometers detected movement. Not shifting permafrost, not a collapsing cavern. Something was moving. At first, they assumed an equipment malfunction, an error in the readings, interference from the cold, but the readings continued. A pulse, a slow rhythmic vibration deep beneath them. The structure wasn't just a mass beneath the ice, it was responding. Something was alive down there. The tension in the camp became palpable. Conversations turned into whispers, glances became wary. The expedition that had begun as an ordinary scientific venture was now something else entirely. Some of the team members hesitated. They spoke in hushed voices around the equipment, some suggesting that they shouldn't keep digging. Others refused to believe it was anything more than a natural phenomenon. She didn't hesitate. She volunteered to be the first to descend into the excavation shaft. Her colleagues warned her. The readings don't make sense. We should wait for more analysis. Something isn't right. But she couldn't wait. She had spent her entire life searching for something like this, an impossibility, a discovery that defied explanation. The unknown had always called to her, and now, for the first time, it was answering back. She suited up, her breathing shallow inside her insulated helmet, the weight of her gear pressing against her shoulders. The harness was secured, and as she descended into the blackness of the shaft, her heart pounded against her ribs. Her headlamp cast flickering beams of light against the smooth frozen walls, revealing thousands of years of untouched ice. The deeper she went, the more she felt it, a sensation that was impossible to explain, something just beyond the edge of comprehension, a pressure in the air, an almost electric charge, as if she had stepped into a place where the very laws of nature had begun to unravel. The silence was absolute. No wind, no distant rumble of shifting ice, just her own breathing amplified inside her helmet, the soft mechanical click of her gear adjusting to the descent. And then she saw it. Buried beneath thousands of years of ice, sealed away in her frozen tomb, was a structure unlike anything built by human hands. Not stone, not metal, something smoother, darker, untouched by time itself. The surface was black, yet somehow reflective, like a void that drank in the light rather than reflected around in it. It was too perfect, too symmetrical. She reached out with a gloved hand, expecting the familiar bite of the Arctic cold against her fingertips. Instead, warmth. It didn't make sense. The ice around it was frozen solid, but the structure itself was warm, as if it had never truly been asleep. And then, the sound came, a low humming vibration, deep and resonant, filling the entire chamber. Her radio cut to static, her headlamp flickered. Then, movement. A shape shifted behind the impossibly smooth surface, something aware of her presence. The ice around her cracked, and then darkness. By the time she regained consciousness, she was back at camp, lying on a cot, her body aching with exhaustion. Her colleagues surrounded her, their expressions tight with worry. "You were gone for hours," one of them said. "We lost contact. Found you unconscious near the drill site." She tried to explain what she had seen. They didn't believe her. Her helmet camera, corrupted, the data from the scans, erased, every piece of evidence from that night, gone. And then, the mission was cancelled. A message came from higher authorities, shutting down the entire operation. No explanation, no reason given, just orders to leave immediately. The expedition was scrubbed from the records. She wasn't allowed to publish any findings, and when she tried to speak out, that's when the real warnings began. Her research was confiscated, her emails erased. Then the first phone call came. "You need to stop asking questions." Click. Days later, her laptop screen flickered. A file appeared. At first, she thought it was another system error, another glitch in the mess of corrupted data that had followed her since the expedition. But as the screen stabilized, she saw it. A single image, sitting on her desktop. No file name, no metadata, just an image, pulled from her supposedly corrupted footage. Her breath caught in her throat as she clicked it open. It showed her, standing before the impossible structure, her gloved hand outstretched, fingers barely grazing its surface. The dark mass loomed over her, smooth and alien, its presence unnerving even in a still frame. But it wasn't just her. In the corner of the image, just barely visible, a figure, not human, not anything from this world, so the air in her apartment suddenly felt thick, suffocating. She zoomed in. The resolution was damaged, distorted, but the shape was there. Long limbs, an unnatural silhouette, something standing just beyond the reach of the light, watching her. Her heart pounded. She had been alone. The others hadn't followed her into the depths of the ice shaft. So why? How? Was there something else in the image? The room around her felt different now, as if the walls had pressed in closer. The soft hum of her laptop felt unnaturally loud. The dim glow of the screen the only light in the darkness. She tried to check the file's origins, but the material was nothing. No creation date, no data logs, as if it had been placed there by someone or something else. And then, her laptop shut itself off. A sudden sharp static buzzed in her speakers, a sound like radio interference before the whole screen went completely black. She sat there in the dark, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, waiting, listening. The silence stretched too long. Then her phone buzzed. She jumped. The screen flickered randomly, notifications appearing and vanishing before she could register them. Messages erased themselves before she could read them. The timestamps didn't make sense. Calls and texts showing times that hadn't happened yet. Then the phone went dead. Her pulse thundered in her ears. Something was wrong. She reached for her external drive, the one where she had secretly saved copies of the expedition's data, backups of the audio files, raw footage from the ice shaft. The drive was empty. The files hadn't been corrupted. They had been removed, erased completely. The realization hit her like a physical force. They knew she had seen it. And now they were watching her. That night, she barely slept. Every sound outside her apartment felt deliberate. The creak of the floorboards, the distant murmur of a car engine idling too long. Then, the headlights appeared. Through the blinds, she saw it. A black car parked across the street. No movement. No one stepping out. Just sitting there, waiting. The first night, she convinced herself it was a coincidence. By the third night, she stopped pretending. It was always there, same time, same spot, not watching her house, watching her. She tried to reach her colleagues, some wouldn't talk to her, others had disappeared completely. Calls went straight to voicemail, emails bounced back, their online accounts wiped. It was as if the expedition had never existed, the research institute that had funded them. The website was gone, the official records vanished. She checked university archives, looking for any documentation that they had ever been commissioned for the project. Nothing remained. She tried reaching government agencies, thinking that maybe someone, somewhere would have a trace of the funding trail, but the response was always the same. There is no record of this mission. Perhaps you're mistaken. We don't have any knowledge of a research team deployed to that location. Lie after lie. And then the final warning came. A phone call, one she never answered. But somehow she heard the voice anyway. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was calm, detached, certain. This isn't your discovery. Click. She didn't even breathe for several seconds. Her hands trembled as she put the phone down. She stared at the blank screen, at the reflection of herself in the darkened glass. It wasn't a warning, it was a statement. That night, she packed her bags. She deleted everything. She burned the remaining notes she had printed, wiped her devices, left behind anything that could be tracked. She knew the truth now, and she knew what happened to people who tried to share it. The Arctic wasn't empty. Something was buried there, and it wasn't human. They had sealed it away, locked it beneath the ice, and she had broken the seal. They weren't going to let her do it again. Her apartment suddenly felt like a cage, the walls closing in, the air thick with something unseen but present. She looked one last time through the blinds. The black car was gone, but she knew better. They hadn't left. They were just waiting for her to make the next move. She didn't. She vanished. No goodbye, no warning. Just gone. The last trace of her existence was a single encrypted message, sent to a contact who knew how to read between the lines. Don't follow me. Don't look for it. Some things are meant to stay buried. And after that, nothing. No further activity, no sightings. Her name, like the expedition, was erased, as if she had never existed at all. Stay curious, my friends. Keep questioning everything. And remember, sometimes the truth is just a little too dangerous. Detective Henry Lawson had spent years digging through cold cases, unearthing secrets long buried beneath layers of official reports and half-truths. He had always believed that every mystery had an answer, if one was willing to dig deep enough. But nothing in his career prepared him for the case of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370. It started with a simple request from a grieving wife. Her husband had been on that flight, and she never accepted the official explanation. She had replayed the news reports endlessly, memorizing every detail, every contradicting statement, every forced press conference where officials dodged questions instead of answering them. There was always something missing, something left unsaid. Her eyes, hollow from years of sleepless nights, fixed on Henry with a quiet desperation. "How does a Boeing 777 just disappear?" she had asked. "How does a plane with over 200 people on board vanish without a single piece of real evidence?" She wasn't the first to ask those questions, but Henry saw something different in the way she spoke. She wasn't just seeking closure, she wanted justice. At first, Henry thought it was an exercise in futility. Thousands of experts had scoured the oceans, analysed the data, debated theories on global news outlets. Investigators from multiple countries had spent years chasing ghost signals, calculating possible crash sites, sending deep-sea submersibles into the abyss, only to return empty-handed. Governments, aviation experts and intelligence agencies had weighed in, each offering their own speculation. Pilot suicide, mechanical failure, hijacking. Every theory, no matter how implausible, was entertained, but none provided definitive proof. Henry had seen this before, a tragedy so large, so unexplainable that those in power rushed to fill the gaps with carefully curated stories that satisfied the public but conveniently left out the inconvenient details. What could he possibly find that they had not? And yet the more he considered it, the more something gnawed at him. A plane of that size, with modern tracking systems vanishing without a trace? Planes had disappeared before, but not like this. Not in an era of real-time satellite monitoring. Not in an age where every inch of the sky was tracked by military and civilian radar systems, and certainly not in one of the most heavily monitored air corridors in the world. So he did what he always did. He started at the beginning. He combed through flight logs, radar data, passenger manifests. He read the official reports, every paragraph, every footnote, every redacted line. It didn't take long for the inconsistencies to emerge. The timelines didn't align. The initial flight path, as recorded by Malaysian authorities, didn't match independent air traffic control records. The transponder, the device that allows air traffic control to monitor the plane's location, was manually turned off. Why? Pilots didn't do that unless they had a reason. And then there was the last transmission. The co-pilot's final words, "Good night, Malaysian 370. A normal sign-off. Too normal. Henry had heard thousands of recorded flight communications throughout his career, and something about this one felt off. There was no urgency, no distress, no sign of technical difficulties. It was the voice of someone following routine protocol. But minutes later, the plane veered sharply off course. Something happened in that cockpit. Something that no one was willing to talk about. The deeper Henry read, the more his gut twisted. The official narrative was too clean, too controlled, like someone had written the ending before the real story was even told. The official story said the flight lost contact with air traffic control on March 8, 2011. And an hour after takeoff, the plane veered westward, flew for hours with no radio communication, and eventually disappeared somewhere over the Indian Ocean. But as Henry sifted through the documents, radar logs, satellite pings, pilot communications, he found discrepancies that gnawed at his instincts. For one, there was no distress signal. If there had been an emergency, the pilots would have had time to send out a mayday, but there was nothing. Then there were the radar anomalies. Reports indicated that the plane had taken a sudden left turn, flying low, almost as if it were trying to evade detection. That wasn't the behaviour of a plane suffering mechanical failure. That was deliberate. The final satellite ping placed the aircraft somewhere deep in the southern Indian Ocean, but even that didn't make sense. Why would a commercial pilot fly thousands of miles off course into one of the most remote regions on Earth? There were also whispers, classified reports, leaked transcripts, and anonymous sources claiming that multiple military radars had tracked the aircraft after it disappeared from civilian radar. Some sources claimed the plane had been intercepted by a foreign military presence. Henry needed more. He reached out to contacts he hadn't spoken to in years, former air traffic controllers, aviation analysts, even an old friend in the military. Each conversation was the same. Hesitation, fear, warnings to let this one go. But then he found Mark Delaney. Delaney had been working at a radar facility in Diego Garcia, a highly secretive US military base in the Indian Ocean, a place few civilians even knew existed. It wasn't on travel brochures, it wasn't a place you stumbled upon, it was a fortress, surrounded by miles of restricted waters, home to some of the most classified operations in the world. If something had happened to MH370 near there, someone on that base knew. His voice was tense over the phone. It wasn't just paranoia, It was fear. "I don't have much time," Delaney said. Henry could hear faint background noise, a door shutting, muffled voices, a heavy exhale. "But you're asking the right questions." Henry leaned forward in his chair, gripping the phone tighter. "Was the plane tracked after it disappeared?" A long stint, then finally a quiet, "Yes." Henry's pulse quickened. He swallowed, forcing himself to keep his voice steady. "What happened to it?" Another silence. This one stretched longer. Henry could hear breathing on the other end, shallow and uneasy. Delaney wasn't just hesitating, he was deciding. Finally, his voice dropped to a whisper. "I can't say over the phone, but it didn't just crash. That's all I'll tell you." Then the line went dead. Henry's stomach turned. He tried to call back. Once, twice, 3 times, nothing, just an automated message. The number was disconnected. Delaney was gone, and that's when it hit Henry. Delaney knew he was being watched. He had taken a risk just by saying those few words, and now he had either disappeared voluntarily, or someone had made him disappear. Henry sat there, gripping his phone, staring at the blank screen. His heart pounded in his chest. Diego Garcia. Henry had heard the name before. A military black site. A place where things happened off the record, where flights weren't logged, where people weren't supposed to ask questions. The official search for MH370 had been focused on the South Indian Ocean, thousands of miles away from Diego Garcia. But if Delaney was right, if the plane had been tracked after it disappeared, then the whole investigation had been a carefully crafted misdirection. If the aircraft had veered toward Diego Garcia, it would have been intercepted. There was no if about it. No unidentified aircraft could approach that base without triggering an immediate military response. Fighter jets would have been scrambled within minutes. The plane had been seen, and someone had ordered it not to be seen. The next day, an unmarked envelope arrived at Henry's office. No return address, no postage. Someone had dropped it off in person. A cold prickle ran down his spine as he picked it up, feeling the weight of the contents inside. A stack of papers, a USB drive, a single sheet on top with one sentence written in black ink. "Be careful who you trust." Henry's breath caught. He locked the door before pulling the contents onto his desk. Printed radar images. He spread them out, scanning each one. Blurry but unmistakable. It showed MH370's last known location, far from where the official search had taken place. The transponder had been off, but the plane hadn't been invisible. Military radar had been tracking it the entire time. And then, the final image. Henry froze. There, in the grainy black and white capture, was another aircraft. Not a commercial plane, not a weather balloon. A fighter jet. The markings were unclear, no national insignia, no identifiable call signs, but the shape was unmistakable, military-grade, armed, following MH370 in its final moments. Henry leaned back, his pulse hammering against his ribs. This wasn't a rescue mission. The fighter jet wasn't escorting the plane, it was hunting it. That was when Henry knew. This wasn't a disappearance. This was a cover-up. The pieces started falling into place, each revelation more damning than the last. There had been a secret cargo on board, something valuable enough to risk an entire plane full of people. Not just personal belongings, not just routine freight, something worth killing for. The reports he had sifted through, buried deep in aviation logs and intelligence leaks, hinted at possibilities that sent chills down his spine. Some suggested that MH370 was carrying sensitive US technologies, equipment designed for cyber warfare, cutting-edge surveillance systems that were never meant to leave American hands. Other reports focused on a select group of passengers, engineers, specialists, men whose work was so classified that even their families didn't know the full extent of what they did. A few of them had ties to defense contractors, to research firms working on next-generation weapons and intelligence software. Henry didn't believe in coincidences. A plane doesn't just vanish. Not in the 21st century. Not with multiple nations tracking its flight path, with satellites crisscrossing the sky. If the US believed the flight posed a security risk, would they have taken action? Would they have gone so far as to eliminate it? His hands trembled as he reviewed the final radar images once more. The plane's erratic movements deviating off course, the mysterious loss of communication, almost as if someone had systematically disabled the aircraft's ability to call for help. The fighter jet lurking too close for comfort. The military silence, the refusal to acknowledge what radar systems had clearly recorded. It all pointed to one horrifying conclusion. MH370 had been intercepted and eliminated. Henry's head pounded. This wasn't a rogue pilot situation. It wasn't a mechanical failure. It wasn't an accident. It was an operation. A decision made behind closed doors, signed off at the highest levels. A decision to erase a plane, its passengers, and every trace of what really happened. Then came the first sign that he had gotten too close. The black SUV parked across from his apartment. At first, Henry tried to dismiss it. He had been a detective long enough to know when paranoia started creeping in. But this wasn't paranoia. This was surveillance. The vehicle was there in the morning when he left for coffee. There when he came back. There at night, headlights off, the silhouette of a man barely visible behind the tinted glass, watching. His phone started behaving strangely. Calls dropping mid-sentence, text messages arriving late or not at all. Emails disappeared from his inbox even though he hadn't deleted them. Then the third night. Henry had been sitting at his desk surrounded by documents, his mind a whirlwind of facts, questions and terrifying possibilities. He had been cross-referencing satellite data, looking for anything, any slip-up, any breadcrumb that had been overlooked. That was when his laptop screen flickered. For a split second the display distorted, lines of code flashing before settling into eerie silence. Then the cursor moved on its own. A message appeared in the centre of the screen. "Walk away." Henry's breath hitched. The words just sat there, glowing in the dim room. Not a warning. A command. A cold dread seeped into his bones. Someone was in his system. Someone was watching in real time. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. And then his mouse started moving again. The message erased itself, letter by letter, before the screen went black. Henry ripped the battery out of his laptop and stood up, his chest rising and falling in sharp, shallow breaths. This wasn't just a warning, it was a final notice. Henry didn't sleep that night. He sat in his darkened apartment, the weight of what he had uncovered pressing down on him like a lead blanket. The truth was there, glaring at him from the scattered papers, the images, the classified reports he had no right to possess. He had spent weeks, months digging through deception, peeling back the layers of misinformation and silence that had been carefully constructed to hide what really happened to MH370. And now he knew too much. By morning his decision was made. He would go public. The families of the victims deserved the truth. They had spent years grasping at empty answers, chasing fragments of hope in ocean currents that held nothing but carefully placed wreckage. If no one else was going to tell them what had happened, he would. He had started drafting an email to a contact at an independent news outlet, attaching the documents he had gathered. He knew they wouldn't believe him at first. The story was too big, too dangerous. But once they saw the evidence, the radar images, the transcripts, the unexplained military activity in the flight's final moments, they would have no choice but to listen. His hands hovered over the keyboard, but before he could hit send, it happened, the knock at the door. 3:47 a.m., not the polite, hesitant knock of a visitor. This was different, rhythmic, deliberate. Henry barely had time to react before the door burst open. Black suits, silencers, cold eyes, no badges, no words of explanation, just a silent command in their movements. Get up, don't resist. A man stepped forward, his presence chilling in its calmness. He didn't need to speak. Henry knew exactly who they were, and more importantly, what they were here for. They had been waiting for him to cross the line, and now he had. "We need you to come with us." Henry's pulse pounded, his mind racing for options, for escape routes. There were none. These weren't regular authorities. These were professionals. They didn't handcuff him. They didn't need to. The implicit threat hung in the air, and Henry knew that resisting would only make things worse. They escorted him downstairs where an unmarked black vehicle was idling at the curb. No license plate, tinted windows. He was ushered inside, the doors locking the moment they shut. They drove in silence. No one spoke. No one told him where they were going. The only sound was the hum of the tyres against the road and the distant realisation sinking into his bones. This wasn't an arrest. This was containment. The location was undisclosed, windowless, sterile, silent. The kind of place that didn't officially exist. They led him down a corridor, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, sterile and cold. Finally, they brought him into a small featureless room. White walls, a steel table, 2 chairs, no cameras, at least none that were visible. A man in a dark suit sat across from him, hands folded neatly on the table. His expression was unreadable, his presence unsettling in its quiet control. Not a law enforcement officer, not an interrogator, something worse. "You've been looking where you shouldn't," he said finally. His voice was calm, but there was no mistaking the underlying threat. Henry said nothing. The man leaned forward, tapping his fingers on the table. A calculated pause. "You've seen the footage. You know what happened." Another pause. "And you know that knowledge like this doesn't come without consequences." Henry kept his expression unreadable, but inside his thoughts raced. How much did they know? The answer came before he could process it. The screen behind him flickered to life. Henry didn't want to turn around, but he did, and his breath caught in his throat. His wife, his daughter, bound, blindfolded, sitting in a dimly lit room, terrified but unharmed. For now. His pulse roared in his ears, his hands clenched into fists. He wanted to scream, wanted to lunge across the table, but the man in the suit just watched him, calm, controlled, in complete command. "You've done enough digging," he continued, his voice devoid of emotion. "Now you're going to erase it." Henry forced himself to stay still, to not break in front of them. Then a lighter was placed in front of him. Beside it, a pile of documents, the evidence he had spent months collecting, the papers he had risked everything to find. Burn it. Henry clenched his jaw, his nails dug into his palms. Every instinct screamed at him to fight, to refuse, to tell the world what he had uncovered. But he looked at the screen again, his wife, his daughter, and he knew there was no choice. With shaking hands, he picked up the lighter. He struck a match. The flame took hold instantly, devouring the pages, the images, the transcripts, everything he had worked for, everything he had found, gone. The fire crackled softly as the last of the paper curled into blackened ash. The man in the suit leaned back, satisfied. Smart choice. They let him go, but he wasn't free. 2 days later, the police arrived at his door. A raid. A warrant. Charges. Completely fabricated. Possession of illicit materials. Tampering with government property. Enough to bury him in the system indefinitely. A quick trial. A long sentence. Henry barely spoke during the proceedings. There was nothing to say. He had already lost, locked away, forgotten, the truth buried deeper than ever. And the mystery of MH370? Still unsolved. If you've made it this far, let me know what you think in the comments. What really happened to MH370? And do you think the truth will ever come to light? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and join me next time as we unravel more of the mysteries that lurk just beneath the surface. Sleep well. The librarian adjusted his glasses, the weight of the book pressing against his palms as if it were alive, demanding his attention. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, the faint hum of the library's fluorescent lights fading into the background. He ran a finger along the edge of the page, feeling the brittle paper threaten to crumble under his touch. The text was dense, written in a dry academic tone, but every so often a sentence would leap out at him, sharp and insistent like a hand reaching out from the past. The book cited sources he had never encountered before. Obscure military reports, declassified documents from intelligence agencies, and testimonies from individuals whose names had been scrubbed from history. One passage detailed how Hitler's dental records, used to confirm his death, had been hastily assembled and later contradicted by a Soviet officer who claimed the body they found in the bunker didn't match the Führer's description. Another section referenced a coded message intercepted by Allied forces in the weeks following the war, suggesting a high-ranking Nazi official had been smuggled out of Berlin under the cover of night. The author didn't just speculate. They wove a tapestry of evidence, each thread frayed but still holding together a picture that defied everything the librarian thought he knew. He leaned back in his chair, the wooden legs creaking in protest. His mind raced, piecing together fragments of information he had stumbled upon over the years. A faded photograph tucked inside a donated book, a cryptic diary entry he had once dismissed as fiction, a map of South America with strange annotations in the margins. At the time, they had seemed like curiosities, nothing more. But now, they felt like pieces of a puzzle he hadn't realised he was solving. The librarian's hands trembled slightly as he turned the page. A photograph fell out, landing face up on the desk. It was grainy, black and white, and showed a man standing on a dock, his face partially obscured by a hat. The caption beneath it read, "Buenos Aires 1948. Subject bears a striking resemblance to high-ranking Nazi officials." The librarian's breath caught in his throat. He reached for a magnifying glass from his desk drawer and held it over the image. The man's posture, the angle of his jaw, the way he held himself. It was uncanny. Could it be? Or was his mind playing tricks on him, seeing what he wanted to see? He spent hours poring over the book, his usual routines forgotten. The library grew darker around him as the sun dipped below the horizon, but he barely noticed. He was consumed by the narrative, by the possibility that history had been rewritten, that the truth had been buried beneath layers of denial and deception. The more he read, the more he felt the walls of the library closing in, as if the building itself were alive, guarding its secrets. By the time he reached the final chapter, his heart was pounding. The author's conclusion was bold, unflinching. Hitler had not died in the bunker. He had escaped, vanishing into the shadows of a world eager to move on from the horrors of war. The librarian closed the book slowly, his fingers lingering on the cover as if it might vanish if he let go. He stared at the title, now etched into his mind, and wondered how many others had held this volume, how many had read its claims and dismissed them as fantasy. But he couldn't dismiss it. Not now. The questions swirled in his mind, relentless and unyielding. If it was true, what did it mean? And if it wasn't, why had someone gone to such lengths to create such a convincing lie? The librarian sat in the growing darkness, the scent of old paper and dust wrapping around him like a shroud. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this was only the beginning. The shadows he had been chasing for years had just grown longer, darker, and far more dangerous. The librarian's breath hitched, his fingers tightening around the book he was holding. The old man's voice was low, gravelly, carrying a weight that seemed to echo through the empty library. The air between them felt charged, as though the shelves of books around them were leaning in, listening. The librarian hesitated, then stepped closer, his footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He glanced around, half expecting someone else to appear, but the library was silent, save for the faint ticking of the clock above the circulation desk. The old man closed the book in his hands with a soft thud and set it on the table. His fingers, gnarled and spotted with age, lingered on the cover for a moment before he leaned back in his chair. His eyes never left the librarian's, and there was something unsettling about the intensity of his gaze, a kind of quiet desperation, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "Words," the old man said slowly, "can lie. They can hide. They can be twisted to fit whatever story someone wants to tell. But people carry the truth in them, even if they don't mean to. You just have to know how to listen." The librarian's mind raced. He wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but something held him back. The old man's presence was unnerving, his words cryptic yet deliberate, as if he were testing the librarian's resolve. "Who are you?" the librarian finally asked, his voice steadier now. "How do you know what I've been looking into?" The old man's lips twitched, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners. "I've been watching you," he said simply. "You've been asking the right questions, but you're asking them of the wrong sources. Books can only take you so far. The real answers, they're out there." He gestured vaguely toward the library's windows where the faint glow of streetlights filtered through the blinds. The librarian's pulse quickened. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from the old man, leaning forward. "If you know something, tell me, please. I've been chasing shadows for years. If there's even a chance that what I've found is true." The old man held up a hand, cutting him off. "I can't give you the answers," he said. "Not here, not like this. But I can point you in the right direction." He reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out a small folded piece of paper. He slid it across the table, his hand trembling slightly. The librarian stared at it, his heart pounding. He reached for the paper, but the old man's hand shot out, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. The librarian froze, startled by the sudden intensity in the old man's eyes. "Be careful," the old man said, his voice low and urgent. "The truth has a way of destroying those who seek it. Once you start down this path, there's no turning back. Do you understand?" The librarian nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure he did. The old man released his wrist and leaned back, his energy seeming to drain away as quickly as it had flared. He looked tired now, his shoulders slumping, his gaze distant. The librarian unfolded the paper with trembling hands. It was a name, scrawled in shaky handwriting, and an address. Somewhere in the city, a place he didn't recognize. He looked up, questions burning on his tongue, but the old man was already rising from his chair, his movements slow and deliberate. "Wait," the librarian said, standing abruptly. "Who is this? What am I supposed to do with this?" The old man paused, his back to the librarian. "That's up to you," he said. "But remember, stop looking at words, start looking at people." And with that he shuffled away, his footsteps echoing softly as he disappeared into the shadows of the library. The librarian stood there, clutching the piece of paper, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The name, the address, the old man's warning, it all felt like a door creaking open, revealing a path he wasn't sure he was ready to take. But he knew, deep down, that he had no choice. The shadows he'd been chasing were no longer just shadows. They had a name now, and he was going to find it. The librarian's knees buckled, but he caught himself on the edge of a nearby table, his fingers gripping the rough wood until his knuckles turned white. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls pressing closer with every ragged breath he took. The photographs on the walls stared back at him like silent witnesses. Hitler in uniform, Hitler with other men whose faces he recognized from history books. Hitler older, frailer, but still unmistakable. And then there was the man in the chair, his presence so overwhelming that it felt like the air itself had thickened around him. The figure leaned forward slightly, his movements slow and deliberate, as if every motion required immense effort. His face was gaunt, the sharp angles of his cheekbones casting deep shadows in the dim light. His hair, once dark and slicked back, was now thin and white, clinging to his scalp in wispy strands. But his eyes, those piercing ice-blue eyes, were the same. They bore into the librarian with an intensity that made him feel like a specimen under a microscope. "You've come a long way," the man said, his voice low and raspy, each word carrying the weight of decades. "I suppose you think you've uncovered something grand, something revelatory." The librarian opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. His throat was dry, his tongue heavy. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times, rehearsed what he would say, the questions he would ask, but now, faced with the reality of it, his mind was blank. All he could do was stare. The man chuckled softly, a sound that sent a shiver down the librarian's spine. "You're not the first, you know," he continued. "Others have come before you. Journalists, historians, conspiracy theorists, they all think they're chasing the truth. But the truth is a dangerous thing. Are you sure you want it?" The librarian finally found his voice, though it came out as little more than a croak. I need to know. I need to understand." The man leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on the armrests. His fingers were long and bony, the skin paper-thin and mottled with age. "Understand what?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "That I survived? That history is not what you were taught? Or perhaps you want to know why I'm still here, why I didn't die in that bunker?" The librarian nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure what he was agreeing to. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one colliding with the next. He had spent years chasing this moment, but now that it was here, he felt utterly unprepared. The man sighed, a long, weary exhale that seemed to carry the weight of the world. "Very well," he said, "but understand this. What I tell you will change everything. Not just for you, but for the world. Once you know, you can never go back. Do you understand?" The librarian hesitated. He thought of his quiet life in the library, the familiar routines, the safety of his books. He thought of the old man who had set him on this path, the cryptic warnings, the journal filled with secrets. And he thought of the photographs on the walls, the the faces staring back at him, demanding to be acknowledged. "I understand," he said, though his voice trembled. The man nodded, as if he had expected nothing less. "Sit," he said, gesturing to a chair across from him. "This will take some time." The librarian obeyed, his legs giving out as he sank into the chair. It was old and creaky, the cushion worn thin, but he barely noticed. His entire focus was on the man in front of him, the man who had haunted his thoughts for so long. "The bunker," the man began, his voice taking on a distant, almost dreamlike quality, was a farce, a stage play for the world to see. The body they found, dental records, the ashes, all of it was a carefully constructed lie. I had help, of course, people who were loyal to me, who understood that my death was necessary for the world to move on. But I was never meant to die. Not then. The librarian's mind raced, trying to process what he was hearing. It was one thing to suspect, to theorize, but to hear it confirmed so matter-of-factly was something else entirely. "Who helped you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The man smiled faintly, the ghost of the charismatic leader he had once been. "You would be surprised," he said. "There were many who believed in the cause, who were willing to risk everything to ensure its survival. Some were high-ranking officials, others were ordinary citizens, but they all shared one thing, a belief that the world was not ready for the truth. And the truth is," the librarian prompted, his heart pounding in his chest. The man's smile faded, replaced by a look of profound sadness. "The truth," he said slowly, "is that the world is not what you think it is. The war, the atrocities, the rise and fall of nations, it's all part of a larger game. A game played by those who pull the strings from the shadows. I was a pawn, just like everyone else, but I saw the board. I understood the game, and that is why I had to disappear." The librarian's head spun. He felt like he was teetering on the edge of a precipice, about to fall into a chasm of revelations he wasn't sure he could handle. "What are you saying?" he asked, his voice trembling. "That the war, that everything, was orchestrated?" The man leaned forward, his eyes locking onto the librarian's with an intensity that made it impossible to look away. "I'm saying," he said, his voice low and urgent, "that the world is not what you think it is. The powers that be, the ones who control the flow of history, they have their own agenda, and they will do whatever it takes to ensure that agenda is fulfilled. I was a tool, a means to an end, and when my usefulness ran out, I was discarded. But I refused to go quietly." The librarian's mind reeled. He had come here seeking answers, but now he was drowning in them. "What do you mean, discarded?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The man leaned back again, his expression darkening. "There are forces at work in this world, forces that most people cannot even begin to comprehend. They shape history, manipulate events, and control the lives of millions. And when someone becomes a threat to their plans, that person is eliminated. I was supposed to die in that bunker, but I was warned. I had allies, and I escaped." The librarian's hands were shaking now, his entire body trembling with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Who are these forces?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Who controls the world?" The man's eyes narrowed, and for a moment he looked almost pitying. "You're not ready for that answer," he said. "Not yet, but know this. The world you think you live in is an illusion. The wars, the politics, the rise and fall of nations, it's all a carefully constructed narrative, and those who control the narrative control everything." The librarian felt like he was suffocating, the weight of the man's words pressing down on him like a physical force. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Why now?" The man's expression softened, and for the first time he looked almost human. "Because," he said, "you deserve to know. Because the truth has been buried for too long. And because I am tired. I have carried this burden for decades, and I cannot carry it any longer. You are my confessor, whether you like it or not." The librarian's mind raced, trying to make sense of everything he was hearing. It was too much, too overwhelming. But deep down, he knew there was no turning back. He had stepped into the abyss, and now he had to face whatever lay on the other side. "What do I do now?" he asked, his voice trembling. The man leaned forward again, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. "You take what I have told you, and you decide what to do with it," he said. You can walk away, pretend you never heard any of this, or you can take the truth and shine a light on it. But be warned, the path you choose will not be easy. There are those who will stop at nothing to keep the truth buried, and they will not hesitate to destroy anyone who threatens their narrative. The librarian swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest. He had spent his life surrounded by books, by stories of the past. But now he was standing at the edge of a story that could change everything, and he had to decide whether to step into it or turn away. The man watched him closely, his expression unreadable. "The choice is yours," he said, "but remember, once you know the truth, you can never go back." The librarian sat in silence, the weight of the man's words pressing down on him like a physical force. He'd come here seeking answers, but now he realized that the answers were only the beginning. The truth was a labyrinth, and he was standing at its entrance, unsure if he had the courage to step inside. But one thing was certain, his life would never be the same. If you're still here, still listening, tell me, was it real? Could history be nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion? Could the past be rewritten, reshaped, hidden in plain sight? Let me know what you think in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more stories that linger in the spaces between truth and fiction. Sleep well, if you can. The room was dimly lit, the kind of lighting that made shadows stretch and dance on the walls, creating an eerie atmosphere that seemed to hum with secrets. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and stale coffee, a testament to the long hours spent in this small, cluttered office. The woman sitting at the desk was young, perhaps too young for the weight of the world she was about to uncover. Her name was Agent Sarah Jensen, a low-level operative in the behavioral science unit of the FBI. She had joined the Bureau with dreams of making a difference, of catching the bad guys and bringing justice to the victims. But now, as she stared at the files spread out before her, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had stumbled into something far darker than she had ever imagined. Before we dive into this twisted tale, I want to take a moment to ask you, yes, you watching this right now, where in the world are you tuning in from? What time is it where you are? Drop a comment below and let me know. And if you're new here, welcome to Sleep Theories, where we explore the shadows of history, the mysteries that lurk in the corners of our world, and the stories that keep you up at night. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss a deep dive into the unknown. Now, let's get back to Sarah's story. It had started innocently enough. A routine audit of old case files, a task assigned to her because, as her supervisor had put it, "You're the new guy, Jensen. You get the grunt work." Sarah hadn't minded. She was eager to prove herself, to show that she was more than just a rookie. The assignment seemed mundane at first, just another bureaucratic chore to check off the list. But as she sat at her desk, the faint hum of the office's fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, she began to sift through the dusty folders. The files were old, their edges frayed, the paper yellowed with age. Some of them smelled faintly of mildew, as if they had been stored in a basement or forgotten corner of the archives for decades. She opened the first folder, her fingers brushing against the brittle pages, and began to read. At first, it was all standard fare: case summaries, psychological evaluations, and notes from interrogations. But then, something caught her eye. A series of case files from the late 1970s, all marked with the same cryptic designation: Project Mindscape. The name alone sent a chill down her spine. It was stamped in bold black letters across the top of each file, accompanied by a string of numbers and letters that seemed to serve as some kind of code. She had never heard of it before, and yet there it was, staring back at her like a ghost from the past. The name felt ominous, almost theatrical, as if it had been plucked from the pages of a dystopian novel. What was Project Mindscape, and why had it been buried so deep within the Bureau's archives? Curiosity got the better of her. She pulled the first file closer, her eyes scanning the contents. The pages were filled with psychological profiles, detailed notes on criminal behaviour, and what appeared to be experimental protocols. The language was clinical, detached, but there was something unsettling about the way it was written. Phrases like behavioural modification, suggestibility enhancement, and controlled aggression jumped out at her. At first, Sarah thought it was just another research project, something the behavioural science unit had conducted to better understand the criminal mind. After all, the BSU was known for its pioneering work in criminal profiling. But as she read further, her unease grew. The notes spoke of subjects who'd been reprogrammed to carry out specific actions, their free will seemingly overridden by some unseen force. There were detailed accounts of experiments involving hypnosis, sensory deprivation, and even electroconvulsive therapy. The goal, it seemed, was to break down the subject's psyche and rebuild it according to a predetermined blueprint. Sarah's stomach churned as she read about the methods used to achieve this: prolonged isolation, sleep deprivation, and the administration of drugs designed to induce paranoia and disorientation. The files described how these techniques were used to create a state of heightened suggestibility, making the subjects more susceptible to external commands. And then there were the names, real names, of real criminals, some of whom had become infamous for their heinous acts. Sarah's hands trembled as she turned the pages. She recognised some of them immediately: Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Richard Ramirez, serial killers whose crimes had shocked the nation. But according to these files, their actions hadn't been entirely their own. They had been manipulated, groomed, and controlled by shadowy figures within the FBI itself. The files suggested that these men had been selected for their psychological vulnerabilities, their capacity for violence, and their willingness to follow orders. They had been subjected to a series of experiments designed to amplify their darkest impulses, turning them into weapons to be wielded by those in power. Sarah's mind raced as she tried to process what she was reading. It was as if the Bureau had been playing God, using these men as pawns in some twisted experiment. The files contained detailed timelines showing how each subject had been monitored and manipulated over the course of several years. There were notes on their childhoods, their relationships, and their criminal histories, all of which had been meticulously analysed to identify the most effective methods of control. The more she read, the more she realised that these weren't just case files, they were blueprints for creating killers. She flipped through the pages, her heart pounding in her chest. There were photographs too, grainy black and white images of men strapped to chairs, their eyes vacant, their faces twisted in agony as electrodes were attached to their skulls. Other photos showed subjects being subjected to sensory deprivation tanks, their bodies floating in dark soundproof chambers. The images were haunting, almost surreal, like something out of a nightmare. Sarah couldn't tear her eyes away. She felt as though she had stumbled into a hidden world, a world where the lines between good and evil, justice and tyranny, had been blurred beyond recognition. As she continued to read, she found herself drawn to a particular section of the file. It was a transcript of an interview with one of the subjects, a man whose name had been redacted. The interviewer's questions were cold and methodical, designed to elicit specific responses. The subject's answers, on the other hand, were fragmented, almost incoherent, as if he were struggling to piece together his own thoughts. At one point, the interviewer asked, "Do you know why you're here?" The subject paused for a long moment before responding, I don't know, I can't remember. It's like someone else is in control." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She flipped to the next page, her eyes scanning the text. The interviewer continued to press the subject, asking him to describe his thoughts and feelings. The subject's responses grew increasingly erratic, his words laced with confusion and fear. "I can hear them," he said at one point. "They're always there in the back of my mind, telling me what to do. I can't stop them. I can't..." His voice trailed off and the transcript ended abruptly. She closed the file, her hand shaking. The room felt colder now, the air heavy with the weight of what she had just read. She glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching her, but the office was empty. The only sound was the faint hum of the computer and the ticking of the clock on the wall. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. She had to keep going. She had to find out more. Over the next few hours, Sarah worked her way through the rest of the files, her unease growing with each passing minute. The more she read, the more she realised that Project Mindscape wasn't just a historical curiosity, it was a living, breathing operation. The files contained references to ongoing experiments, to new subjects being recruited and tested. There were memos, signed by high-ranking officials, authorising the use of advanced psychological techniques on convicted criminals. There were reports of secret facilities hidden away in remote locations where these experiments were carried out. And then there were the results, Reports of criminals who had been released back into society, only to commit even more heinous acts. Acts that seemed almost orchestrated. Sarah's mind raced as she tried to make sense of it all. How deep did this go? How many people were involved? And who exactly was pulling the strings? She knew she had stumbled onto something massive, something that could shake the very foundations of the Bureau. But she also knew that she couldn't do this alone. She needed help. She needed to tell someone. But who could she trust? If what she was reading was true, then the very people she worked for were involved in this nightmare. She thought about going to the media, but she knew how that would end. She'd be discredited, labelled a conspiracy theorist, or worse. No, she had to be careful. She had to gather more evidence, build a case that couldn't be ignored. Little did she know, her discovery had already set something in motion. Something dark, something dangerous, and it was only a matter of time before it caught up with her. She couldn't believe what she was reading. It had to be a mistake, a hoax, something. The idea that the FBI, the very institution she had sworn to serve, could be involved in something so monstrous was almost too much to comprehend. But the evidence was there, staring her in the face, impossible to ignore. The more she dug, the more she found, and each new piece of the puzzle only deepened her sense of dread. There were memos, signed by high-ranking officials, authorizing the use of advanced psychological techniques on convicted criminals. The language was cold and bureaucratic, but the implications were horrifying. Phrases like enhanced interrogation protocols and behavioral recalibration were used to describe what amounted to systematic psychological torture. The memos were stamped with classified markings, their distribution limited to a select few within the Bureau. Sarah's hands trembled as she held them, the weight of their contents pressing down on her. And then there were the reports of secret facilities, hidden away in remote locations, where these experiments were carried out. The files described places that didn't officially exist, black sites tucked away in the wilderness far from prying eyes. One report mentioned a facility in the mountains of Montana, another in the deserts of Nevada. The descriptions were vague, but the details that did emerge were chilling. The facilities were equipped with state-of-the-art technology, including devices designed to monitor and manipulate brain activity. There were references to isolation chambers and sensory deprivation tanks, tools used to break down the subject's sense of self and make them more susceptible to external control. But it was the photographs that haunted her the most. Grainy black and white images of men strapped to chairs, their eyes vacant, their faces twisted in agony as electrodes were attached to their skulls. The photos were stark and clinical, devoid of any emotion, but the suffering they depicted was undeniable. Some of the subjects were barely recognizable as human, their bodies emaciated, their expressions hollow. Others seemed to be in the midst of some kind of seizure, their limbs contorted, their mouths frozen in silent screams. Sarah couldn't look away, even as a part of her wanted to. Each photo was a window into a world of unimaginable cruelty. A world where human beings were reduced to mere objects, their minds and bodies manipulated for some unknown purpose. Sarah's mind raced as she tried to process what she was seeing. She had to tell someone, had to expose this. But who could she trust? If what she was reading was true, then the very people she worked for were involved in this nightmare. She thought about going to the media, but she knew how that would end. She'd be discredited, labelled a conspiracy theorist, or worse. No, she had to be careful. She had to gather more evidence, build a case that couldn't be ignored. She couldn't afford to make a single misstep. Over the next few days, Sarah worked tirelessly, piecing together the fragments of information she had uncovered. She stayed late at the office, long after her colleagues had gone home, poring over files and cross-referencing data. The office was eerily quiet at night, the only sounds the hum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional creak of the building settling. Sarah barely noticed. Her focus was absolute, her determination unwavering. She scoured every document, every memo, every report, looking for anything that could shed light on the true scope of Project Mindscape. She began to notice patterns, names that kept appearing, dates that coincided with major criminal events, and a trail of redacted documents that seemed to lead to a single, ominous conclusion. One name in particular stood out, Dr. Elias Voss. He was mentioned repeatedly in the files, always in connection with the most controversial aspects of the project. His credentials were impeccable, a renowned psychologist with a background in neuroscience and behavioural studies, but his methods were anything but ethical. The files described him as the architect of the program, the driving force behind its most extreme experiments. Sarah's stomach churned as she read about his work, her mind recoiling at the sheer inhumanity of it all. She also noticed a pattern in the dates. Many of the experiments coincided with high-profile criminal cases, some of which had made national headlines. There was a file on Ted Bundy, detailing how he had been subjected to a series of suggestibility tests shortly before his escape from custody in 1977. Another file described similar experiments conducted on John Wayne Gacy, with notes suggesting that his crimes had been amplified as a result. Sarah's hands shook as she read through the documents, her mind struggling to reconcile the facts with the implications. Could it be that these men whose names had become synonymous with evil, had been manipulated into committing their crimes? The idea was almost too horrifying to contemplate, but the evidence was there, staring her in the face. As she delved deeper, Sarah began to uncover a trail of redacted documents, their contents obscured by thick black lines. But even the redactions couldn't hide everything. She noticed recurring phrases like operational success and field deployment, terms that suggested the experiments had been more than just theoretical. There were references to assets being activated, to missions being carried out. The language was vague, but the implications were clear. The FBI had been using these techniques not just in controlled environments, but out in the real world. Sarah's heart pounded as she realised the full extent of what she was uncovering. This wasn't just about understanding the criminal mind, it was about controlling it, shaping it, turning it into a weapon. She worked late into the night, her desk littered with files and notes. She cross-referenced dates, names and locations, trying to piece together the full picture. The more she learned, the more she realised that Project Mindscape was far bigger than she had initially thought. It wasn't just a series of isolated experiments. It was a full-fledged program, one that had been operating in the shadows for decades, and it was still active. The most recent files were dated just a few months ago, their contents as chilling as ever. Sarah knew she was running out of time. Every moment she spent in the office was a risk, a chance that someone might discover what she was doing, but she couldn't stop. She had to keep going, had to find out the truth. She owed it to the victims, to the people whose lives had been destroyed by these experiments. And she owed it to herself. She had joined the FBI to make a difference, to fight for justice. But now she realised justice wasn't something that could be taken for granted. It was something that had to be fought for, even when the odds were stacked against you. As she sat at her desk, surrounded by the evidence of a conspiracy that went to the highest levels of power, Sarah felt a surge of determination. She didn't know how she was going to do it, but she was going to expose this. She was going to bring the truth to light no matter the cost, because if she didn't, who would? One night, as she was leaving the office, Sarah noticed a black SUV idling in the shadows of the parking garage. It was parked in a far corner, its engine running, its headlights off. She didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just another agent working late, or a security detail waiting for someone. But as she walked toward her car, keys in hand, she felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, a faint but unmistakable sense of unease. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes scanning the dimly lit garage. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the feeling wouldn't go away. She quickened her pace, her heels clicking against the concrete floor. The sound echoed in the empty space, making her feel even more exposed. She was almost at her car when she heard it, the soft thud of a car door closing. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. Slowly she turned around. The SUV's doors were open now, and 4 men in suits were stepping out. They moved with purpose, their faces blank, their eyes cold and unreadable. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She didn't know who they were, but she knew one thing. They weren't here to help her. Before she could react, they were on her. One of them grabbed her arm, his grip like iron. Sarah twisted, trying to break free, but it was no use. Another man moved in, blocking her path. She kicked out, her foot connecting with his shin, and he grunted in pain, but didn't let go. The third man grabbed her other arm, and together they began dragging her toward the SUV. Sarah struggled with everything she had, her mind racing. She couldn't let them take her. She couldn't. "Help!" she screamed, her voice echoing through this garage. But there was no one around to hear her. The men didn't say a word, their faces expressionless as they forced her toward the vehicle. Sarah's mind raced. She had to do something. She couldn't let them take her. She couldn't. With a surge of adrenaline, She twisted her body, managing to free one arm. Hipaku swung her elbow, hitting one of the men in the face. He staggered back, his grip loosening, and Sarah took her chance. She broke free and bolted, running as fast as she could toward the exit. Behind her, she heard the sound of footsteps, heavy and fast, closing in. She didn't look back. She couldn't. She had to keep going. The garage seemed to stretch on forever, the rows of cars blurring together as she ran. Her lungs burned, her legs ached, but she didn't stop. She could hear the men behind her, their footsteps growing louder. She reached the stairwell and yanked the door open, practically throwing herself inside. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She had to get out. She had to find help. She burst through the door at the top of the stairs and found herself in the lobby of the FBI building. It was empty, the reception desk unmanned, the lights dimmed. Sarah's heart sank. She had hoped there would be someone here, anyone, but the place was deserted. She glanced over her shoulder and saw the men emerging from the stairwell, their faces still blank, their movements methodical. They weren't even out of breath. Sarah ran toward the front doors, her mind racing. She had to get outside. Maybe she could flag down a passing car, find a security guard, anything. But as she reached the doors, she realized they were locked. She pulled on the handles, but they didn't budge. Panic surged through her. She was trapped. She turned around, her back pressed against the glass, and faced the men. They were closing in, their movements slow and deliberate, like predators stalking their prey. Sarah's mind raced. She had to think of something. She couldn't let them take her. She couldn't. One of the men reached into his jacket, and for a moment, Sarah thought he was going to pull out a gun. But instead, he pulled out a small device no bigger than a remote control. He pressed a button and a high-pitched whine filled the air. Sarah clapped her hands over her ears, but the sound seemed to penetrate her soul, making her vision blur and her legs give out beneath her. She collapsed to the floor, her body trembling, her mind spinning. The men were on her in an instant, their hands grabbing her, lifting her off the ground. Sarah tried to fight, but her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. The world around her seemed to tilt and sway, the edges of her vision darkening. She felt herself being carried, the sound of the men's footsteps echoing in her ears. And then everything went black. When she woke up, she was in a room, a white, sterile room with no windows and a single door. The walls seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible hum, like the room itself was alive. She tried to sit up, but her body felt weak, her limbs like lead. Her head throbbed, her thoughts muddled and disjointed. She blinked, trying to clear her vision, but the room remained blurry, the edges of her consciousness frayed. And then she saw them, the same men from the garage standing over her, their faces now masked by some kind of device. The masks were sleek and featureless, with only a faint glow emanating from where their eyes should have been. One of them held a syringe filled with a clear liquid, the needle glinting in the harsh light of the room. Sarah tried to scream, to beg, to do anything, but no sound came out. Her throat felt dry, her voice trapped somewhere deep inside her. The man with the syringe stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. Sarah tried to move, to fight, but her body wouldn't obey. She could only watch as the needle pierced her skin, the cold liquid flooding her veins. The last thing she remembered was the sensation of something foreign spreading through her body, a cold, creeping numbness that seemed to seep into her very soul. And then, nothing. When she woke up again, she was different. She could feel it deep in her bones. Her thoughts were no longer her own. There was a voice in her head, whispering to her, guiding her. Well, it wasn't loud, not at first, but it was insistent. A constant presence that she couldn't ignore. It told her to do things, terrible things. At first she resisted, clinging to the remnants of her old self, the person she had been before. But the voice was relentless. It grew louder, more insistent, until she could no longer tell where it ended, and she began. She became a puppet, a tool for the very people she had sought to expose. They used her to carry out crimes, to manipulate others, to further their own agenda. She was no longer Sarah Jensen, FBI agent. She was something else, something broken, something dangerous. And as she sat in that white room, staring at her reflection in the cold, unyielding walls, she realized the truth. She had become one of them, a product of Project Mindscape, a monster. But even monsters have moments of clarity, and in those moments, Sarah vowed to fight back, to expose the truth no matter the cost, because if she didn't, who would? So what do you think? Could the FBI really have been involved in something this sinister? Could some of the most notorious criminals in history have been manipulated into committing their crimes? Or is this just the stuff of nightmares, a conspiracy theory born from the shadows of our darkest fears? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and remember, the truth is out there, but sometimes it's hiding in the last place you'd ever think to look. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more deep dives into the mysteries that haunt our world. Until next time, sleep tight, if you can. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more deep dives into the mysteries that haunt our world. Until next time, sleep tight, if you can. Jason Hart never imagined his government job would lead him to fear for his life. At 37, Jason had spent nearly a decade as a data analyst for a classified branch of the Department of Justice. His work was straightforward, if not monotonous, reviewing old case files, compiling statistics, and ensuring information stayed where it was supposed to stay. Jason liked the stability, the quiet routine of his life. He wasn't the type to question authority or chase after hidden truths. But all of that changed one ordinary Wednesday afternoon. Jason's office was a nondescript cubicle in a secure building outside of Washington, D.C. The walls were grey, the lighting harsh, and the coffee perpetually stale. On this particular day, Jason was working through a backlog of old CIA and FBI case files marked for internal review. Most of them were mundane. Redacted memos about long-closed investigations, bureaucratic chatter, and the occasional bit of Cold War paranoia. It was mind-numbing work, and Jason often found himself zoning out, his fingers mechanically scrolling through page after page. He settled into his worn office chair, the cushion compressed to the point of discomfort from years of use, and adjusted the angle of his monitor. The screen emitted a faint hum, blending seamlessly with the quiet clatter of keyboards in the adjacent cubicles. Occasionally he could hear muffled snippets of conversations from colleagues, though no one spoke louder than necessary. In this line of work, discretion was not just encouraged, it was mandatory. Jason's desk was as unremarkable as the office itself. A neatly stacked pile of file folders sat on one corner, a mug filled with an assortment of pens on another. A faded photo of his younger self and his parents sat in a simple frame, a reminder of a life that felt worlds away from the tightly controlled environment he now operated in. The only hint of personality in his workspace was a small stress ball shaped like the Earth, which he occasionally squeezed absent-mindedly as he worked. The task at hand was repetitive but familiar. He was combing through archived documents to verify that sensitive information had been properly categorized and secured. Each file was a window into the past, though most were dull snapshots of bureaucracy, records of mundane investigations, outdated protocols, and procedural updates long since rendered irrelevant. Yet every so often, a document would catch his eye, something slightly out of place, an odd phrasing or a name that didn't seem to belong. That was part of what made Jason good at his job. He had a knack for spotting anomalies, the little details others might overlook. It wasn't that he was overly curious, he simply liked order, and inconsistencies were like splinters in his otherwise tidy mental framework. Today, however, the files seemed particularly unremarkable, and his mind began to wander. He glanced at the clock on the wall, its second hand ticking steadily toward lunchtime. Time always seemed to move slower in this building, as if the walls themselves conspired to stretch the hours. Jason sighed and took a sip from his coffee mug, wincing at the lukewarm bitterness. He made a mental note to brew a fresh pot later, though he knew he probably wouldn't. Routine had a way of dulling even the smallest ambitions. As his gaze drifted back to his screen, he noticed a folder he hadn't seen before. It wasn't unusual for files to appear unexpectedly. Sometimes supervisors added tasks without warning, assuming analysts would simply get to them in due course. Still, the folder's title struck him as odd. Confidential, Special Review. Most of the files he dealt with were part of larger collections, with clear naming conventions that reflected their contents. This one stood out for its vagueness. Jason hesitated, his cursor hovering over the folder's icon. It wasn't that he suspected anything unusual, at least not yet. but something about the starkness of the label made him pause. He glanced around the office, noting that his nearest co-workers were absorbed in their own tasks, oblivious to his moment of indecision. With a small shrug, he double-clicked the folder. The file structure inside was clean and minimal, just a handful of documents, each with similarly nondescript titles. Jason clicked on the first one, a scanned memo from decades earlier. The typewritten text was slightly blurred, the edges of the paper faintly yellowed. It looked like any number of other memos he'd reviewed over the years, the kind of document that had been copied and stored so many times it had lost all significance. Yet, as he began to read, he noticed something unusual. The memo referenced a high-priority operation involving multiple agencies, but it lacked the usual bureaucratic jargon. The language was blunt, almost conversational, which was rare in official communications. Jason leaned closer to the screen, his brow furrowing as he scanned the rest of the document. It was vague, but there were mentions of directives from the highest level, and sensitive outcomes requiring absolute discretion. Jason's instincts kicked in, a flicker of unease sparking in the back of his mind. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something about the tone felt wrong. He reached for his stress ball, squeezing it absent-mindedly as he reread the memo. A nagging thought formed in his mind. Maybe this was more than just an old, unimportant file. He moved on to the next document, his curiosity now fully engaged. As the page loaded, Jason adjusted his glasses and prepared for another round of bureaucratic monotony. But the more he read, the more a strange sensation began to creep over him, a sense that he was venturing into territory he wasn't meant to see. But one file caught his attention. The folder was marked Top Secret, Operation Patriot. The name meant nothing to him, but the subheading grabbed his curiosity. Dallas Contingency Planning, November 1963. Jason felt a chill creep up his spine as he opened the file. He'd always been fascinated by the JFK assassination, though he'd never believed the wilder conspiracy theories. But this file, buried deep in the system, seemed to suggest there was more to the story. The first few pages were innocuous. Logistics, travel plans, and memos about security protocols. But as he scrolled further, the tone shifted. Jason's eyes widened as he read a memo from a high-ranking official detailing the need for absolute control over the narrative in the event of a Dallas incident. The document referenced individuals with code names and included phrases like plausible deniability and coordinated disinformation efforts. Jason leaned closer to his screen, his heart pounding. The language was vague enough to avoid outright accusations, but the implications were clear. This wasn't about protecting the president. It was about preparing for the fallout from his death. He hesitated for a moment, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. He knew he shouldn't dig any deeper. His clearance allowed him access to these files, but reading them and understanding them was another matter entirely. But his curiosity burned too brightly to ignore. He opened the next document. This one was worse. It was a transcript of a conversation between two officials, one of whom was labelled Director. The dialogue was chilling in its frankness. Are the assets in place? Yes, Dallas is secured. The fall guy is ready. Good. This has to look clean. No loose ends. Jason's stomach churned. The fall guy? They were talking about Lee Harvey Oswald, weren't they? He read further, finding references to altered ballistics reports, instructions to remove inconvenient witnesses, and even plans to intimidate local law enforcement into silence. The more he read, the clearer it became. This wasn't speculation or theory. This was a roadmap for covering up a murder. Jason pushed his chair back, his heart racing. He glanced around the office, half expecting someone to appear and yank him away from his desk. But the room was quiet, the hum of computers and faint rustle of papers the only sounds. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of elaborate prank or disinformation campaign. But the official seals, the timestamps, the signatures, they all looked legitimate. He knew he should stop, report the file and move on, but he couldn't. He opened another document, this one a photographic scan of a handwritten note. The handwriting was neat, the tone matter-of-fact. Ensure ZR-104 is neutralised before the press gets wind of his testimony. The autopsy report is to remain classified indefinitely. Jason froze. ZR-104. He'd heard whispers of that code name before in conspiracy circles. It was rumoured to be connected to a key witness who had died under mysterious circumstances. His hands trembled as he saved the files to a secure flash drive, telling himself it was just for review later. But deep down, he knew he was crossing a line. That night, Jason barely slept. He lay awake in his small apartment, the flash drive tucked under his pillow like a lifeline. Every sound, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, felt amplified, sinister. His mind raced with questions. What did he do with this information? Could he trust anyone with it? Would anyone even believe him? The pale glow of a street lamp filtered through the slats of his blinds, casting uneven shadows across the room. Jason stared at the ceiling, his chest tight with unease. He felt like he was teetering on the edge of something vast and dangerous, an invisible precipice that threatened to swallow him whole. The weight of the flash drive beneath his pillow seemed to press into his skull, a constant reminder of the choice he'd made to take it. His rational mind told him he should never have taken the files. He'd crossed a line, one he couldn't uncross, and now there was no telling what the repercussions would be. Yet despite the fear clawing at his insides, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd done the right thing. The documents he'd seen were too significant, too damning, to be left buried in some forgotten digital archive. People deserved to know the truth, didn't they? But the truth came with risks. Jason knew enough about the system he worked within to understand how deeply it could bury things and people when necessary. He'd heard stories over the years, whispered rumours of individuals who'd asked too many questions or dug too deeply into classified matters. They were reassigned, silenced, or simply disappeared from the bureaucratic machine without a trace. Jason had always dismissed those stories as paranoia, but now they didn't seem so far-fetched. His pulse quickened as a thought occurred to him. What if someone already knew what he'd done? His heart pounded in his chest as he sat up, throwing the blanket off. He walked to the window, parting the blinds just enough to peer outside. The street below was quiet, the occasional car passing by on its way to nowhere important. But there! A black sedan parked across the street, its engine off, the silhouette of someone inside barely visible against the faint interior glow. Jason's stomach dropped. He told himself it could be anyone, a neighbour, a passerby taking a break. But his instincts screamed otherwise. He released the blinds and backed away from the window, his breathing shallow. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap, its walls too thin, its spaces too exposed. He returned to the bed, sitting on the edge with his head in his hands. He couldn't keep living like this, jumping at every shadow and second-guessing every sound. But what were his options? Turning the flash drive over to the authorities seemed impossible now. If the documents he'd seen implicated people at the highest levels of government, who could he even trust? And if he went public, he'd be painting a target on his back. The minutes stretched into hours, the glow of dawn beginning to seep through the blinds. Jason's body ached with exhaustion, but his mind refused to let him rest. Every creak of the building felt like footsteps, every faint sound like a whisper of danger. He clutched the flash drive tightly in his hand, its cool surface grounding him in the present. He didn't have answers yet, but one thing was clear. He couldn't stay here. Not like this. Not anymore. The next morning, his unease turned to dread. As he approached his office building, he noticed a black SUV parked near the entrance. It was unmarked, its windows tinted to an almost mirror-like sheen. Two men in suits stood nearby, their postures rigid and military, their eyes scanning the area like hawks. Jason hesitated mid-step, his pulse quickening in his chest. He told himself it had to be a coincidence. Maybe they were from another agency, handling unrelated business. But as he reached for his ID badge to swipe at the security gate, one of the men glanced sharply in his direction. It was fleeting, but deliberate enough to feel like a cold hand gripping the back of his neck. Inside, the atmosphere felt off. The usual buzz of activity and chatter was subdued, the office quieter than it should have been for a weekday morning. Colleagues who normally greeted him with a nod or a smile seemed distracted, their conversations hushed and guarded. Jason felt exposed, like an invisible spotlight was following his every move. He made his way to his desk, his movements stiff and robotic, his mind screaming at him to act normal. Then came the email. It popped up on his screen with a quiet ding. The sender was anonymous, and the subject line was blank. The message itself was chilling in its simplicity. We know everything. Jason's blood ran cold. His hand hovered over the mouse, unsure whether to delete the message or leave it untouched. His eyes darted to his bag, where the flash drive lay hidden beneath a folder of innocuous paperwork. How could anyone know? He'd been so careful. His heart thudded in his chest as paranoia took root. Were there cameras in his apartment he hadn't noticed? Had someone been watching him even before he realised he was being followed? His instincts kicked in. He grabbed his belongings, standing so quickly his chair nearly toppled over. With a deep breath he tried to compose himself, striding toward the exit as calmly as he could manage. Every step felt like it carried the weight of 1,000 eyes. The elevator ride down stretched into eternity. Each floor dinged. Each pause seemed to hold the threat of a confrontation. Jason clenched his fists, willing his expression to remain neutral. When the doors finally opened to the ground floor, he stepped out and walked briskly toward the main entrance, his mind rehearsing plausible excuses in case someone stopped him. But no one did, until he stepped outside. The black SUV was still there, idling now, as though waiting for him. One of the men in suits, tall, broad-shouldered and wearing dark sunglasses, turned toward him. Their eyes locked for a fraction of a second, and Jason saw the man speak into a device clipped to his lapel. Jason didn't wait to find out what he was saying. He bolted. He darted down the sidewalk, weaving through the morning crowd with practiced agility. The sound of his heartbeat roared in his ears, drowning out the ambient noise of the city. He risked a glance over his shoulder and saw the two men following him. Not running, but walking quickly, their expressions calm and determined. They didn't need to rush. They were hunters, and Jason was the prey. Turning sharply into an alley, Jason tried to think. He needed a plan, a way to shake them off his trail. He reached for his phone, fumbling with the screen as he dialed the only person he thought might help, an old college friend, Mark, who had become an investigative journalist. The line rang once, twice, 3 times before going to voicemail. Jason cursed under his breath, leaving a hurried message. "Mark, it's Jason. I can't explain everything right now, but I have something big. Huge. I'm being followed. I need your help. Call me as soon as you get this." He hung up, his hands trembling. The sound of footsteps at the mouth of the alley jolted him into motion. Jason ran again, ducking through side streets and slipping into crowded areas whenever he could. The chase stretched into hours, the men in suits always seeming to appear just when he thought he'd lost them. By nightfall, he found himself in a rundown motel on the edge of the city, the flash drive clutched tightly in his hand. The room was dark, illuminated only by the dim yellow glow of a single bedside lamp. Jason sat on the edge of the bed, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The flash drive felt heavier now, as if the weight of its secrets had become physical. He knew he couldn't keep running forever. He had to do something. Pulling his laptop from his bag, he connected to the motel's painfully slow Wi-Fi. He opened an encrypted email service and began typing furiously, attaching the files one by one. He sent them to every journalist, whistleblower organisation, and trusted contact he could think of. Each email felt like a small victory, but also a step closer to an inevitable reckoning. As the last email sent, Jason leaned back, exhaling shakily. For the first time in days, he felt a flicker of relief, but it was short-lived. A faint hum reached his ears, growing louder with each passing second. Jason froze, his eyes darting to the window. He peeked through the curtains and saw it. The black SUV, parked under a flickering streetlight. The engine idled, its presence an ominous reminder that his time had run out. Jason's pulse quickened as he turned off his laptop, shoving it back into his bag along with the now empty flash drive. He couldn't stay here. He had to move. But as he grabbed his belongings and reached for the door, he heard footsteps approaching the room. They were slow, deliberate and unhurried, the sound of people who already knew they had won. Jason backed away from the door, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, but there was none. The faint knock on the door was almost polite, but it carried a weight that made Jason's knees weak. "Mr. Hart," a voice called from the other side. It was calm, even friendly, but Jason could hear the edge beneath it. "We just want to talk." Jason didn't answer. His mind raced, torn between surrendering and whatever slim chance he might have at escape. The knock came again, Firmer this time. "Open the door, Mr. Hart. You've made things very complicated for yourself." Jason swallowed hard, his back pressed against the far wall of the room. He didn't move, didn't breathe. The silence stretched, the tension in the air thick enough to choke on. And then, with a crash, the door splintered open. The last thing Jason saw was the silhouette of a man stepping through the doorway, a glint of something metallic in his hand. And then, the world went dark. Thank you for joining us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off tonight, let Jason's story remind you that the pursuit of truth often comes at a price, and sometimes the greatest stories are hidden in the places we least expect. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Ethan didn't remember a time in his life when he didn't feel out of place. Growing up, he was the quiet kid, the one who sat in the corner of the classroom with his nose buried in a book or staring out the window, wondering if there was something more beyond the confines of the world he knew. While his friends grew excited about parties, clubs, and futures mapped out in clean, predictable lines, Ethan felt only a creeping dread, an unshakable feeling that something was missing. He'd often felt like he was standing at the edge of something vast, a place beyond his understanding, and he'd wondered if he might accidentally stumble into it one day. His life had been ordinary, perhaps too ordinary, and sometimes he thought that was the scariest thing of all. He spent most of his free time chasing stories and curiosities, unexplained mysteries, urban legends, and tales of things that couldn't be. The Backrooms was one of his favourites. He first read about it on a forum late one night, an innocuous post titled, "If you're not careful, you might slip between the cracks in the water into the back rooms." The premise was simple, terrifying. The Backrooms were a hidden dimension, an endless maze of empty, yellowed rooms, a place you could fall into if you weren't careful, disappearing from the world as you knew it. The idea left him with a chill that lingered long after he'd closed his laptop. To some part of Ethan, the Backrooms didn't just sound like a horror story. They sounded like something real, a hidden layer of reality lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the right or wrong person to find it. He even dreamed about it sometimes. His curiosity deepened into a quiet obsession, and he'd spend hours researching theories, reading accounts from people who claimed to have seen glimpses of it or felt its strange pull in the periphery of their lives. This fascination made him feel alive, but it also made him reckless. He began to wonder what it would feel like to slip between the cracks himself, to see if a place like the Backrooms could really exist. He'd explore abandoned buildings on weekends, walk the quiet, empty halls of his university late at night, always searching for something just out of reach. It became his ritual, a strange comfort that filled the gap he couldn't explain, that constant need to find something beyond the mundane. It was a normal Thursday afternoon, and Ethan was on his way home from a late night of studying in the library. He was tired, his head aching from hours of staring at his laptop screen. His thoughts were muddled as he waited for the elevator to take him down to the parking lot. When the doors finally slid open, he stepped inside, pressed the button for the ground floor and closed his eyes, leaning against the wall for a moment. That was when it happened. With a sharp jolt, the elevator stopped, sending a shock through Ethan's body and jolting him upright. He opened his eyes, blinking in confusion, but there were no lights, no numbers indicating what floor he was on. Only a dim, sickly yellow glow filtered through the tiny window in the elevator door. Confused, he pressed the door open button, hoping to see something familiar. The doors shuddered open with a creak, revealing a room, not the parking lot, not even the dimly lit hallway of his university building. Just an empty room with faded, peeling wallpaper and harsh fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Ethan hesitated, peering out into the strange expanse. The wallpaper was an ugly, sickly yellow, dotted with tiny, unrecognisable stains, and the floor was covered in cheap industrial-grade carpet that looked damp in places. The hum of the lights seemed louder out here, a grating drone that wormed its way into his skull. He felt his stomach churn, a deep primal unease settling over him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the elevator. The doors closed behind him with a loud clang, but when he turned around, the elevator was gone. Nothing but an empty wall stood where it had been. Panic started to creep in as he took a step back, then another. This can't be real, he whispered to himself. His voice sounded strange, swallowed by the space around him. He turned, looking around, but all he could see was a vast stretch of identical yellow-tinted rooms. There was no end in sight, only more walls, more corners leading into more of the same. He tried calling out, his voice echoing faintly, swallowed by the relentless hum of the lights. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Silence answered him, thick and oppressive. With no other option, he started to walk, hoping that if he went far enough he'd find an exit, or at least someone who could explain this bizarre place. His footsteps were muffled by the carpet, and the further he walked, the more the rooms seemed to blend together. Every corner, every turn looked exactly the same, an endless maze of empty, deserted spaces. After what felt like hours of wandering, Ethan's initial fear dulled into a kind of numb desperation. He began to feel disoriented, the sameness of the place eating away at his sense of time and direction. His throat felt dry, and he realized he hadn't seen any signs of water, food, or even another living soul. Just endless rooms and the nauseating stench of stale air. Then he saw it. A shadow, flickering just beyond the edge of his vision, barely noticeable against the yellow walls. He froze, his heart pounding. The shadow was moving. "Hello," he called out again, his voice cracking. "Is someone there?" The shadow darted out of view, slipping around a corner before he could get a good look at it. His instinct was to run, to get as far away from that shadow as possible, but something compelled him forward. A morbid curiosity mingled with the faint hope of finding another human being in this nightmare. He crept forward, rounding the corner, but the shadow was gone. He continued down the hallway, the humming lights above creating a strange hypnotic rhythm that made his thoughts feel hazy and slow. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a sound. It was faint, almost like a soft shuffling, as if something was dragging across the carpet. He held his breath, his heart hammering as he strained to hear. The sound grew louder, closer, until he could make out a strange, uneven rhythm, as though whatever was moving didn't have the same number of limbs as he did. He turned to face the direction of the noise, his eyes wide with terror. Emerging from around a corner was a figure, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long, too stretched, as though they'd been pulled like taffy. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were wide and empty, two hollow sockets that seemed to drink in the dim light around them. Its mouth stretched into a grotesque, gaping grin, filled with rows of needle-like teeth. Ethan stumbled back, his hand flying to his mouth to stifle a scream. The creature tilted its head, studying him with an unnervingly calm curiosity, as if it were examining a particularly interesting bug. Then, slowly, it began to move forward, each step deliberate and unnatural, its joints bending at impossible angles. Paralysed by fear, Ethan's mind screamed at him to run, but his legs felt like lead. The creature was only a few feet away now, its twisted form looming over him, filling the space with an overwhelming sense of dread. Finally, his survival instincts kicked in, and he spun on his heel, sprinting back the way he'd come. He could hear it behind him, that terrible shuffling sound as it followed, closing in with an eerie persistence. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding so loudly it nearly drowned out the hum of the lights. He took random turns, ducking through rooms and around corners, hoping to throw it off his trail, but no matter how far he ran, he could still feel its presence lurking just out of sight. As he rounded another corner, he stumbled into a different room. This one was larger than the others, with a ceiling that seemed to stretch up impossibly high, vanishing into darkness. In the centre of the room was a single decrepit armchair, facing away from him. He was too tired to question it, his legs shaking as he collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. For a moment he allowed himself to hope that he had finally lost the creature. But then a voice, a low, raspy whisper, filled the room, coming from somewhere near the armchair. "Why, did you come here?" Ethan's heart skipped a beat. The voice was quiet, almost gentle, but there was something sinister lurking beneath it, a malevolent edge that made his skin crawl. I don't know how I got here," he managed to stammer, his voice barely a whisper. The armchair creaked, as if someone were shifting in it, though he still couldn't see who or what was sitting there. "No one comes here by accident," the voice replied, a hint of amusement in its tone. "You wanted to be here. You're one of us now." Ethan shook his head, panic rising in his throat. "I don't belong here. I didn't mean to come here." The chair creaked again, and Ethan could feel the thing in it watching him, though he couldn't see its face. The oppressive silence seemed to press in on him, as if the walls themselves were leaning closer, eager to hear what he had to say. "You belong here now," the voice continued, a strange warmth in its tone, like a parent soothing the frightened child. "The back rooms have chosen you. There's no way out." As the words sank in, Ethan felt a cold, hollow emptiness fill his chest. He wanted to scream, to run, but he was too exhausted, too drained by the endless maze of rooms and the oppressive hum of the lights. He sank to his knees, his mind racing, searching for some semblance of hope, some way to escape this nightmare. But deep down, he knew the truth. There was no way out. The back rooms were endless, a labyrinth of yellow walls and flickering lights, stretching on forever, trapping him in their suffocating embrace. The thing in the armchair chuckled softly, a sound that echoed off the walls, filling the room with a dark, mocking joy. "Welcome home, Ethan," it whispered. And as the lights flickered above him, casting long shadows that seemed to close in from every corner, Ethan felt himself slipping away, the last fragments of his sanity dissolving into the hum of the fluorescent lights. He was home. After his harrowing escape from the back rooms, Ethan struggled to return to his normal life. He tried to convince himself that it had been a nightmare, the result of exhaustion and a wandering mind. But deep down, he knew the truth. He'd been there, in that endless maze of yellow rooms, the echoing hum of fluorescent lights buzzing in his ears, the creature with the impossibly long limbs hunting him through every corner and corridor. He'd only narrowly escaped, stumbling back through an elevator that had seemed to appear out of nowhere and waking up in the real world as though nothing had happened. Weeks passed, but the back rooms haunted him. He saw glimpses of it in reflections, in dark corners, even in the university hallways that had once seemed so ordinary. He developed a hyper-awareness, a dread that every corner he turned would lead him back into that yellow, buzzing nightmare. His friends noticed his anxiety, his sleeplessness, but he couldn't bring himself to tell anyone. How could he explain something so surreal, something he could hardly believe himself? He was sure it would get better with time, but his dreams betrayed him. Almost every night he would return to the back rooms in his sleep. He would wander through its endless corridors, its stale, musty air thickening with every breath. No matter how he tried to direct his dream, no matter how aware he became, he was always drawn deeper into the maze. And in every dream the creature was there, lurking in the shadows, watching him with those empty eyes, that horrible grin. One night Ethan jolted awake, sweat pouring down his face, the hum of the fluorescent lights still ringing in his ears. His pulse pounded as he sat in the darkness of his room, clutching his bedsheets. It was a nightmare, just a nightmare, he told himself over and over. But the line between waking and sleeping was blurring, and he began to feel as though the back rooms were calling to him, beckoning him back. Despite his growing fear, something within him stirred, a curiosity, or perhaps a sick obsession. The fear of returning to the back rooms was tempered by an undeniable pull, a whisper that told him he hadn't yet seen everything there. He was certain it would swallow him whole if he went back, but some part of him felt he had to know the truth of what lay beyond those endless yellow rooms. The uncertainty gnawed at him, tugging at the back of his mind until he could think of little else. One Friday night, after another sleepless week, he gave in. It was as though he were possessed, acting on some deep unspoken impulse. He found himself back in the library, a little past midnight, with nothing but the quiet hum of the building to keep him company. He rode the same elevator he'd taken the last time, pressing the ground floor button, feeling the jolt as the elevator began its descent. But this time, there was no jolt to stop him. The elevator smoothly reached the ground floor, and the doors slid open to reveal the quiet university lobby. Disappointed and relieved in equal measure, he let out a shaky laugh. He'd been foolish, he thought, to believe the back rooms could be summoned by something so simple. As he stepped out of the elevator, he froze. The lobby looked different. The lights were dimmer, the walls slightly yellowed, and an odd damp smell hung in the air. Slowly, his heart sinking, he turned to look behind him. The elevator doors were still open, but there was no lobby beyond them. Only the familiar yellow-tinted wallpaper, the buzz of the fluorescent lights, and that endless carpeted expanse stretching into oblivion. Ethan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was back. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. This time, he wouldn't panic. He would stay calm, map out a path, and find his way out. He'd done it once, and he could do it again. But as he started to walk, he noticed subtle differences. The rooms felt darker, the smell stronger, almost like mildew mixed with something metallic. And the buzzing was louder, a harsh, grating sound that rattled in his skull. He wandered through the hallways, taking mental notes of every turn, every detail he could remember. But the back rooms seemed to shift around him, subtly changing with each step, making it impossible to find his way back. And soon enough, he began to hear the faint, shuffling footsteps he dreaded. The creature was here again. Ethan quickened his pace, his heart pounding. The footsteps followed him, echoing in sync with his own. He glanced over his shoulder, catching a glimpse of its grotesque, elongated form rounding a corner, moving with a horrible, jerking grace. He forced himself to keep calm, his mind racing as he tried to think of a way to escape. Room after room he searched for a way out, for any clue that could guide him. But the rooms seemed different this time, as if they were trying to trap him. The walls seemed to close in on him, narrowing with every turn, the air growing thick and stagnant. The creature's footsteps grew louder, closer, and Ethan knew he couldn't keep running forever. Finally, he stumbled into a room that looked different. A wide, empty space with a single door at the far end, something he hadn't seen before. With no other choice, he sprinted for it, throwing himself through the door just as he heard the creature behind him, its horrible breathing echoing in his ears. He shut the door, his back pressed against it as he gasped for breath. The room he'd entered was dimly lit, quieter, the buzzing sound fading to a low hum. The wallpaper was still that sickly yellow, but the atmosphere felt different, almost like a forgotten place, untouched even by the back rooms. In the centre of the room was a large rusted metal door, unlike anything he'd seen in his previous visits. With a surge of hope, he moved towards it, gripping the cold handle. He pulled and the door swung open, revealing a dark, narrow passage. He didn't hesitate. He stepped inside, the door closing with a heavy thud behind him. The passage stretched on, the air growing colder, the walls narrowing until he could barely fit through. He squeezed his way down the hallway, his hands brushing against rough, uneven walls, and as he moved he noticed something strange. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights was gone, replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the faint drip of water echoing somewhere in the distance. He kept moving forward, the passage twisting and turning in unpredictable ways. The deeper he went, the darker it became, until he was stumbling blindly, feeling his way along the walls. His sense of direction was gone. He was deep within the back rooms, deeper than he'd ever been before, in a place that felt hidden, even from the horrors he'd already encountered. Finally, he saw a faint glimmer of light ahead. Desperate, he hurried toward it, his heart racing with hope. As he reached the end of the passage, he found himself standing before another door, this one old and weathered, with strange symbols etched into the wood. With trembling hands he opened it, stepping through into his room, his own bedroom, dimly lit by the first light of dawn. Ethan stared in disbelief, feeling the familiar softness of his carpet beneath his feet, the quiet hum of the city outside his window. He was home, truly home. He took a deep breath, his heart finally beginning to slow. For a long moment, he simply stood there, letting the reality of his escape wash over him. The back rooms had let him go. Somehow, he'd finally escaped. But as he sank onto his bed, exhausted, he couldn't shake the feeling that the back rooms were still with him, lurking in the shadows of his mind. The buzzing of the fluorescent lights, the stale smell, the creature's hollow eyes, all of it haunted him, a presence he could feel even in the safety of his room. And then he realized with a shiver that the room felt colder than usual. A subtle, creeping chill filled the air, seeping through the walls, brushing against his skin like fingers trailing ice. His breath fogged in the dim light, something that had never happened before in his cosy apartment. It was as though the warmth and safety he'd known here had been drained, replaced with the oppressive, stagnant atmosphere he'd left behind. Ethan sat up, glancing around. Everything looked normal. The posters on his walls, his desk cluttered with notes, the blanket he'd thrown carelessly to the side. But the silence was deafening. Outside his window, the familiar city sounds were gone, replaced by a dead, heavy stillness. He reached for his phone to check the time, but the screen remained blank, lifeless. His heart began to race as he tapped the screen over and over, but the device was unresponsive, a dark mirror reflecting his own fearful expression. Slowly he became aware of a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a noise he'd tried so hard to forget, the low, ominous hum of fluorescent lights. It was faint at first, a murmur on the edge of his hearing, but as he listened it grew louder, filling the room with that same mind-numbing buzz. Ethan stood up, gripping his bedpost for support as he scanned his surroundings. The walls of his room seemed to shift subtly, the wallpaper taking on a yellow tint, faded and stained, as if something had leached the colour out of it. The air thickened, that familiar smell of mildew creeping in, the metallic tang that clung to his senses. His stomach twisted with a dawning, sick realisation. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling. "No, I got out. But the room only continued to change, morphing around him. His bed stretched longer, the carpet rippled into endless patches, the door faded from view, leaving nothing but an expanse of yellowed walls and buzzing lights. The familiar furnishings of his room vanished entirely, swallowed by the sickly expanse. As he backed up, his foot collided with something soft yet solid, a familiar thick patch of carpet. His heart dropped, and he turned, dread curling in his stomach. The backrooms had found him again, and this time, he feared, it would never let him go. Jake Wilder wasn't a man you'd peg as the curious type. He lived a quiet, unassuming life in the suburbs, working as a freelance videographer. His days were a mix of editing wedding videos, filming promotional content for small businesses, and the occasional passion project. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and Jake liked the freedom that came with it. He didn't need excitement or intrigue. His life was simple, predictable, and most importantly, safe. Jake's routine was one of steady monotony, and he preferred it that way. He enjoyed the hum of his editing software late into the evening, the predictable satisfaction of piecing together footage until it became a polished narrative. His small apartment was a reflection of his orderly world, shelves neatly lined with camera equipment, stacks of meticulously labelled hard drives, and a corkboard above his desk cluttered with sticky notes about deadlines and client requests. Life wasn't thrilling, but it was his, and it was under control. But all of that changed one fateful weekend in early spring. Jake had been hired to film a corporate retreat at a luxury hotel tucked away in the mountains. These types of gigs had become a staple of his workload. Simple, well-paying assignments that didn't ask too much of him. His job was to capture team-building exercises, keynote speeches, and a few candid moments that could later be used in promotional materials. It was the kind of work that didn't require much creativity, but it was easy money. And in Jake's world, easy money was a good thing. The email with the job details had come a week earlier, sent by an event planning company he'd worked with a handful of times before. The instructions were simple: arrive Friday morning, set up, and be ready to start filming by noon. Meals and accommodations would be provided, along with a generous day rate that made the 2-hour drive worth it. Jake hadn't hesitated to accept. The event sounded routine, and the chance to spend a few days in a mountain resort, even if he was working, was a welcome change from his cramped apartment. When he arrived at the hotel, he was immediately struck by its grandeur. The building was a sprawling, opulent estate, its architecture reminiscent of an old-world European castle, with towering spires and ivy-covered stone walls. The driveway was lined with neatly trimmed hedges, and the valet attendants moved swiftly between the luxury cars pulling in and out of the circular drive. It was the kind of place that radiated exclusivity, and Jake couldn't help but feel a little out of place in his beat-up sedan. Still, he was used to navigating high-end events, and he approached the assignment with his usual professionalism. Jake parked in the designated staff lot and carried his equipment through a side entrance, following the directions he'd been given. Inside, the hotel was even more impressive. The lobby was a symphony of marble and crystal, with a grand chandelier hanging from the vaulted ceiling, and a fireplace crackling warmly at one end. The air smelled faintly of fresh flowers and polished wood, and a soft classical melody played in the background. Jake checked in with the event coordinator, a brisk but polite woman named Lauren, who handed him a detailed schedule and pointed him toward the conference hall where the first session would take place. "We'll need a mix of wide shots and close-ups," she said, barely pausing as she scanned her clipboard. "The CEO will be speaking this afternoon, so make sure you're set up early. We don't want any hiccups." Jake nodded, already mentally planning his setup. He wheeled his equipment cases through the halls, taking note of the layout and making mental notes about lighting and angles. The hallways were wide and impeccably clean, the kind of place where even the smallest detail seemed deliberate. He passed other staff members setting up tables, arranging floral centerpieces, and adjusting the positions of chairs. Everyone moved with a sense of urgency but also precision, as though they'd done this 100 times before. The conference hall itself was massive, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the surrounding forest. Jake took a moment to appreciate the scenery before getting to work. He set up his camera on a tripod near the back of the room, ensuring he had a clear view of the stage and the audience. He adjusted the lighting, tested the audio levels, and double-checked his backup equipment, a habit he'd developed after too many near disasters early in his career. The morning passed quickly as Jake captured establishing shots of the hotel and its grounds. He filmed the attendees mingling over coffee, their conversations a hum of polite laughter and introductions. The participants were a mix of middle-aged professionals, all impeccably dressed in tailored suits and sleek business attire. Jake noticed how many of them carried an air of confidence, the kind that came from years of climbing corporate ladders. As he worked, Jake found himself enjoying the rhythm of the day. The work wasn't challenging, but there was something satisfying about capturing the right moments and framing them just so. He knew these kinds of gigs were what kept his bills paid, and he was good at them. By the time lunch rolled around, he had already collected enough footage to feel confident about the final product. He grabbed a quick bite from the buffet, a spread of artisanal sandwiches and fresh salads that put his usual lunch of instant ramen to shame. After eating, he returned to the conference hall to prepare for the afternoon session. Everything about the day felt smooth, predictable, just the way Jake liked it. But as he stood at the back of the room, adjusting his focus and framing the stage, something caught his attention. A group of men in dark suits entered the hall through a side door, moving with quiet purpose. They weren't part of the event staff or the attendees. Jake was sure of that. Their suits were sharper, their demeanour more formal. They moved like they belonged there, yet there was an air of secrecy about them. Jake watched as they exchanged brief words with Lauren, the event coordinator. She nodded curtly, her expression unreadable, and gestured toward the far end of the hall. The men walked in that direction, disappearing behind a set of heavy double doors. Jake's curiosity flickered, but he shook it off. It wasn't his business, and he had work to do. Still, the image of those men lingered in his mind as he went about his tasks. Something about the way they moved, the way Lauren had reacted to them, it was different. Not alarming exactly, but different. Jake told himself to focus on his job, reminding himself that corporate retreats often attracted VIPs. He'd seen his share of high-level executives and private security over the years. This was probably nothing out of the ordinary, or so he thought. What had started as an ordinary day, a simple job in a beautiful location, was beginning to feel like something more. Jake didn't know it yet, but the events of that weekend would unravel everything he thought he knew about the world, and his life, once so predictable, was about to take a turn he never could have imagined. The first oddity came on his second day at the hotel. Jake was heading back to his room after a long day of shooting, his camera bag slung over one shoulder, and his mind already on the edits he planned to tackle later that night. As he passed through the lobby, he noticed a group of men in dark suits clustered near the side entrance. They weren't staff, Jake could tell immediately. They lacked the friendly demeanour and polished smiles of the hotel employees. Instead, these men moved with a quiet but unmistakable sense of authority, their presence commanding attention without a word. Their voices were low, their conversations clipped as they murmured into discreet earpieces. Jake couldn't make out what they were saying, but their body language told a story of urgency and precision. Each man stood straight, their eyes scanning the room with practiced subtlety. Jake slowed his steps, feigning a casual stretch as he observed them. His gaze drifted toward the side entrance, where several black SUVs were parked in a neat row. The vehicles were unmarked, their windows tinted so dark they reflected the towering pine trees outside like polished obsidian. Jake's curiosity flickered to life. He had seen his share of private security over the years, bodyguards for wealthy clients or high-ranking executives, but this felt different. There was a weight to the atmosphere, an intensity that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He lingered in the lobby for a moment longer, pretending to check his phone while he watched the group out of the corner of his eye. They were speaking too quietly for him to catch any words, but their clipped tones and the way they occasionally glanced toward the SUVs hinted at something serious. He told himself it wasn't his business, and continued toward the elevator, his footsteps echoing faintly against the marble floor. But even as the doors closed behind him, the scene in the lobby lingered in his mind. Who were those men? And what kind of event required such heavy-handed security? The following day, Jake's suspicions grew. It began subtly, with the arrival of a new group of guests in the late morning. He was setting up his equipment in one of the conference rooms when he noticed them entering through a side hallway. There were about a dozen of them, men and women alike, each impeccably dressed in tailored suits and designer shoes. They walked in pairs, their movements purposeful, their voices hushed. Jake couldn't hear what they were saying, but the tension in their interactions was palpable. They weren't laughing or making small talk like the other attendees. Instead, they exchanged glances that seemed loaded with unspoken meaning. Jake stepped behind his tripod, using it as a cover to watch them more closely. He noticed small details that made his pulse quicken. The way some of them carried slim, leather-bound portfolios, their hands clutching them tightly as though they contained something invaluable. Others had briefcases or messenger bags, their edges worn but meticulously clean. They moved as a unit, their pace synchronized, as if they had done this 100 times before. His gaze followed them as they disappeared through a set of heavy double doors near the back of the conference wing. The doors bore no signs or markings, just a keypad and a small circular camera mounted above. Jake hadn't noticed that section of the building before, and the sight of it sent a faint ripple of unease through him. What kind of meeting required such secrecy? And why weren't these people listed on the event schedule? As the day went on, more arrivals trickled in. Jake noticed the same patterns. Muted conversations, guarded expressions, and an almost palpable air of importance. He spotted a woman in her early 40s, her hair perfectly styled, wearing a navy suit that screamed custom tailoring. She clutched a small tablet to her chest as she spoke in low tones to a man who looked to be in his 60s, his silver hair combed neatly back. They exchanged only a few words before the man glanced around, his eyes darting across the room as if checking for eavesdroppers. Jake instinctively turned his head, pretending to focus on adjusting a lens. The same SUVs were still parked outside when he stepped out to grab a quick lunch. He lingered near the entrance, pretending to check his phone as he observed the drivers. They were all dressed in identical black suits, their faces expressionless as they stood near the vehicles. One of them leaned against the hood of an SUV, his earpiece glinting faintly in the sunlight. Jake couldn't shake the feeling that their presence was more than just precautionary. It was deliberate, calculated. By the evening, the hotel's atmosphere had shifted entirely. The once relaxed ambiance of a corporate retreat had been replaced by something more subdued, almost heavy. Jake noticed staff members moving with more urgency, their conversations shorter, their expressions tight. Even Lauren, the ever-composed event coordinator, seemed on edge. She barked orders at her team with an intensity Jake hadn't seen before, her eyes darting toward the double doors at the back of the wing as though she were anticipating something. Jake's curiosity was no longer a flicker, it was a flame. He had spent years honing his observational skills as a videographer, noticing the smallest details to capture the perfect shot. And what he was noticing now didn't add up. The guests, the security, the unmarked SUVs, it all pointed to something far bigger than a corporate retreat. But what? He didn't have an answer. and the lack of one only made him more determined to find out. As he headed back to his room that night, his thoughts raced. Jake wasn't the type to chase mysteries or seek out danger, but something about this felt too significant to ignore. He knew he should let it go, focus on his job and avoid stirring up trouble, but as he passed the silent, shadowed hallway leading to the unmarked doors, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing at the edge of something monumental, something that could change everything. Later that evening, as Jake reviewed his footage in his room, there was a knock on his door. It was one of the hotel staff, a nervous-looking man who handed Jake an envelope and said, "There's been a slight change in plans. The client requests that you avoid filming in certain areas tomorrow." The staff member pointed to a highlighted section on a map of the hotel, a part Jake hadn't yet explored. Jake frowned as the man hurried away. The restricted area wasn't near any of the planned events for the retreat, which only made the restriction more curious. That night, unable to sleep, Jake's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed his camera and decided to take a walk. The hotel was quiet, its grand hallways illuminated by soft golden light. He wandered toward the restricted area, telling himself he just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. He wasn't planning to film, just a quick look and then back to bed. When he reached the cordoned-off wing, he noticed 2 security guards stationed at a set of double doors. They were chatting in low voices, their posture relaxed. Jake lingered in the shadows, debating whether to turn back, when one of the guards got a call on his radio. The other followed him down the hall, leaving the entrance momentarily unguarded. Jake's pulse quickened. This was his chance. He slipped through the doors, moving as quietly as he could. The corridor beyond was dimly lit, the air cooler, almost sterile. He passed several empty conference rooms before he heard it, a low hum of voices coming from a room at the end of the hall. He crept closer, pressing himself against the wall as he approached the partially open door. What he saw made his breath catch. Inside was a large conference room, its walls lined with ornate wood panelling. Around a massive oval table sat dozens of people, their faces illuminated by the glow of a projector. Jake didn't recognize most of them, but a few were unmistakable. CEOs of major corporations, politicians, and even a royal figure he'd only seen on the news. They were deep in discussion, their voices too low for Jake to make out individual words. On the screen behind them, a slide displayed a title that made Jake's stomach turn. Global Economic Transition Strategy, Phase 3. Jake's hands shook as he lifted his camera, adjusting the focus to capture the scene. He panned across the room, zooming in on faces, documents spread across the table, and the titles of other slides: Media Consolidation Plan, Energy Resource Redistribution, and Population Control Measures. It felt surreal, like stepping into the plot of a dystopian novel, but this was no fiction. This was happening right in front of him. He was so engrossed in filming that he didn't hear the footsteps behind him. A hand clamped down on his shoulder, making him jump. He turned to see one of the security guards glaring at him, a walkie-talkie in hand. "What are you doing here?" the guard demanded. Jake stammered, trying to come up with an excuse, but it was no use. The guard yanked the camera from his hands, pulling him away from the doorway. Jake caught one last glimpse of the room, the projector screen now displaying a list of future meeting dates and locations, before the door was slammed shut. "Come with me," the guard said, his grip firm. Jake's mind raced. He was in trouble, serious trouble. But more than that, he was terrified of what he'd just uncovered. The guards took Jake to a small windowless room and left him there, alone, for what felt like hours. His thoughts spiraled as he sat in the hard plastic chair, staring at the blank walls. Would they call the police? Or worse, would they make him disappear? The men and women in that room weren't just powerful, they were untouchable. Finally the door opened, and a man in a tailored suit stepped inside. He closed the door quietly, his expression unreadable as he took a seat across from Jake. "Mr. Wilder," he said, his voice calm but firm, "you've stumbled into something you shouldn't have." Jake didn't respond, his throat dry. The man placed Jake's camera on the table between them. "This footage never leaves this room," he said. "Do you understand?" Jake hesitated, then nodded. He didn't have much choice. The man leaned forward, his tone softening just slightly. "You seem like a smart guy. Let me give you some advice. Walk away. Forget what you saw. This isn't your fight." Before Jake could reply, the door opened again, and 2 guards entered. They escorted him out of the room, down a series of hallways, and out of the hotel. They returned his camera minus the memory card and told him in no uncertain terms to leave and never come back. But Jake couldn't walk away. The memory of what he'd seen burned in his mind, the fragments of conversation he'd overheard replaying in his head. He knew he was in danger, but he also knew the world needed to know the truth. Over the following weeks, Jake began piecing together the breadcrumbs. He researched the Bilderberg Group, an annual meeting of elites shrouded in secrecy, and matched the faces he'd seen to public figures. He found mentions of other meetings, hidden in plain sight, and began documenting their locations and agendas. It became an obsession. Jake worked in secret, uploading encrypted videos and files to anonymous forums. He knew the risks, but the pull to expose the truth was stronger than his fear. Then, one night, as Jake sat hunched over his laptop in his darkened apartment, he heard a knock at the door. His blood ran cold. He hadn't told anyone where he lived, not since he'd started digging deeper. He closed his laptop, his heart pounding as the knock came again, louder this time. He never answered the door. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story remind us of the hidden forces at play in our world, and the courage it takes to seek the truth. May your dreams be filled with curiosity and wonder, and may you sleep soundly knowing that even the darkest mysteries can be brought to light. Sweet dreams, and good night. He was not a man who belonged in history books. Before his capture, his life had been ordinary, even forgettable, a farmer in a remote village in Manchuria. His days were filled with the rhythmic labour of the fields, his nights with the quiet of a countryside untouched by the encroaching chaos of war. Wei Jiang found solace in the simplicity of his existence. The sun rising over golden crops, the earthy scent of freshly turned soil, the laughter of children playing in the distance. It was a life that, while humble, carried a sense of quiet dignity. But history has a way of claiming the unremarkable, pulling them into its current without warning or mercy. His name was Wei Jiang, and his story was one that could have changed the world, had anyone lived to hear it. The year was 1943, and the war that raged across continents felt like a distant storm to Wei and his neighbours. News of battles, of armies advancing and retreating, reached them only in fragments, whispered by travelling merchants or in the occasional crackling voice on a neighbour's rare and treasured radio. To them, the war was something that happened elsewhere, a shadow that loomed but never quite touched their lives, until the day it did. Wei's life turned in the spring of that year. The day began like any other. He had risen before dawn, his breath visible in the crisp morning air as he tended to his fields. The sun had just begun to rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, when the sound of engines shattered the stillness. The trucks came suddenly, their diesel growl echoing through the valley. They rolled into the village like an ominous tide, stopping abruptly in the centre of the dirt square where the villagers gathered during festivals. The soldiers disembarked with an efficiency that betrayed years of practice. Their boots hit the ground in unison, the sound a chilling rhythm against the soft murmur of the village waking up. They moved with precision, rifles slung across their chests, their faces masked by an impenetrable veneer of authority. Wei was in his field when he heard the first shout, the sharp bark of a command that carried over the low hills. Every man to the square, now! Wei froze, the hoe in his hand suddenly heavy. His first instinct was to stay hidden, to crouch low among the crops and hope the soldiers would pass. But the reality of village life had taught him otherwise. Disobedience was not tolerated, not even in the smallest measure. He set the tool down and wiped his hands on his worn trousers, the weight of his every step toward the square feeling heavier than the last. By the time Wei arrived, the square was a scene of chaos barely held together by fear. The soldiers barked orders in sharp, clipped tones, their voices like whips cracking against the stunned villagers. Men were shoved into lines, their protests silenced with the blunt ends of rifles. Women clung to their children, their faces pale with terror, while the elderly looked on with a mixture of helplessness and despair. Wei spotted familiar faces among the crowd, neighbours he had known since childhood, men he had worked alongside in the fields. Their expressions mirrored his own: confusion, fear, and a silent plea for understanding. But the soldiers offered no explanations. They moved methodically, like farmers sorting livestock, pulling men from the crowd and herding them toward the trucks. When one man resisted, shouting about his family, a soldier struck him across the face with the butt of his rifle. The man crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, and the crowd fell silent. Wei felt a hand on his shoulder, rough and unyielding. He was pushed forward, his feet stumbling over the uneven ground. The soldier behind him muttered something in a language he didn't understand, his tone laced with impatience. Wei didn't resist. He had seen what happened to those who did. Instead, he allowed himself to be led, his mind racing with questions. Where were they being taken? Why? The uncertainty was a gnawing presence coiled tight in his chest. The truck loomed ahead, its open bed already crowded with men. Wei was hoisted inside, the soldier's grip like iron on his arm. He found himself pressed between two others, their bodies cold despite the rising heat of the morning. The truck bed smelled of oil and sweat, a stifling combination that made it hard to breathe. Wei tried to meet the eyes of the men around him, but most stared at the floor, their faces pale and their expressions blank. As the truck roared to life, Wei caught a final glimpse of the village. Women and children stood frozen in the square, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. A few shouted the names of loved ones, their voices swallowed by the rumble of the engine. Wei's gaze lingered on one woman clutching a toddler to her chest. Her lips moved in a silent prayer, her eyes fixed on the truck as it pulled away. He didn't know her name, but the image of her face would stay with him, etched into his memory like a scar. The journey was long and disorienting. The men were silent, save for the occasional whispered question, or the muffled sob of someone too young to have learned the value of silence. Wei kept his head down, his mind racing with fragments of thought. He thought of his wife, May, and their small home on the edge of the village. He thought of his fields, now abandoned, the rows of crops that had been his life's work. He thought of the stories he'd heard, the rumours of what happened to men taken like this, and he prayed, for himself, for his village, and for the strength to survive whatever lay ahead. Unit 731 was not marked by a name. To the world, it was a water purification plant, an innocuous facade that belied the horrors within. To Wei, it was hell. The moment the truck stopped, and the men were herded through the gates, their fates were sealed. The compound, surrounded by high fences topped with barbed wire, exuded a chilling efficiency. The buildings were stark, their brick walls hiding secrets that would haunt anyone who stepped inside. Soldiers barked orders, their voices sharp against the frigid air while prisoners shuffled forward, their faces pale with fear and exhaustion. The men were stripped of their clothes, their belongings, and their dignity. Every item taken from them was catalogued, their names erased and replaced with numbers. Wei became number 437, a designation that stripped him of the life he'd known and reduced him to an object, a mere tool for the experiments that awaited. He clutched his arms around his bare torso as the cold bit at his skin, trying to suppress the tremble that came more from terror than from the chill. The facility itself was a labyrinth of sterile halls and dimly lit rooms. The smell of antiseptic mixed with the coppery tang of blood lingered in the air, a constant reminder of what took place within those walls. Every step deeper into the compound felt like descending further into a nightmare. The guards, with their cold stares and rifles slung casually over their shoulders, patrolled the corridors like wolves circling prey. The experiments began almost immediately, leaving the prisoners no time to adjust to their grim reality. Wei and the others were subjected to a relentless barrage of medical procedures. They were lined up and marched into rooms filled with gleaming instruments, their purposes unknown and terrifying. The doctors, clad in pristine white coats, moved with the precision of machines, their faces devoid of emotion as they recorded every detail of the suffering they inflicted. Wei's first encounter with the experiments was seared into his memory. He was strapped to a table, his wrists and ankles bound with leather restraints that cut into his skin. A syringe was plunged into his arm without explanation, and the liquid it delivered burned like fire as it coursed through his veins. He writhed against the straps, his screams echoing off the tiled walls, but the doctors remained unaffected. They observed him like a specimen under a microscope, jotting notes in their leather-bound journals. Days turned into weeks, though the passage of time became meaningless within the confines of Unit 731. Wei endured a series of horrors that blurred together in his mind. Some days he was injected with unknown substances, his body racked with fevers that left him delirious and shaking. Other days he was exposed to chemical agents that seared his skin, leaving behind blisters and rashes that festered painfully. The frostbite experiments were among the worst. His limbs were submerged in ice-cold water for hours, the skin turning black and cracking as frostbite set in. The doctors would then scrape away the dead tissue, their hands methodical as they murmured about their findings. The screams of the dying filled the air, an ever-present symphony of agony that seemed to seep into the very walls. Some prisoners cried out for mercy for their families, for an end to the pain. Others fell silent, their voices stripped away by exhaustion and despair. Wei learned quickly that survival was not guaranteed. Those who succumbed to the experiments were unceremoniously dragged away by guards, their bodies discarded in mass graves or incinerated. The guards referred to the prisoners as logs, a chilling euphemism that reduced human lives to mere resources for experimentation. Wei's will to survive became his anchor in the storm. He endured the needles, the incisions, and the relentless barrage of experiments because he refused to let the facility take what little humanity he had left. He clung to the memory of his family, his wife's gentle smile, the way her hair caught the sunlight, the laughter of their children as they played in the fields. These memories became his shield against the despair that threatened to consume him. In the rare moments of reprieve, Wei began to observe his surroundings with a sharp eye. He studied the routines of the guards, noting the times they changed shifts and the paths they patrolled. He memorized the layout of the facility, from the medical wards to the storage rooms and the kitchens. He listened intently to the whispers of the other prisoners, piecing together fragments of information about the inner workings of the compound. There were rumours passed between prisoners in hurried, hushed tones when the guards weren't looking. Rumours of secret escape routes, of weaknesses in the facility's defences, of a chance to break free. Most dismissed them as false hope, the desperate fantasies of men clinging to any shred of optimism. But Wei listened. He filed away every detail, every possibility, no matter how improbable it seemed. Wei also noticed the subtle cracks in the guards' composure. Though they carried themselves with an air of authority, there were moments when their masks slipped. Glances exchanged when no one was supposed to be looking, whispered arguments in the corridors. Wei began to understand that even in a place as cold and controlled as Unit 731, there were weaknesses to exploit. As his body suffered under the relentless experiments, Wei's mind grew sharper. He used every ounce of his remaining strength to plan, to observe, to prepare. The hope of escape became his lifeline, a glimmer of light in the suffocating darkness of the facility. He didn't know if he would succeed, but he knew one thing for certain. He would not die as number 437. He would not let Unit 731 erase him. Wei's escape had been a miracle born of desperation, but the bitter reality of his situation became clear the moment he slipped through the barbed wire and into the wilderness. The air was cold and sharp, cutting through the oversized coat he had scavenged from the storeroom. Every breath burned his lungs, and every step sent pain shooting through his legs. But Wei did not stop. He couldn't. The icy expanse beyond Unit 731 was both his refuge and his greatest threat, a barren landscape that could shield him from sight, but offered no promise of sustenance or safety. The early morning light cast a faint glow over the snow-covered terrain, revealing a world devoid of landmarks or shelter. Wei pushed forward, the crunch of snow underfoot the only sound breaking the eerie silence. The wind howled intermittently, carrying with it the faint echoes of his time inside the facility. Screams, orders barked in clipped tones, the hum of machinery that never stopped. He shook his head, trying to block out the memories. Focus, survive, one step at a time. His first priority was distance. Wei knew the guards would discover his absence by sunrise, and when they did, the search would be relentless. He had seen firsthand the resources Unit 731 could deploy when someone tried to defy them. Their influence stretched far beyond the facility's walls, and their determination to maintain their secrets was absolute. If they found him, they wouldn't simply kill him, they would make an example of him. Wei's pace quickened despite the biting cold and the exhaustion clawing at his limbs. His feet slipped in the ill-fitting boots, and the rough terrain made every step a gamble. At times, he stumbled and fell, his frail body crumpling into the snow. Each time, he forced himself to rise, his resolve stronger than his physical weakness. His mind clung to the thought of freedom, the faint hope that someone, somewhere, might listen to his story and expose the truth. By the time the sun reached its peak, Wei had managed to put several miles between himself and the facility. But his body was reaching its limit. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, and his head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. He scanned the horizon for anything that could provide shelter or sustenance, but the landscape remained unforgiving. Snow and ice stretched endlessly, broken only by the occasional patch of skeletal trees or jagged rocks. Wei pressed on, his mind a blur of exhaustion and determination. His thoughts turned to his family, the faces of his wife and young son etched into his memory like lifelines. He imagined their laughter, the warmth of their home, the simple joys of a life that now felt like a distant dream. They had been his anchor during his captivity, the reason he had endured the horrors of Unit 731. Now they were his guiding star, pulling him forward even as his body threatened to give out. As night fell, the temperature plummeted further, and Wei's situation grew dire. He found a shallow hollow beneath an outcropping of rock and huddled there, wrapping the oversized coat tightly around himself. The wind whistled through the cracks in the stone, and he shivered uncontrollably, his teeth chattering as he fought to stay awake. Sleep was dangerous in this cold. He knew it could claim him silently, slipping over him like the snow that now began to fall. Wei allowed himself only brief moments of rest, his ears straining for any sound that might signal pursuit. Every crack of ice, every rustle of wind through the barren trees set his nerves on edge. He clutched the knife he had taken from the storeroom, its cold handle a small comfort in the vast emptiness. He was alone, vulnerable and hunted, but he refused to give in to despair. The following day brought a stroke of luck, or what passed for it in his desperate circumstances. Wei stumbled upon a small stream, its waters partially frozen but still flowing beneath a thin layer of ice. He fell to his knees and chipped at the ice with his knife until he could cup his hands and drink. The water was frigid, sending shocks through his teeth and throat, but it was life. He drank deeply, feeling the faintest flicker of strength return to his limbs. He followed the stream for hours, reasoning that it might lead him to civilization, or at least provide a natural path through the wilderness. The terrain grew slightly less hostile, with patches of forest offering brief respite from the wind. Wei scavenged what he could, bits of bark, frozen berries that were bitter and hard but edible. It wasn't enough to stave off his hunger, but it kept him moving. As the days stretched into a week, Wei's hope wavered. He had no way of knowing how far he had travelled or how close the guards might be. He imagined search parties combing the countryside, their dogs sniffing the air for his scent. The thought terrified him, but it also fueled his determination. He couldn't let them take him back. He couldn't let his story die with him. When he reached the outskirts of a small village, Wei felt a mixture of relief and dread. The sight of smoke rising from chimneys, the faint murmur of voices carried on the wind. It was proof that he had made it out of the wilderness, but it was also a risk. If the villagers were sympathetic to the Japanese authorities, they could turn him in. If the guards were already nearby, they might be watching. Wei hesitated at the edge of the tree line, his instincts at war with his desperation. Eventually, hunger and exhaustion won out. Wei approached the village cautiously, his movements slow and deliberate. He avoided the main road, instead circling around to the back of a small farmhouse on the village's outskirts. The smell of cooking food wafted through the air, and his stomach twisted painfully. He knocked lightly on the door, his heart pounding in his chest. The man who answered was middle-aged, his face weathered by years of hard labour. He regarded Wei with suspicion at first, his eyes narrowing as he took in the stranger's gaunt appearance and tattered clothes. But Wei spoke quickly, his voice trembling as he begged for help. He didn't reveal the full truth of his escape, only saying that he had fled from a prison camp and needed food and shelter. The farmer hesitated, his gaze darting to the empty road beyond his home. Then, with a weary sigh, He stepped aside and motioned for Way to enter. The warmth of the house was overwhelming after days in the cold, and Way nearly collapsed as he stepped inside. The farmer's wife brought him a bowl of soup, and he ate greedily, his hands shaking as he lifted the spoon to his mouth. The farmer asked few questions, sensing that Way's story was one of pain and desperation. For the first time in weeks, Way allowed himself to relax, if only slightly. But the reprieve was short-lived. The sound of trucks rumbling down the road shattered the fragile peace of the farmhouse. Way's heart sank as he heard the sharp bark of orders and the clatter of boots on the ground. The farmer's face paled, and he looked at Way with a mixture of fear and regret. "You need to hide," the farmer whispered urgently. He pointed to a trapdoor in the floor that led to a small cellar. Way hesitated for only a moment before descending into the dark, cramped space. He crouched in the shadows, his breath shallow as he listened to the chaos above. The soldiers burst into the house, their voices cold and commanding. Way couldn't make out their words, but he could hear the fear in the farmer's responses. Minutes stretched into an eternity as the soldiers searched the house, their boots thudding overhead. Way gripped the knife in his hand, his knuckles white as he prepared for the worst. The trapdoor creaked open. Harsh light flooded the cellar, and Way's eyes met the cold, unfeeling gaze of a soldier. The man barked an order, and Way was dragged out into the open. The farmer and his wife looked on helplessly as the soldiers restrained Way, their faces etched with sorrow and guilt. Way met their gaze briefly, nodding in silent gratitude for their attempt to help. As Way was loaded into the back of a truck, his mind raced. The truth he had fought so hard to carry was now at risk of being buried forever. He had come so close to freedom, to exposing the horrors of Unit 731, only to be caught in the web of those who sought to silence him. The truck rumbled to life, carrying him back toward the shadows from which he had fled. Wei Jiang was never seen again. His story, like the countless others lost within the walls of Unit 731, became another unmarked chapter in the annals of history. Yet, even in his final moments, Wei's defiance remained a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a flicker of light in a darkness that sought to consume everything. Thank you for listening to tonight's story on sleep theories. As you drift off, let this tale remind you of the courage it takes to seek truth, even in the face of unimaginable odds. Sleep well and sweet dreams. I sat back in my chair, the weight of the revelation pressing against my chest like a physical force. The folder's contents spilled out across my desk, a chaotic mess of paper and mystery, but my mind kept circling back to the photographs. They were haunting. The figures in the images wore expressions of guarded focus, their postures rigid, as if they knew their work was being watched, or worse, judged. I found myself drawn to the machinery in the background. It wasn't the clunky, rugged equipment I'd come to associate with early space exploration. No, this was sleek, sophisticated, almost futuristic, like something plucked from a science fiction novel. I picked up one of the photos and held it closer to the light. The scientist stood in front of a massive cylindrical object, its surface smooth and unmarked except for a faint emblem that looked like a fusion of the NASA logo and a Cyrillic design. My breath caught in my throat. If this was real, it meant something extraordinary, something the world had never been told. I set the photo down and turned to the memos. My fingers shook as I flipped through them, each one offering pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. Phrases leapt off the pages: coordinated asset exchange, joint lunar initiative, narrative alignment essential for national security. These weren't just routine communications, they were agreements, contracts, written in the language of covert diplomacy. The words felt clinical, stripped of emotion, but the implications were anything but. What struck me most were the names. Many were redacted, replaced with black bars that ran across the memos like a visual silence, but a few escaped the censor's pen. One name in particular kept appearing: Dr. Anatoly Makarov. I didn't recognise it, but it was always accompanied by another, Dr. Robert Langston. A Soviet scientist and an American engineer, mentioned together in multiple documents. They were clearly key players in whatever this cooperative project had been. But why? And how had their collaboration escaped notice for so long? The cassette tape sat untouched on my desk, a silent witness to my mounting unease. I wasn't ready to listen to it yet, not until I'd exhausted the written records. I needed to anchor myself in what I could see and read before subjecting myself to whatever was waiting on that tape. I forced myself to examine the details in the memos more closely. One referenced a meeting in Geneva, labelled simply as Summit Directive 17. Another spoke of an unregistered launch site in Central Asia. But it was the final memo in the stack that truly unnerved me. It was dated July 1969, the same month as the Apollo 11 moon landing. The text was brief, written in cold, detached language. Ensure synchronized broadcast feed. Visual alignment parameters have been approved. No deviations permitted. Success contingent on absolute operational silence. My skin prickled as I read the last line again. Operational silence. What did that mean? And why was it tied to the moon landing, the very event that defined the space race? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Had the moon landing been part of this synchronized effort? Had the entire world been duped by a carefully orchestrated performance? I pushed the papers aside and stared at the folder, my thoughts swirling. Everything about it felt wrong, impossible, and yet the evidence was undeniable. These weren't the ravings of a conspiracy theorist or the fabrications of a bored archivist. These were authentic documents, written by people who had been at the centre of the space race. People who had known the truth and worked to keep it hidden. The room felt smaller, the air heavier. I rubbed my temples trying to make sense of it all. If the space race had been a joint effort, if the United States and the Soviet Union had secretly collaborated, what did that say about everything we thought we knew about the Cold War? About history itself? And why now? Why had someone chosen to send this to me of all people? What was I supposed to do with it? These questions loomed larger with every passing second, their weight pressing down on me like the photographs, memos and cassette tape that now cluttered my desk. I wasn't ready to admit it to myself yet, but deep down I knew the truth. There was no going back. I'd opened Pandora's box and the only way out was forward. The cassette tape was the final piece. It had no label, no indication of what it contained. My hands trembled slightly as I placed it in an old tape recorder I kept in my office. The machine whirred to life, and then a voice crackled through the speakers. It was faint, distorted, but I could make out fragments of a conversation in Russian, followed by a reply in English. Progress on the propulsion system. Mutual benefits. Ensure neither side is exposed. The tape ended abruptly, leaving only static in its wake. I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. I knew I was holding something explosive, something that could shake the foundations of what people believed about one of the most celebrated eras in history. But what was I supposed to do with it? Who could I trust? The days blurred together as I sank deeper into the research, my life narrowing to the glow of my computer screen, the shuffle of papers on my desk, and the whispers of the secrets I was chasing. Every spare moment I had was consumed by the documents, the photographs, and the cryptic phrases that had been plaguing my thoughts since the folder arrived. The room around me became a fortress of evidence. Printouts tacked to the walls, note cards filled with scrawled connections pinned together with red string, and stacks of books and files teetering precariously on the edge of my desk. Sleep became an afterthought. At night, I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with fragments of information I couldn't piece together. The same names and dates would loop in my head, like a song I couldn't shake. Makarov, Langston, Geneva, July 1969. The words were meaningless on their own, but together they felt like keys to a door I couldn't yet find. My editor's concern grew sharper with each passing day. She would stop by my desk, casting wary glances at the chaos surrounding me. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked more than once. "You don't look like you've slept in days." "I'm fine," I'd reply, brushing her off with a quick smile, and a promise to deliver something soon. But even as I said it, I knew she could see through me. My face had grown pale, my eyes ringed with dark circles, and my usual confidence was replaced by a jittery energy I couldn't contain. Every so often, I'd catch my reflection in the window of the office, and the person staring back didn't look like me anymore. There was a wildness in my eyes, a desperation that hadn't been there before. But I couldn't stop. I didn't want to. The more I uncovered, the more convinced I became that I was onto something monumental. The phone calls started coming late at night. Unknown numbers, no one on the other end, just silence or faint static. At first I dismissed them as a coincidence, the product of a paranoid mind, but they kept coming, sometimes once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times in a row. I stopped answering them, but even the sight of my phone lighting up sent a chill down my spine. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just sleep-deprived and overthinking everything. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, monitoring my movements, waiting for me to make a mistake. I started double-checking my locks, peeking out my blinds at odd hours, and keeping my laptop password protected even when I was alone. It was ridiculous, I knew, but the unease was like a shadow that clung to me, growing darker with each passing day. One evening, as I stared at a grainy photograph of what looked like a joint US-Soviet meeting in some desolate facility, I found myself muttering under my breath. "What am I missing?" I asked the empty room. The silence felt heavier than usual, as if the walls themselves were listening. I leaned back in my chair, running a hand through my unwashed hair, and closed my eyes. The exhaustion was catching up to me, but every time I thought about stepping away, that same thought pulled me back. What if I'm right? It wasn't just about proving the theory anymore. It was about the magnitude of it all. If the space race had been choreographed, if the 2 greatest enemies of the 20th century had secretly worked together, then everything I thought I knew about history was a lie. It was bigger than a story. It was a reckoning. I opened my eyes, the photograph still in my hand. In the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a calendar hanging on the wall. The date was circled in red, December 14th, 1962. My pulse quickened as I jotted it down, another fragment to add to the growing pile. It didn't mean anything yet, but it felt significant. Everything did. The walls of my apartment were closing in. The air felt thick, suffocating, and I realised I hadn't eaten all day. My stomach growled, but the idea of food felt foreign, like a task for someone who still lived in the real world. I shoved the photograph into the folder and stood, pacing the room in restless circles. "You're losing it," I said aloud, my voice sharp in the quiet. But even as I said it, I knew I wouldn't stop. I couldn't. This was bigger than me now. The tipping point came when I received a second package. This one was smaller, just a single envelope with no return address. It arrived early in the morning, slipped through the mail slot while the city was still waking up. The envelope was unremarkable, plain and beige, but the weight of it in my hands was enough to send a jolt of adrenaline through me. My fingers trembled as I opened it, sliding out a single photograph. The image was clearer than the grainy black and white photos from the first package. This one was in colour, crisp and recent. It showed a man in his 60s sitting at a small table outside a cafe. He was dressed in a simple grey coat, a scarf draped loosely around his neck. A newspaper lay folded in front of him, next to a cup of coffee. He looked ordinary, almost forgettable, just another face in the crowd. But his posture, the way his eyes seemed to dart slightly off camera, suggested he was anything but. I flipped the photo over and saw the caption scrawled on the back in uneven handwriting. "The architect. Meet him and you'll have your answers." My pulse quickened. The architect. The word felt loaded, heavy with meaning. Was this the person behind the alleged collaboration? The one who had orchestrated the carefully choreographed dance between the United States and the Soviet Union? My mind raced with possibilities. This man could be the key to unravelling the entire conspiracy, or he could be a wild goose chase. I stared at the photograph for what felt like hours, analysing every detail. The cobblestones under the table, the faint shadow of the cafe sign just visible in the upper corner, the blurred figures walking past in the background. A part of me wanted to dismiss it as a prank, some elaborate hoax to throw me off, but the other part, the part that had been consumed by this obsession, knew better. This was real. It had to be. The caption didn't include a name, but it was clear enough where the photograph had been taken. Somewhere in Eastern Europe, likely Prague. The cafe's sign, though partially obscured, was written in Czech, and the architecture of the surrounding buildings matched the city's distinct style. My instincts told me that whoever sent this wanted me to follow the trail. They wanted me to find this man. It was reckless. I knew that even as I reached for my phone to book a flight. My editor would kill me if she found out I'd left without notice. But I didn't care. The story was too big, the stakes too high. If this man truly held the answers, then I couldn't afford to wait. The next morning, I was on a plane, staring out at the endless expanse of clouds and questioning everything. What if this was a trap? What if the photograph was bait, meant to lure me into a situation I couldn't control? I tried to silence the doubts, focusing instead on the possibility of finally finding the answers I'd been chasing. The truth was out there, and I was closer than ever. When the plane landed in Prague, the reality of what I was doing hit me like a wave. The city greeted me with its timeless beauty, sprawling Gothic cathedrals, narrow cobblestone streets, and the unmistakable hum of history woven into every corner. But I wasn't here as a tourist. The photograph in my pocket felt heavier than ever, a constant reminder of my purpose. I checked into a small hotel near the city centre, my room overlooking a quiet courtyard. As I unpacked, I spread the photograph out on the desk and studied it again. The cafe sign, now clearer under the bright lamp, read, Kavana Nadeje, Hope Cafe. A quick search on my phone confirmed it was a real place, tucked away on a side street not far from the old town. My stomach tightened. This was it. That evening I made my way to the cafe, the photograph clutched tightly in my hand. The streets were alive with the soft glow of streetlights, the chatter of locals and tourists blending into a soothing hum. But for me, the atmosphere was electric, every step bringing me closer to what felt like the edge of a cliff. When I arrived, the cafe looked almost exactly as it did in the photo. Small tables spilled onto the cobblestone street, their surfaces illuminated by dim lanterns. Inside, the warm glow of hanging lights reflected off the polished wooden walls. I hesitated at the entrance, scanning the tables for the man in the photograph. My heart raced as I saw him. Sitting at the same table, his posture identical to the image I'd studied 100 times. He didn't look up as I approached, his focus seemingly on the newspaper spread before him. My hands felt clammy as I cleared my throat. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Are you—" Before I could finish, he folded the newspaper neatly and looked up. His eyes met mine, sharp and assessing, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You've come a long way," he said, his voice calm and measured. "I was wondering when you'd find me." I froze, unsure of what to say. He gestured to the chair across from him, and I sat down, the photograph still clutched in my hand. For a moment neither of us spoke, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. Finally he broke it. "You have questions," he said simply, "and I have answers, but I need to know something first." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. "Do you truly understand what you're asking to uncover?" I swallowed hard, the enormity of the moment sinking in. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I need to know the truth." He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "Very well," he said, "but be warned, once you know there's no going back." I nodded, my grip tightening on the photograph. Whatever he was about to reveal, I knew it would change everything. I wanted to press him further, to demand answers. But before I could, the door to the cafe opened and 2 men in dark suits walked in. The architect stiffened, his eyes darting to the exit. "You need to leave," he said, his voice urgent. "Now." "What about you?" I asked. He smiled faintly. "I've been running long enough." I hesitated, but his expression left no room for argument. Grabbing the folder and my bag, I slipped out the back door just as the men approached his table. That was weeks ago. Since then, I've been on the move, staying one step ahead of the shadows that seem to follow me everywhere. The evidence I collected is hidden in places even I can barely remember, scattered like breadcrumbs across the globe. I don't know who to trust, and I don't know how long I can keep this up. But one thing is certain, the story isn't over. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the hidden history of the space race. As you drift off tonight, let this story remind you that the line between truth and fiction is often thinner than we realize. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Edward Harker wasn't your average billionaire. He wasn't interested in flashy cars, towering skyscrapers, or jet-setting to exotic locales. No, Harker's obsession was rooted in something far more unusual. From the outside, he was a tech magnate, a man who'd built an empire of innovations that transformed industries and amassed him unimaginable wealth. But behind closed doors, he harboured a secret fascination, an unshakable belief that the earth was flat. This wasn't just a passing curiosity or the idle musings of a man with too much time on his hands. For Harker, it was a conviction that had taken root in the deepest recesses of his mind, growing steadily over the years. It had started innocently enough, with late-night internet searches and debates in obscure online forums. But what began as a hobby had spiralled into a full-fledged obsession that consumed him. He wasn't just interested in proving the theory. He was determined to unravel the greatest deception he believed humanity had ever faced. Harker's sprawling estate in the countryside became his sanctuary for this quest. Behind the gates, nestled among manicured gardens and futuristic laboratories, he built a personal library dedicated to the subject. Shelves groaned under the weight of ancient atlases, declassified government documents, and obscure scientific treatises. Maps from centuries past covered his walls, their faded lines and inscriptions serving as a testament to the worldviews of a forgotten era, an era he believed held more truth than the polished narratives of modern times. He would sit for hours in his dimly lit study, his fingers tracing the lines of a 15th century map that depicted a flat earth surrounded by an unbroken ring of ice. The details were striking. Depictions of mythical sea creatures in uncharted waters, warnings etched in Latin along the edges, and symbols that seemed to whisper secrets he was desperate to understand. These maps, he believed, held clues that had been ignored or dismissed for centuries. To him, they weren't just artifacts, they were evidence. As his obsession deepened, Harker began to notice patterns where others saw none. Satellite imagery, he claimed, bore signs of tampering. The curvature of the Earth seen from space was a product of fisheye lenses and digital manipulation. Weather balloons and high-altitude cameras launched by independent researchers, however, told a different story, one that aligned with his beliefs. Each piece of data he uncovered, no matter how small or anecdotal, was another brick in the towering edifice of his conviction. And then there was Antarctica. For Harker, it was the ultimate enigma. Official maps described it as a frozen continent at the bottom of the globe, but he was certain it was something else entirely. Historical accounts, from ancient sailors to early explorers, spoke of impassable ice walls and mysterious phenomena near the southern reaches of the world. These stories fed his imagination, painting a picture of a boundary so vast and formidable that no one dared cross it. To Harker, Antarctica wasn't just a frozen wasteland. It was the key to everything. The more he studied, the more Antarctica loomed in his mind as both a beacon and a barrier. It was a place shrouded in secrecy, with its remote research stations and tightly controlled access. The Antarctic Treaty, which prohibited unauthorized exploration and military activity, struck him as more than a cooperative agreement between nations. To Harker, it was evidence of a global conspiracy to keep the truth hidden. If the Earth was flat, as he believed, then Antarctica was the edge of that truth, a wall of ice stretching endlessly, shielding humanity from the terrifying reality beyond. But Harker wasn't content to theorize. For all his books, maps, and meticulously compiled research, he lacked the one thing he craved most: proof. He wanted to see the edge of the Earth with his own eyes, to document it, to expose the lie to the world, and he had the means to do it. His wealth and influence had granted him access to the brightest minds, the most advanced technology, and the resources to launch an expedition on a scale few could imagine. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he was uniquely positioned to pursue the truth. Governments were constrained by treaties, scientists by funding, and ordinary people by logistics. But Harker had no such limitations. He could fund his own expeditions, equip them with state-of-the-art tools, and push further into the icy unknown than anyone had before. He could uncover what others dared not even search for. The idea consumed him. It wasn't just about proving the flat Earth theory. It was about vindication, about being the one man bold enough to challenge centuries of dogma. The thought thrilled him, even as it filled him with an undercurrent of unease. Deep down he knew the journey would be perilous, both physically and reputationally. but the stakes only made it more irresistible. In the quiet moments, late at night in his study, he would stand before a massive map of Antarctica pinned to the wall. Its stark, featureless expanse stared back at him, daring him to venture into its depths, and every time he looked at it, he felt the same electric pulse of determination. If the edge of the Earth truly existed, he would find it, and nothing, not the icy terrain, not the skepticism of the world, not even the possibility of failure, would stop him. It started small. He funded a series of private expeditions to Antarctica, hiring teams of seasoned explorers, scientists, and adventurers. Their mission was simple: document what lay beyond the ice, capture evidence of what the world had been told didn't exist, and bring back irrefutable proof. Each team was outfitted with cutting-edge technology, GPS systems, satellite communication devices, drones, and even experimental ice-penetrating radar. Money was no object. Harker spared no expense, convinced that if he gave these expeditions every possible advantage, success was inevitable. But none of the teams returned. The first group seemed to vanish into thin air. For weeks they sent regular transmissions filled with data and updates, their voices crackling with excitement as they described the surreal beauty of the icy landscape and their progress deeper into the frozen expanse. And then, without warning, the signals stopped. Search efforts were launched, but the desolation of Antarctica made the task nearly impossible. The rescue teams found no sign of the explorers, no abandoned camps, no wreckage, not even a single piece of discarded equipment. It was as if the ice had swallowed them whole. Harker was shaken but undeterred. He doubled down, convinced that the first team had fallen victim to the harsh, unpredictable conditions. This time he hired an even more experienced group, one that included former military personnel, climatologists, and survival experts. Their preparations were meticulous. They carried weeks' worth of supplies, redundancies for every piece of equipment, and specialised training in Antarctic navigation. For a time, it seemed like they were making progress. The transmissions came regularly, filled with reports of treacherous terrain and weather conditions. Then, just like before, silence. Another team gone, as though the icy continent itself had consumed them. The third expedition was the most ambitious yet. Harker personally oversaw every detail, from the selection of the team to the design of their equipment. He incorporated lessons learned from the previous failures, adding more robust communication systems, heavier vehicles, and even aerial reconnaissance drones. He was determined to leave nothing to chance. This time, they were going to make it. This time, they were going to succeed. But the third team also disappeared. Their last transmission was garbled, frantic, and cut short mid-sentence. The rescue operation that followed was exhaustive, involving some of the most advanced technologies available, but the result was the same. Nothing. No bodies, no wreckage, no answers. The losses were staggering. Dozens of lives, millions of dollars in equipment, and months of planning, all gone without explanation. The disappearances began to attract attention from the media, with sensational headlines speculating about the dangers of Antarctica and questioning Harker's obsession. But it wasn't just the public that started to doubt him. His board of advisors grew increasingly concerned. They called emergency meetings, their voices filled with frustration and fear as they begged him to stop. "It's madness, Edward," one of them said during a tense gathering in his estate's conference room. 3 expeditions, 3 failures. How many more lives are you willing to risk? "You're throwing money into a void," another added, shaking his head. "Whatever you think is out there isn't worth this. It's time to let it go." But Harker couldn't let it go. He wouldn't. To him, the disappearances weren't just tragedies, they were proof. Proof that something was out there, something the world wasn't supposed to see. He became convinced that the expeditions hadn't failed because of the conditions or human error. They had been stopped. By what or by whom, he didn't yet know. But the pattern was too deliberate, too precise to be coincidence. Someone, or something, was working to ensure that no one uncovered what lay beyond the ice. The arguments with his advisors grew heated, their voices echoing in the cavernous meeting room. They pleaded with him to see reason, to consider the mounting losses and the toll his obsession was taking. But Harker had long since crossed the line from determination to fixation. The evidence was all around him, he argued. The disappearances, the sudden silences, the complete lack of wreckage. "You don't understand," he told them, his voice steely. "This isn't failure, it's interference, and it's all the more reason to press on." His advisors exchanged uneasy glances. They had seen Harker driven before. His ambition was what had built his empire. But this was different. This was a man consumed by something he couldn't let go, no matter the cost. They warned him, some even threatening to resign if he continued. But Harker's resolve was unshaken. He was too close, too certain that the answers he sought were within reach. And so he made a decision that shocked even those who knew him best. If no one else could succeed, then he would lead the next expedition himself. "I'm going," he announced one evening, his voice calm but resolute. "If I want answers, I need to find them myself." The preparations for Harker's journey were exhaustive. He assembled a team of the best and brightest: glaciologists, cartographers, survival experts, and a handful of trusted security personnel. They were given the finest equipment money could buy: custom-built snow vehicles, high-tech communication gear, and enough provisions to last months. Harker spared no expense, determined that this expedition would succeed where the others had failed. Their departure was shrouded in secrecy, a cloak of anonymity drawn tightly around every detail of the mission. No announcements were made, no social media posts leaked. The group boarded a private jet in the dead of night, their destination listed as a vague research operation. Even the crew piloting the aircraft had been sworn to silence, signing ironclad non-disclosure agreements. Harker had made it clear to everyone involved: if word of their mission got out, they would likely never make it past the runway. The team's journey began at a remote and rarely used base on the edge of Antarctica, far from the bustling hubs of international research stations. The facility was little more than a cluster of prefabricated buildings and a small airstrip, barely visible against the backdrop of endless white. It had been chosen for its isolation, ensuring that no curious eyes would be watching. Supplies were unloaded quickly, their crates marked only with cryptic codes to obscure their true contents. Harker moved among the team, his presence both inspiring and intimidating, a mix of quiet determination and restless energy. He didn't trust anyone outside their circle, not the media, not the international coalitions that regulated Antarctic expeditions, not even the scientists who claimed to champion transparency and discovery. To Harker, they were all potential agents of the conspiracy, complicit in maintaining the illusion of a spherical Earth. His paranoia, once a quiet undercurrent, had become an undeniable force driving every aspect of the operation. The team's morale was an uneasy blend of excitement and trepidation. Many of them were drawn to the mission for reasons beyond Harker's flat Earth obsession. Some were seasoned adventurers, enticed by the prospect of exploring one of the last uncharted frontiers. Others were scientists, curious about the mysteries Antarctica held, even if they didn't buy into Harker's theories. And then there were those who simply couldn't resist the lure of being part of something monumental. Whether it was groundbreaking or unthinkable, they didn't care. They were here for the thrill, the chance to make history. The journey across the ice was punishing from the outset. Their convoy consisted of specialized vehicles designed to withstand the extreme cold, their treads crunching over the frozen terrain. Temperatures plunged to levels most of the team had never experienced, the bitter cold seeping into every crack and crevice of their gear. Even the most advanced thermal clothing struggled to keep them warm, and frostbite became a constant threat. The wind was relentless, a deafening roar that seemed to come from all directions at once. Gale-force gusts whipped up blinding sheets of snow, reducing visibility to a few feet at times. The vehicles moved in a slow, deliberate line, their headlights cutting through the swirling white like ghostly beacons. Inside the cabs, the team huddled in their seats, their breath fogging the windows as they exchanged worried glances. Harker, however, seemed unfazed. He sat in the lead vehicle, poring over maps and charts illuminated by the dim glow of a laptop screen. The coordinates he had spent years calculating were burned into his mind, a sequence of numbers he believed would lead them to the truth. He spoke sparingly, his focus unyielding, his intensity filling the small space like a palpable force. Whenever doubt crept into the minds of the team, they only had to glance at him to remember why they were there. His belief was a fire that refused to be extinguished, no matter how harsh the conditions. The landscape was both breathtaking and oppressive. Vast fields of snow stretched endlessly in every direction, broken only by jagged ridges of ice and the occasional towering glacier. The sky above was a pale grey expanse, blending almost seamlessly with the ground below, creating a disorienting sense of endlessness. It was beautiful in a way that defied description, but it was also utterly inhospitable, a reminder of the unforgiving nature of the continent they had dared to challenge. Days blurred into nights, though the sun never truly set this far south. It hovered low on the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows that danced across the ice. The team worked in shifts, battling exhaustion, as they set up and dismantled camps with mechanical efficiency. Sleep came in fits and starts, interrupted by the howling wind or the groaning of the ice beneath them. Meals were quick and utilitarian, eaten in silence as each member wrestled with their thoughts. The weight of the journey began to take its toll. Equipment froze and failed in the extreme cold, forcing the team to make constant repairs. The isolation pressed heavily on their minds, the endless white stretching out like a void that threatened to swallow them whole. Conversations grew sparse, replaced by the hum of engines and the crunch of snow underfoot. The only constant was Harker, his unwavering conviction pushing them forward, even as doubts festered in the back of their minds. But for all the hardships, there was a growing sense of anticipation. As the team pressed deeper into the icy expanse, following Harker's carefully plotted course, they began to notice subtle changes in the terrain. The ice seemed to grow denser, its surface more reflective, almost like glass. The air grew colder still, the wind sharper, as though they were nearing some invisible threshold. Harker was convinced they were close. He spent hours staring at the horizon, his breath fogging in the frigid air, his eyes scanning for the faintest sign of what he believed lay beyond. Each day brought them closer to the coordinates he had marked, and with every mile his excitement grew. For the rest of the team, the journey was grueling, but for Harker, it was exhilarating. He was on the brink of discovering what he had devoted his life to proving, or so he believed. The initial shock of the encounter was paralysing. The team, hardened by weeks of grueling travel and adversity, now sat in stunned silence within the confines of the armoured transport. The vehicle's interior was dark, lit only by the faint glow of control panels near the front. The hum of the engine and the rhythmic crunch of snow beneath the tyres were the only sounds, amplifying the oppressive tension that hung over them like a suffocating shroud. Harker sat closest to the door, his fists clenched tightly in his lap. His eyes were locked on the metal walls, his mind replaying the moment they'd been surrounded. He could still hear the commanding tone of the soldier, the cold finality in his voice. Harker's vision blurred with frustration and fury. How could they have been so close, only to be intercepted like this? Every step of the journey had led to that moment, to the edge of the earth, and now that truth had been yanked away from him like a cruel joke. The rest of the team exchanged nervous glances, their faces pale and drawn. Some of them whispered in hushed tones, their words too faint to catch. Others stared at the floor, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief. The moments of strange sightings, the malfunctions, and the eerie silence of the ice, everything now seemed to point to an orchestrated effort to keep them away. But why? The questions loomed larger than ever, filling the cramped space of the transport like a tangible weight. "Do you think they're taking us to a base?" one of the team members finally whispered, breaking the silence. "Maybe," another replied, his voice shaky. "Or worse." Harker turned toward them sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. "They won't stop us," he said, his tone resolute. "Whatever they're trying to hide, they know we're close. That's why they're doing this." A scientist on the team, a woman who had been sceptical of Harker's theories from the start, shook her head. "You don't get it, do you?" she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. "We're not close to anything. We're prisoners now. They'll make sure we never see the light of day again." "Enough," Harker snapped, his eyes blazing. "They're trying to scare us, to make us doubt what we've seen. But we've seen it. That wall, whatever it is, they can't erase that from our minds." The scientist fell silent, but her expression didn't soften. The others avoided eye contact, unwilling to take sides in an argument that felt futile in the face of their current reality. The transport jostled them roughly as it climbed over uneven terrain. Hours passed, though it was impossible to know how many. The absence of windows left them disoriented, cut off from the world outside. Harker couldn't tell if they were being taken deeper into the ice or back the way they had come. Every lurch and bump of the vehicle sent waves of anxiety through the team, the uncertainty gnawing at their already frayed nerves. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop. The engine idled for a moment before cutting off, leaving a profound silence that seemed almost deafening. Harker's heart pounded as he heard the faint sound of boots crunching in the snow outside. Voices murmured, muffled by the thick walls, and then the door swung open with a metallic groan. Blinding light flooded the transport, and the team squinted against the harsh glare. Figures loomed in the opening, silhouetted against the icy landscape. The soldiers' black uniforms and visors gave them an almost inhuman appearance, as though they were machines rather than men. "Out!" barked one of the soldiers, his voice sharp and commanding. The team hesitated for a split second before complying. One by one they climbed down from the transport, their movements slow and stiff after hours of confinement. The cold hit them like a slap, the biting wind cutting through their layers of clothing. Harker was the last to step out, his jaw clenched as he scanned the surroundings. They were in a barren expanse of ice, with no landmarks or structures in sight. The wall they had glimpsed earlier was nowhere to be seen, hidden by the distance or deliberately obscured. Instead, the transport and its occupants were surrounded by a perimeter of heavily armed soldiers. Their weapons gleamed in the sunlight, a silent reminder of the consequences of defiance. "Form a line," one of the soldiers ordered, gesturing sharply. The team obeyed, shuffling into a loose line as the soldiers circled them. Harker stood at the front, his gaze locked on the soldier who appeared to be in charge, the same man who had issued the warning at the wall. His helmet obscured most of his face, but his stance radiated authority. "You've been warned before," the soldier said, his tone devoid of emotion. "Your presence here violates international agreements and endangers the security of this region. You will not be allowed to proceed." Harker took a step forward, his breath visible in the frigid air. "You can't keep this hidden forever," he said, his voice steady but laced with anger. "The world deserves to know what's out here. People deserve to know the truth." The soldier didn't flinch. "The truth," he said, almost mocking, "is not yours to decide. You've overstepped, Mr. Harker, and now you'll face the consequences." With a sharp motion, he signalled to his men. The soldiers stepped forward, their movements precise and synchronized. The team was quickly separated and restrained, their protests falling on deaf ears. Harker struggled against the firm grip of the soldiers holding him, but it was futile. He could feel the cold metal of handcuffs bite into his wrists, a stark contrast to the fiery determination still burning in his chest. As the soldiers led them away, Harker glanced over his shoulder, hoping for one last glimpse of the wall. But all he saw was the endless white expanse, as empty and silent as the secrets it concealed. The answers he had sought were tantalizingly close, yet they remained just out of reach, buried beneath layers of ice and deception. The group was herded into another transport, their fate unknown. Harker's mind raced with possibilities, each one darker than the last. But despite the fear and uncertainty, one thought remained clear in his mind. He had seen the wall, and no matter what happened next, he would never stop believing in what lay beyond. Thank you for joining us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off tonight, let this story remind you of the lengths we'll go to in pursuit of the truth, and the mysteries that remain just beyond our reach. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. Jacob Grant wasn't the kind of man who sought out adventure. His life was one of quiet rhythms and unassuming contentment, a routine that offered him a sense of control in an otherwise unpredictable world. As the librarian of a quaint New England town, his days were steeped in the smell of old books and the soft hum of fluorescent lights. He loved the orderly comfort of his job, organising card catalogues, helping a young reader find their next favourite story, and watching the sunbeam patterns shift across the reading tables as the hours passed. Every morning began the same way. Jacob would wake at precisely 6:30 a.m, brew a pot of coffee, and retrieve the local paper from the front porch of his small weathered home. He found a certain solace in the rustling of the pages, the way the ink stained his fingers, and the familiar cadence of small-town headlines, a local charity drive, the annual Fall Festival, a feature on Mrs. Patterson's award-winning garden. He read every article, not because he was particularly invested, but because it was part of the ritual, a tether to the predictable. Afternoons were spent among the towering shelves of the library, a building as old and storied as the books it housed. Jacob knew every corner of the place, the creak in the third step of the back staircase, the spot where the afternoon sun hit the stained glass window just right, the faint scent of mildew in the history section. He had worked there for over a decade and felt a sense of quiet pride in his role as the town's unofficial gatekeeper of knowledge. The library was more than his workplace, it was his sanctuary. The soft murmur of patrons, the rhythmic clatter of the card catalogue drawers, and the occasional distant thud of a book being reshelved created a symphony of sounds that Jacob found deeply comforting. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the chaos of the outside world could be left at the door. Jacob took great pleasure in guiding patrons through the labyrinth of stories, often recommending books he himself had loved. His eyes would light up as he described a plot twist or a particularly poetic passage, and for those brief moments his quiet demeanour would bloom into enthusiasm. Evenings were his time to unwind. After the library closed, Jacob would return to his modest home, a cosy bungalow adorned with ivy climbing its weathered brick facade. He'd prepare a simple dinner, usually something like soup or a grilled cheese sandwich, and settle into his favourite armchair with a novel. On warmer nights he might take a leisurely stroll through the quiet streets, nodding politely to neighbours who sat on their porches or walked their dogs. He loved the way the town transformed under the glow of the streetlights, the way the stillness of the night amplified the sound of his footsteps on the pavement. Jacob's weekends were equally unremarkable, filled with small pleasures that he had come to cherish. A Saturday morning visit to the farmer's market for fresh produce, an afternoon spent tinkering with the old clock in his living room, a hobby he had picked up from his late grandfather. Sundays were for church, not out of deep religious conviction, but because he enjoyed the sense of community and the familiar rhythm of the service. He wasn't lonely, not exactly. Jacob had friends, though his relationships were more cordial than close. He preferred to keep people at arm's length, finding comfort in the solitude that allowed him to retreat into his thoughts and his books. He was the kind of man who blended into the background, who was known but not truly known, a reliable fixture in the town but never the centre of its stories. And yet there was a part of Jacob that yearned for something more, though he rarely acknowledged it. Sometimes as he walked through the quiet town or shelved books in the library, he felt a faint tug of curiosity, a whisper of longing for something beyond the predictable. It wasn't dissatisfaction exactly, but an itch he couldn't quite scratch, a sense that there might be more to the world than the comfortable bubble he'd built for himself. Jacob didn't think of himself as the adventurous type. He didn't chase after excitement or seek out the unknown. But life has a way of finding you when you least expect it, of pulling you into the extraordinary when you're content to remain in the ordinary. Jacob Grant's quiet, predictable life was about to be turned upside down, and he had no idea how much everything was about to change. It began on a chilly autumn afternoon. The air was crisp, the kind that made the leaves crunch underfoot as Jacob walked to work. He had always loved the quiet charm of his town, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-covered buildings. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, where secrets were few and far between, or so he thought. That day, as he arrived at the library, he found a small, unmarked package sitting on the steps. It was plain, wrapped in brown paper with no return address, and his name was scrawled across it in uneven handwriting. Frowning, Jacob picked it up, his fingers brushing against the coarse paper. He assumed it was a donation. People often dropped off books for the library, but something about this package felt different. Curiosity burned brighter than caution as Jacob carefully carried the package to the library's back office, a dimly lit room cluttered with forgotten tomes and dusty archives. The quiet hum of the building seemed to amplify his unease as he set the package on the desk, the weight of it sending an unexplainable chill through him. His hands trembled slightly as he peeled back the brown paper wrapping, revealing a worn leather-bound notebook. Its age was evident, the edges frayed, the leather cracked in places. The faint outline of an eagle clutching an unfamiliar insignia was embossed on the cover, faded but unmistakably deliberate. It wasn't any symbol Jacob had seen before, and its presence seemed to carry an unspoken gravity. Tucked into the front of the notebook was a folded piece of paper. The words scrawled across it in bold, uneven letters sent a shiver down his spine. "Do not ignore this." Jacob stared at the message for a long moment, his breath shallow. His first instinct was to laugh it off, to tell himself it was some elaborate prank. But there was something about the notebook, its weight, its smell, the tangible history that radiated from it, that made the warning impossible to dismiss. Taking a steadying breath, he unfolded the notebook's brittle cover and began flipping through its pages. What greeted him was a chaotic maze of handwritten notes, precise diagrams, and what appeared to be official documents. The handwriting varied in style and intensity, some pages neatly scripted, others frantic and scrawled as though written in haste. Many of the documents bore stamps and seals. Top secret, classified, and eyes only were repeated throughout. Jacob felt his pulse quicken. These weren't the kind of words you found in old notebooks left lying around. As he scanned the pages, certain terms leapt out at him like fragments of a dark puzzle. Operation Paperclip, V2 rockets, biological warfare research, intelligence collaboration. Diagrams of rockets and chemical compounds were interspersed with lists of names, some neatly typed, others scratched into the margins as though added later. The notes told a story, a fragmented, haunting story about an operation conducted by the US government in the shadow of World War II. Jacob leaned closer, his fingers tracing over faded ink as he pieced together what the notebook described. According to the notes, Operation Paperclip was a covert program orchestrated in the late 1940s. Its aim was to recruit German scientists, engineers and technicians, many of whom had worked for the Nazi regime. These men weren't just scientists, they were individuals with ties to atrocities, the architects of devastating weapons and experiments, and yet they were quietly brought to the United States to work on cutting-edge technology, their pasts swept under the rug in the name of progress. Jacob's stomach churned as he read descriptions of their contributions, the development of V2 rockets, early missile systems, and even projects that hinted at more sinister undertakings, biological research, psychological manipulation. One name caught his attention, Werner von Braun, a man celebrated as a hero of the US space program. Yet here, his name appeared alongside accounts of wartime rocket programs that had left devastation in their wake. The deeper Jacob delved, the more disturbing the story became. Some of the notes hinted at government cover-ups, carefully orchestrated efforts to erase the scientists' wartime affiliations from public record. There were references to fabricated employment histories, falsified immigration papers, and the relocation of families to quiet towns where their pasts would go unnoticed. The notebook detailed an intricate web of secrecy, one that stretched across continents and decades. Jacob sat back in his chair, the notebook resting in his lap. His hands felt clammy and his mind raced with questions. Was this real? Could it possibly be true? The seals and signatures, the painstakingly detailed diagrams, they all seemed genuine. And yet the story it told was so extraordinary, so damning, that part of him wanted to believe it was nothing more than a fabrication. But as he thumbed through the notebook again, he realized that if it were a hoax, it was an elaborate one. The sheer volume of detail, the specific dates and locations, the references to obscure government agencies, it was too precise, too consistent to dismiss outright. Jacob felt a cold knot of unease settle in his stomach. If this was real, then he was holding evidence of one of the most chilling secrets in modern history. He flipped back to the first page, reading the phrase, "Do not ignore this," once more. The words felt like a challenge, a dare to keep digging. Jacob wasn't sure he wanted to know more, but he also knew he wouldn't be able to stop himself. The quiet librarian who had spent his days cataloguing books and reading about history was now entangled in a piece of it, an ominous, hidden piece that someone clearly wanted to stay buried. His eyes darted to the door, half expecting someone to burst in and demand the notebook back. The library was silent, its dimly lit aisles empty, but Jacob's sense of safety had been shaken. He knew his life would never feel so predictable again. He wasn't sure if that thought thrilled him or terrified him. Over the following days, Jacob's obsession grew, consuming every moment of his waking life. The notebook and the cryptic warning it contained had unlocked a door he couldn't close, revealing a shadowy narrative that felt both unreal and undeniable. His once quiet evenings were now spent hunched over his desk, surrounded by a fortress of documents, declassified files, and hastily scribbled notes. The more he uncovered, the more sinister the story became. Operation Paperclip wasn't just a footnote in history. It was a sprawling operation, intricately linked to the Cold War arms race, the dawn of space exploration, and the rise of clandestine government power. Jacob felt a mix of awe and horror as he pieced together the connections. The very men whose names were etched in history as pioneers of rocketry and aviation had also been architects of wartime atrocities. The realization left a sour taste in his mouth. Werner von Braun, the charismatic face of NASA's Apollo program, had overseen the development of the V-2 rockets used to devastate London during the war. Arthur Rudolph, a celebrated figure in American aerospace engineering, had managed the construction of those rockets in underground factories manned by slave labour. Kurt de Bus, another name that appeared repeatedly in Jacob's research, had been a member of the SS, directly complicit in Nazi operations. These men weren't just brought to the US, they were celebrated, their pasts carefully sanitised, their contributions woven into the fabric of America's technological triumphs. Each discovery made Jacob's chest tighten. It wasn't just the moral compromises that disturbed him, it was the realisation of how deeply this deception had been buried. He uncovered declassified memos outlining the lengths to which government agencies had gone to obscure the scientists' Nazi affiliations. Employment records were falsified, public statements choreographed, and media narratives shaped to portray these men as heroes rather than war criminals. Jacob's research began to spiral into darker territory. The deeper he dug, the more tangled the web became. He found references to other classified projects connected to Paperclip, projects with vague, ominous names like Operation Bluebird and MK Ultra. These weren't just scientific endeavours, they were experiments in psychological manipulation, mind control and chemical warfare. The implications were staggering. How much of what he thought he knew about post-war America had been carefully constructed lies? And then there was the black sedan. At first, Jacob had dismissed it as coincidence, a neighbour's visitor perhaps, or a passing delivery driver. But as the days went on, the car's presence became harder to ignore. It appeared at odd hours, parked across the street or a few houses down, its dark windows impenetrable. Sometimes he thought he saw movement inside, a faint flicker of a shadow shifting in the driver's seat, but every time he tried to approach, the car would start up and drive away. Jacob's unease turned to paranoia. He began checking his locks twice, then 3 times before going to bed. He closed the curtains earlier each evening, afraid of what, or who, might be watching from the street. His nights became restless, haunted by the voice on the phone and the suffocating sense that he was being monitored. Despite his growing fear, Jacob couldn't stop. If anything, the warning only fueled his determination. Someone wanted him to stop digging, which meant he was onto something important. He dove deeper into government archives, poring over obscure academic papers and forgotten journalistic exposés. He even began visiting the homes of retired academics and journalists, trying to piece together the fragments of suppressed stories. During one such visit, he met an elderly man named Howard, a former investigative journalist who had spent decades trying to uncover the truth about Operation Paperclip. Howard's frail hands trembled as he sifted through a box of old notes and clippings. "I tried," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I tried to tell the story, but no one wanted to hear it. The government silences people like us." Jacob's heart sank as Howard described the intimidation tactics he had faced. Anonymous threats, financial ruin, even the mysterious disappearance of colleagues. "They'll come for you too," Howard warned, his sunken eyes locking onto Jacob's. "If you've gotten this far, you've already crossed the line." Jacob left Howard's house feeling both validated and terrified. The old man's warnings echoed in his mind as he drove home, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Was he being reckless? Was the truth worth the risk? That night the phone rang again. Jacob hesitated before answering, his hand hovering over the receiver as dread coiled in his chest. Finally he picked up, his voice trembling. "Hello?" This time the voice was clear and unmistakably human. "You've gone too far, Mr. Grant," the caller said, their tone flat and emotionless. "We won't warn you again." The line went dead. Jacob stared at the phone in his hand, his heart pounding in his ears. He had never given his name to anyone connected to his research. Whoever was behind this knew far more about him than he was comfortable with. Panic set in. He began frantically backing up his research, scanning documents and saving them to multiple hard drives. He reached out to a trusted friend, asking them to hold on to a copy just in case. But even as he tried to secure his findings, a nagging sense of futility gnawed at him. He was up against forces far more powerful than he could comprehend, let alone fight. The next morning, the black sedan was gone. For a brief moment, Jacob felt a flicker of relief, until he noticed the small envelope slipped under his front door. His hands shook as he opened it, revealing a single sheet of paper. Typed in bold letters were the words, "This is your last chance." Jacob sat down, the weight of the message crushing him. He realized he had two choices: stop everything, destroy his research, and return to his quiet life, or push forward, knowing full well the danger that awaited. He stared at the notebook on his desk, its pages a silent challenge. In the end, Jacob chose truth over safety. 2 nights later, Jacob vanished. His home was left undisturbed, the lights still on, a mug of tea cooling on the kitchen counter. The notebook was gone, as were the files he had collected. The only clue to his fate was a faint tyre track in the gravel outside his home, leading into the dark. Jacob's disappearance would never be investigated. To the world, he was just another librarian who had quietly slipped away. But those who knew him best whispered of the secrets he'd uncovered, of the lengths he had gone to expose the truth. In the weeks that followed, whispers began to circulate in the town. Some said Jacob had simply left, tired of his quiet life. Others believed he had uncovered something dangerous, something that had cost him his freedom, or worse. The truth, like the secrets he had uncovered, remained hidden in the shadows. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story of secrets and disappearances remind us of the mysteries that linger in the corners of history, waiting to be uncovered. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with wonder and curiosity. Sweet dreams. James Hart stood there, his breath hanging in the cool morning air as he stared at the sign. The words, "U.S. Government Property, Restricted Area." No trespassing glared back at him, each letter bold and unyielding against the worn metal. It was the kind of warning you didn't take lightly, the kind that usually sent law-abiding citizens like James turning back the way they came. And yet, he couldn't move. His boots stayed planted in the damp earth, his curiosity outweighing the rational part of his brain that screamed for him to leave. He scanned the area, turning his head slowly to look down the length of the fence. It was taller than he had realized, with rows of rusting barbed wire curling menacingly at the top. The trees around it were dense, their branches clawing at the metal like nature itself was trying to reclaim the land. What struck him most was the silence. The usual forest sounds, chirping birds, rustling leaves, were gone, replaced by an almost oppressive stillness that seemed to press down on him the longer he lingered. James felt a pang of guilt for even thinking about crossing the fence. He was a man who followed the rules, who had lived his life avoiding unnecessary risks. But something about the place gnawed at him. It wasn't just the fence or the sign. It was the feeling that he had stumbled onto something significant, something he wasn't supposed to see. He told himself it was probably nothing. Maybe an old military outpost long abandoned. Maybe a weather station. Maybe, but his gut told him otherwise. That's when he noticed the gap. It was small, almost hidden by a cluster of shrubs growing at the base of the fence. James wouldn't have seen it if the sunlight hadn't caught the glint of metal where the barbed wire had been cut. The gap was jagged, as though whoever had made it hadn't cared much for precision. It looked fresh, too. Bits of the metal fencing still clung to the ground, as if it had been forced apart recently. He stepped closer, his heart beginning to pound. The gap didn't look like an official entrance. It looked unauthorized, like someone else had been here, someone who wasn't supposed to be. The thought made James hesitate, a chill running down his spine. If someone had cut their way in, they'd done so for a reason, and if they'd gone to that much trouble, whatever lay beyond the fence was likely worth hiding or discovering. James knelt down, brushing a hand over the torn edges of the wire. His fingers trembled slightly as he touched the cold, sharp metal. He glanced around, half expecting to see a patrol or hear the bark of a guard dog, but the forest remained silent. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, though he knew it was probably just his nerves. The rational side of his brain begged him to turn back. "This isn't your business," it whispered. "You don't need to know what's in there. Just go home." But something deeper, something instinctual urged him forward. It wasn't just curiosity, it was a sense of unease, a need to understand what was hidden behind the fence. It was as though the gap had been placed there for him, daring him to cross the line. Before he could talk himself out of it, James took a deep breath and stepped through. The world seemed to change the moment he crossed the threshold. The air felt heavier, cooler, as though he had entered a different realm. The trees on this side of the fence were darker, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The ground was soft and uneven, the moss beneath his boots muffling his steps. James moved cautiously, keeping low as he navigated the unfamiliar terrain. Every sound felt magnified. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the faint rustle of his jacket. His pulse thundered in his ears, but he kept moving, drawn forward by an invisible force. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he felt certain he would know it when he found it. The forest seemed to close in around him as he pressed deeper. The light filtering through the canopy grew dimmer, casting long shadows that danced with every movement of the trees. James felt a growing sense of unease, like he was being funneled towards something he couldn't yet see. He paused to catch his breath, leaning against a tree and glancing back the way he had come. The fence was no longer in sight, obscured by the dense undergrowth. For a moment he considered turning back, but the thought of leaving without answers felt unbearable. He pressed on, his senses on high alert. Then, through the thick curtain of trees, he saw it. A clearing. The sight made him stop in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. It was unlike anything he had expected. He crouched low, creeping toward the edge of the clearing to get a better look. As he drew closer, details began to emerge. It wasn't just the clearing that was unusual, it was what stood in its centre. James squinted, his pulse quickening as he realised what he was looking at. A cluster of buildings, squat and nondescript, stood in the middle of the forest. Their concrete walls were stained with moss and streaked with rust, their windows covered with wire mesh. The dirt road wound through the clearing, leading to a set of large steel gates. Nearby, a handful of vehicles sat parked in a neat row, trucks with government plates, their sides marked with stenciled letters he couldn't quite make out. James ducked behind a tree, his mind racing. What was this place? It didn't look abandoned. Lights flickered in the windows and faint voices carried on the wind. He spotted figures moving between the buildings, some in lab coats, others in military uniforms. They moved with purpose, as though part of a carefully choreographed routine. Whatever this place was, it was active, and it was hidden for a reason. James's heart pounded as he crouched in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. Every instinct told him he shouldn't be here, that he was stepping into something far bigger than he could understand, but he couldn't look away. Something about the place drew him in, a nagging sense that he had stumbled onto something important, something he wasn't supposed to see. And yet, despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, James couldn't bring himself to leave. Not yet, not without answers. Inside, the forest grew darker, the trees denser. James moved cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth. He expected to find... well, he didn't know what he expected. Maybe a weather station, or some kind of outpost. But what he found was something else entirely. After about a mile, the trees gave way to a clearing. In the centre stood a cluster of nondescript buildings, their concrete walls stained with moss and grime. A few trucks were parked nearby, their tyres caked with mud. The place looked abandoned, but as James got closer, he realised it wasn't. Lights flickered behind the windows and faint voices carried on the wind. James crouched behind a tree, his heart pounding. What was this place? He watched for a while, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. People in lab coats walked between the buildings, carrying files and equipment. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, their rifles slung casually over their shoulders. It looked like something out of a spy movie, and James couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled onto something he wasn't supposed to see. That night, James couldn't sleep. The events of the day replayed endlessly in his mind, the scene at the facility refusing to fade into the background. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the soldiers again, their movements precise, their presence unnervingly authoritative. Research facilities didn't have armed guards, especially not in the middle of nowhere, and certainly not guards who seemed so vigilant, so ready for trouble. He tossed and turned, trying to rationalise what he'd seen. Maybe it was a military outpost, some kind of training site or a storage depot for sensitive equipment. But that didn't explain the secrecy, the barbed wire fence, or the sense of isolation. It was as if the place was deliberately hidden from the world, tucked away where no one would think to look. He told himself he was overthinking it, that his imagination was running wild. Yet the image of the soldiers lingered, refusing to let him find peace. By morning, his curiosity had turned into something stronger, a need to know. He couldn't just leave it alone, not after what he'd seen. His rational mind warned him against going back, but a deeper part of him, the part that craved answers, overruled the hesitation. He decided to return, this time more prepared. James gathered his old pair of binoculars and a camera he hadn't used in years, stuffing them into a worn backpack. He threw on his hiking boots and jacket, telling himself it was just another day exploring the woods. If anyone asked, he was just a curious hiker with a camera, documenting the beauty of the forest. But in his gut, he knew this wasn't a casual outing. He was crossing a line, stepping further into something he didn't fully understand. When he reached the gap in the fence, the forest was eerily quiet. The usual hum of birdsong and rustling leaves seemed muted, as though the woods themselves were holding their breath. James crouched low as he slipped through the gap, his senses on high alert. Every sound, every shadow felt amplified, his heartbeat thudding in his chest like a drum. He followed the same path as before, weaving through the dense undergrowth until the clearing came into view. The facility was just as he had left it, its squat buildings clustered together like silent sentinels. The guards were there too, patrolling the perimeter with methodical precision. James found a spot where the trees provided cover, settling in with his binoculars. At first it was uneventful. Trucks came and went, their drivers unloading crates and disappearing into one of the larger buildings. James adjusted the focus on his binoculars, trying to make out the stenciled letters on the side of the crates, but the angle was wrong. He snapped a few photos anyway, hoping they might reveal more later. Hours passed, and James was beginning to think this trip might have been a mistake. He was cold, his legs were cramped from crouching, and his nerves were fraying from the constant vigilance. He was about to pack up and leave when something caught his eye. A small group of people emerging from one of the buildings. He froze, lifting the binoculars to his eyes. At first it looked like more workers or guards, but then he saw the man. Unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a uniform or a lab coat. He looked like an ordinary civilian, his clothes rumpled and his posture defeated. He was flanked by two guards, their hands gripping his arms as they marched him across the clearing. James's breath hitched as he adjusted the focus. The man's hands were bound behind his back, and his face was pale, almost ghostly. There was a hollow look in his eyes, a mixture of fear and resignation that sent a chill down James's spine. He watched as the man turned his head, glancing over his shoulder as if searching for a way out, or perhaps for someone who might come to his aid. The guards didn't give him a chance to hesitate. One of them shoved him roughly, forcing him to quicken his pace. James followed their movements through the binoculars, his grip tightening as they approached a building with heavy steel doors. The building was unlike the others. Its walls were reinforced, its windows small and barred. It radiated an aura of foreboding, as though it held secrets too dangerous to escape. The guards stopped in front of the doors, one of them stepping forward to punch a code into a keypad. James watched as the doors slid open with a low mechanical hum. For a moment the man hesitated, his body stiffening as though he might resist. But the guards didn't give him a choice. They shoved him inside, the doors sealing shut behind them with a finality that sent a shiver through James. He lowered the binoculars, his mind racing. Who was that man? Why was he being treated like a prisoner in what was supposed to be a government facility? Nothing about this made sense. James felt a surge of unease, the questions piling up faster than he could process them. He had stumbled onto something much bigger than he had imagined, something that felt wrong in every possible way. He debated leaving, retreating to the safety of his normal life. But as he crouched there in the shadows, watching the facility from a distance, he knew he couldn't walk away. Not yet. Not without answers. James's stomach turned. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't normal. He knew he should leave it alone, but he couldn't. He spent the next week digging for information, searching the internet for any mention of a government facility near his town. He found nothing. No maps, no records, not even a rumour. But James wasn't ready to give up. The questions gnawed at him, consuming his thoughts and erasing the boundaries of his once quiet life. Each day at the post office felt like an eternity, his mind drifting back to the strange facility hidden in the woods. At night, his resolve only deepened. He had to know more, even if it meant taking greater risks. He began his nighttime visits cautiously, dressing in dark clothing and timing his excursions to align with the guards' shift changes. Through careful observation, he mapped the layout of the facility. There were at least 6 buildings, each with its own purpose. One seemed to be a storage depot, where crates were unloaded and stacked before being transported elsewhere. Another appeared to house the guards, a smaller structure with a steady glow of light and the occasional sound of muffled laughter or clinking cups. But it was the larger, heavily fortified building, the one with the steel doors, that intrigued him most. It exuded an air of secrecy that demanded further investigation. James kept his distance at first, watching from the tree line with his binoculars. He noted the times of deliveries, the duration of guard patrols, and the comings and goings of people in lab coats. His camera captured grainy images of crates being unloaded, their labels too obscured to read clearly. He studied the way the guards moved, the blind spots in their patrols, and the weak points in the facility's perimeter. With each visit he inched closer, his confidence growing alongside his determination. One night, James found himself crouched behind a row of bushes, no more than 20 feet from one of the buildings. A single window was left slightly ajar, allowing faint voices to drift into the night air. He strained to listen, his heart pounding as he caught fragments of a conversation. Latest subject showed increased resistance, one voice said, firm and clinical. We'll adjust the dosage tomorrow, another replied, colder, more detached. James froze, his mind racing. What subject? What dosage? He pressed himself closer to the ground, his ears straining to catch more. Erasure protocols need to be flawless. We can't afford another incident. The words sent a chill down his spine. Erasure protocols? What could that mean? He had heard enough whispers of government experiments in the past to know this wasn't ordinary research. He remained still until the voices faded, replaced by the hum of machinery and the distant chirping of crickets. Emboldened by what he'd overheard, James returned night after night, slipping closer to the facility. He began to piece together a troubling narrative, one small fragment at a time. On one of his visits, he managed to slip into the shadows of an open loading dock, hiding behind stacks of crates as workers moved about. The crates were marked with cryptic codes, but a few bore labels that made his stomach drop. Test Compound 47A, Behavioral Protocols, Cognitive Analysis. As the workers left, their voices echoed faintly in the cavernous space. James crouched low, his camera forgotten as he strained to listen. Dr. Reinhardt wants the new batch prepped by Monday. Has Subject 18 stabilised yet? Not after the last round. They're talking full sedation this time. The words painted a grim picture. James felt his pulse quicken as he realised the scale of what he was uncovering. These weren't just experiments. They were human experiments. His suspicions were confirmed a week later when he found an unguarded corner of the facility, where a small vent emitted a low hum. The air smelled faintly of chemicals, and through the grate he could hear voices, clearer this time. Initial trials showed significant memory suppression. Hallucinations are an acceptable side effect as long as obedience metrics remain stable. James barely dared to breathe. He fished a small audio recorder from his backpack and held it close to the vent, capturing every word. The voices continued, their tone cold and detached, as though discussing a set of tools rather than human lives. MKUltra is yielding promising results in behavioural modification. We'll present the findings to the higher-ups next quarter. James's blood ran cold. MKUltra. He had read the name before in conspiracy forums, but he'd always dismissed it as exaggerated speculation. Yet here it was, spoken aloud in the dead of night, in a hidden facility guarded like a fortress. The pieces began to fall into place. The mind control experiments, the forced drug trials, the psychological manipulation. It wasn't just a theory. It was real. And it was happening right here, in the woods he had hiked so many times before. Driven by a mix of horror and determination, James began to push his limits. He found an unlocked utility shed near the facility, a cluttered space filled with tools and discarded paperwork. In the dim light of his flashlight he discovered a stack of files that appeared hastily stashed. He flipped through them, his heart pounding as he read terms like hypnotic induction, psychoactive administration, and neurological reprogramming. One file stood out. It contained a list of names, some crossed out, others annotated with cryptic notes. One name was circled with the words Phase 3, Complete Erasure, scrawled in the margins. James stared at the page, his hands trembling. These weren't just experiments. They were controlling people, erasing their memories, turning them into... what? He didn't know, but the implications were too terrible to ignore. It wasn't long before James became a regular visitor to the facility, slipping past guards and documenting everything he could. He sketched crude maps, took photos of documents and buildings, and recorded snippets of conversations. Each night he returned home with more evidence, his small apartment becoming a chaotic archive of secrets. But the closer he got to the truth, the more the weight of his discovery began to press down on him. He knew he was walking a dangerous line. The facility was guarded for a reason, and the people running it clearly had no intention of letting their secrets escape. Yet James couldn't stop. He was driven by a need to expose what he'd found, to pull back the curtain on a conspiracy that had remained hidden for too long. He didn't know it yet, but his time was running out. But James made a mistake. On his final visit to the mysterious facility, James's growing confidence got the better of him. It was late, the forest cloaked in the thick silence of the night. He had planned this visit meticulously, timing his movements with the guards' rotations and using every shortcut he'd learned over weeks of careful observation. This time, he was determined to get inside the main building, the one with the steel doors and faint flickering lights that seemed to pulse with a sinister rhythm. He slipped through the gap in the fence as he had done before, his heart pounding in his chest. Armed with a flashlight, a notebook, and a new camera, James crept closer to the structure. As he approached the building, he noticed a delivery truck parked near the loading dock. Its back was open, revealing rows of metal crates with cryptic labels. He crouched low behind a stack of barrels, taking photos of the crates, hoping the camera's silent shutter wouldn't betray him. But then he heard it, a sharp crack, the unmistakable sound of a branch snapping underfoot. His body froze as the beam of a flashlight swept through the darkness, illuminating the area just feet from his hiding spot. A guard's voice broke the silence, gruff and alarmed. "Who's there?" Panic surged through James. He bolted, his boots pounding against the forest floor as he darted back toward the fence. The shouts of the guards followed him, along with the heavy thud of their boots as they pursued him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest burning as he pushed himself harder, faster. But the guards were trained, and they were gaining on him. He felt the impact before he saw it, a crushing weight against his side as one of the guards tackled him to the ground. His camera skittered across the dirt, landing out of reach. A second guard grabbed his arms, pinning him as he struggled. "Don't move!" one of them barked, his voice cold and commanding. James's mind raced, scrambling for an explanation, an excuse, anything that might save him. But no words came. He was yanked to his feet, his wrists bound tightly with a rough rope, and dragged toward the facility. The camera, his notebook, and any shred of evidence he'd gathered were confiscated, leaving him defenceless. Inside the compound, James was shoved into a small, dimly lit room. The walls were concrete, the air stale and suffocating. A single overhead light buzzed faintly, casting harsh shadows that seemed to dance menacingly on the walls. He sat in a metal chair, his wrists still bound, as a man in a dark suit entered the room. The man's face was expressionless, his eyes cold and calculating. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice sharp and clipped. James swallowed hard, his mouth dry. I'm no one. I was just hiking. I got lost." "Don't lie to me," the man interrupted, slamming a file onto the table. Papers spilled out, some of them familiar to James. Copies of photos he'd taken, sketches of the facility's layout, and notes he'd written about what he'd overheard. The sight of them made his stomach drop. "How did you find this place?" the man continued. "Who else knows about it?" James stammered, trying to come up with a plausible explanation, but his mind was blank. He could feel the intensity of the man's gaze, like a spotlight boring into his very soul. "I swear I didn't tell anyone," James said, his voice trembling. "I don't even know what this place is." The man leaned in closer, his face mere inches from James's. "And you never will." Before James could respond, a guard entered the room carrying a syringe. James's eyes widened, his pulse spiking as he realized what was about to happen. "No, wait," he shouted, struggling against the restraints, but it was no use. The needle pierced his arm, and within moments the world around him began to blur and fade. The last thing he saw was the man in the suit, his expression unreadable as darkness consumed him. When James woke up, he was lying in his own bed. At first, he thought it had all been a dream. The sunlight streaming through the window, the familiar hum of his apartment, all of it felt so ordinary, so normal. But as he sat up, his head spinning, a wave of unease washed over him. His camera was gone. So were his notes, his photos, his sketches, every piece of evidence he had painstakingly collected. Even his phone, which he had kept locked and secure, had been wiped clean. There were no messages, no photos, no browser history. It was as if the last few weeks had been erased entirely. James stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. But when he looked at himself in the mirror, he noticed something strange. A faint bruise on his arm, right where the needle had gone in. The sight of it sent a chill down his spine, confirming that what had happened wasn't just a bad dream. Over the following days, James tried to piece together what had happened, but his memories felt fragmented, like a puzzle with missing pieces. He could recall the facility, the guards, the files marked MK Ultra, but there was a strange emptiness in his mind, as though something had been taken from him. Every time he tried to focus on the details, his thoughts slipped away, replaced by a dull, throbbing headache. He tried to tell his story, to his friends, to anyone who would listen, but no one believed him. His friends chalked it up to stress, suggesting he take a break and get some rest. Even James began to doubt himself, wondering if the memories were real or if they had been planted there, part of some twisted experiment. When he returned to the trail where it had all begun, the facility was gone. The clearing was empty, the chain-link fence and buildings erased as if they had never existed. The only sign that anything had been there was a patch of disturbed earth, overgrown with weeds. James searched desperately for any trace, but there was nothing. As he stood in the clearing, staring at the emptiness, a sense of futility washed over him. Whatever had happened, whoever had taken him, they had erased their tracks, and part of him, with surgical precision. James knew what he had seen, what he had heard, but without evidence, without proof, the truth was as elusive as a shadow. James returned to his life, but it was no longer the same. The quiet predictability he had once cherished was gone, replaced by a gnawing paranoia. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of his eye felt like a threat. He avoided the woods, avoided conversations about conspiracy theories, and avoided questioning what had happened. But deep down, he knew the truth. Some secrets were never meant to be uncovered, and some questions once asked could never be unasked. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. May this story of secrets and shadows inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to dream. Sleep well, and let your imagination carry you to places where the mysteries of the world unfold. Sweet dreams. The red numbers on the studio clock read 2:37 a.m., that strange hour of the night where time seemed to stretch, where the world felt just a little more hollow. The host of the Signal Line, an underground conspiracy radio show, leaned forward in his chair, the dim glow of the soundboard casting long shadows across the desk. The studio was small, barely more than a booth lined with fading soundproof foam, but to the outside world it was a beacon, a place where the people who knew too much, or thought they did, could speak freely. The radio waves carried secrets. The callers? They were the keepers of those secrets. And the host? He was just the man crazy enough to listen. For the past few months he had been chasing something big. Something bigger than JFK, bigger than MK Ultra, even bigger than the moon landing theories. It started with the storms, weather patterns that didn't make sense. It was subtle at first. A few odd cases here and there, nothing to set off alarms. A storm system that defied forecasts, seemingly gaining and losing strength at will. Then another, forming out of nowhere, with no clear atmospheric trigger. Meteorologists struggled to explain it, fumbling for terms like anomalous wind patterns and unexpected pressure shifts. But the host knew better. Weather was predictable, it followed rules. When it stopped following rules, someone was rewriting them. Then came the rain clouds in the deserts. People in regions that hadn't seen a drop of rain in years woke up to downpours so intense they carved new rivers into the earth. In Arizona, a sudden storm flooded entire stretches of highway in a matter of hours, leaving cars abandoned like shipwrecks in the mud. In the Middle East, an area known for its bone-dry, relentless heat, was suddenly battered by a torrential storm that appeared from nothing. It wasn't just rain, it was an event, a massive, unnatural cloud formation that blotted out the sun within minutes. Satellite imagery from the day before showed clear skies, no storm cells forming, no moisture build-up. Then, within the span of 2 hours, a fully formed thunderstorm erupted. The rainfall was too heavy, the winds too powerful, like a switch had been flipped. And then there was the lightning. Something was different about it. The storms carried unusual electrical charges, more violent than any natural pattern. The bolts were striking too frequently, too precisely, as if they weren't just the result of chance, but something controlled. Pilots reported seeing strange flashes in clear skies long before the first raindrop hit. Some swore their navigation instruments had glitched out entirely when flying near these storm systems, compasses spinning wildly, GPS signals vanishing for minutes at a time. Then, just as suddenly as it came, the storm would vanish. It wasn't normal. A hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico was supposed to hit the coast, following every prediction and simulation model. It was moving steadily in the direction that physics dictated, and then it turned. Not a gentle curve, not a natural shift in pressure, a 90-degree turn. Every meteorologist scrambled for an explanation, but the numbers didn't add up. Something external had moved it. People dismissed it as a freak event. But it wasn't just once. It happened again. Another hurricane, another unnatural turn, this time pulling it away from land at the last second, as if something had grabbed it and redirected it. And then there were the droughts. Areas that should have been seeing rainfall suddenly dried up. Farmers found their crops dying overnight, the soil cracking as if it hadn't been watered in months. The worst part, the regions most affected were the ones closest to known government testing zones. There were hints in declassified reports, mentions of experiments that dated back decades. Weather control had been a theory since at least the 1950s, cloud seeding, atmospheric interference. But this was different. This wasn't a rain experiment. This was control. A town in the Midwest experienced weeks of record-breaking heat, blazing temperatures that scorched crops, dried up rivers, and forced people indoors. It made no sense. Every pattern pointed toward normal seasonal weather. And then, without warning, it snowed. A full blizzard in the middle of a drought. Weather systems didn't work like that. People in the town reported a strange humming in the air before the cold front arrived. Some said the clouds looked artificial, their movement too calculated, too perfect. Some claimed they had seen flashes of blue light in the sky before the temperature dropped. No one had an answer. The news barely covered it. But the pattern was there, repeating itself in different places, different forms. Rain where there should be drought, drought where there should be rain. sudden shifts that meteorologists couldn't explain. There was something unnatural at work. It wasn't just happening randomly. The storms weren't just appearing, they were being placed. And the more the host dug, the clearer it became. Someone, somewhere, was controlling the weather. Then came the research. The name Wilhelm Reich kept appearing in documents, in whispers, in old declassified reports with more blacked-out lines than actual words. Pages upon pages of information, reduced to a handful of legible sentences, buried under layers of censorship. Reich, a scientist, an inventor, a man who had supposedly discovered something beyond science, beyond weather, beyond anything the government wanted the public to understand. Orgone energy, a force, an unseen power that Reich believed existed all around us, something he claimed modern science had overlooked or deliberately ignored. He was convinced that this energy influenced life itself, dictated the state of the atmosphere, played a direct role in the formation and movement of storms. And then there was his cloudbuster, an eerie, metallic device with tubes pointing skyward, designed to pull and manipulate this energy, to disrupt clouds, create storms, break droughts. Witnesses swore they saw him do it, point the cloudbuster at the sky and watch as the clouds above began to shift unnaturally, dispersing or forming as if responding to an unseen hand. There were photographs, grainy old images of the machine in action, Reich standing beside it, cables snaking across the ground, metal pipes angling toward the heavens. It wasn't just theory, he was changing the weather, and just like that, he was silenced. His work was destroyed, his research confiscated, everything he had built, everything he had studied for decades, gone in a single government raid. The lab was dismantled, the experiments erased, the records locked away in classified vaults where they would never see the light of day again. And Reich himself, locked away. The charges were vague, violations of FDA regulations, accusations that his research was fraudulent, that he was misleading the public. But anyone who had followed his work knew better. They weren't shutting him down because he was a fraud. They were shutting him down because he was right, because he had built something that worked. And that was the problem. He died in prison under mysterious circumstances, a man erased from history, his discoveries buried along with him. But the host couldn't shake one thought. What if his work didn't disappear? What if someone else picked it up? That's what he was determined to find out. He had spent weeks piecing together scattered reports, digging through old newspaper clippings, scanning archived interviews with former scientists who had known Reich. Most of them had died decades ago, but a few had vanished under strange circumstances. One, in particular, stood out. A meteorologist from the 1970s who had worked on classified weather research. He had given a single interview before he disappeared, telling reporters that the government knows more about storms than they let on, that not all weather is natural, that some storms are made. The next day, he was gone. The host had been stuck there, chasing threads, trying to connect something that felt just out of reach. And then, one night, the answer came to him. A phone call. Most of his callers were the usual types, lonely voices in the dark, sharing fragmented theories, half-truths, echoes of things they thought they understood. Some were cranks, others true believers. But this time, something felt different. The static of the radio feed crackled ominously. Then, a voice, not just any voice, deep, mechanical. Something off about it, like it wasn't coming from a normal phone line, like it was passing through layers of distortion as if it was being filtered, modified before reaching him. "You're looking in the wrong place." The host's fingers froze over his notepad. His heart skipped a beat. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a theory. It was a statement. He sat up, gripping the microphone. And who exactly am I speaking to? Silence. A long, empty pause. In the background, something hummed faintly. Not white noise, not static, something deeper, like an old telephone wire buzzing, or something else, something he couldn't quite place. "Think bigger," the caller said. Their voice was flat, with no emotion, no hesitation, like they were reading from something, or reciting something they had known for a long time. Reich was a scientist, they continued, but his project, his research, didn't stop when he died. A prickle of cold ran down the host's spine. The way the caller said it, it didn't stop. like it had been moved. "Where?" the host asked, his throat suddenly dry. Another pause, then finally, "You're looking for the old facilities," the caller said. "That's a mistake." The host's grip tightened on the pen in his hand. He had spent months looking through old records, trying to find traces of Riker's lab, trying to piece together what the government had taken. But this caller, whoever they were, was telling him he was wrong. "Where should I be looking?" he asked. Silence again. For a second he thought they were gone. Then, "West." A single word spoken with absolute certainty. The host's pulse jumped. "High altitudes," the caller continued, "and government clearance zones. Think about it. What do you think those unmapped facilities are really for?" A sharp click, and just like that, the line cut out. The hum vanished. The static fell silent. No number, no trace, just dead air. The host sat there, the weight of the moment pressing in on him. His mind raced. West. High altitudes. Government clearance zones. He reached for his maps, his notes, his records. It had never occurred to him before. He had been looking for old, abandoned labs, trying to dig into the past. But what if the work never stopped? What if someone had continued it? Not in the ruins of Reich's lab, not in forgotten storage rooms filled with dust-covered files, but somewhere active, somewhere classified, somewhere that had no record of existing. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. A thought hit him. The weather anomalies, the storms, the strange energy spikes before unnatural lightning. Every incident he had investigated, every unexplained weather event, they all traced back to the same areas. Military zones, government research facilities, high-altitude locations. It wasn't Reich's work that had disappeared. It had been absorbed, repurposed, weaponized. His breath caught in his throat. He had been looking in the wrong place all along. The host barely slept that night. His mind was racing, thoughts overlapping in a blur of research, fear and determination. He sat hunched over his desk, surrounded by maps, declassified reports, satellite images, the glow of his screen casting flickering shadows against the wall. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, rapidly pulling up records, documents, anything that could confirm what he already suspected. Hours passed. He barely noticed. The air in his small studio felt heavy, as if the walls were pressing in on him. The world outside was quiet. Too quiet. He traced storm patterns, mapped unusual shifts in pressure, cross-referenced military movements and funding allocations that shouldn't have existed. That's when he found it. A remote facility in the Rocky Mountains, buried so deep in restricted airspace that even satellites had limited imaging of it. No records of ownership, no public knowledge of its existence. The surrounding area was marked as Federal Research Site, but no official name, no listed purpose. But then he saw the towers, massive cylindrical structures, cold and metallic, eerily resembling the sketches of Wilhelm Reich's Cloudbuster, only amplified to an unimaginable scale. His breath hitched. It wasn't a theory anymore. Someone was controlling the weather, and he had to see it for himself. The roads leading into the mountains were desolate. As he drove, the air felt wrong, like the atmosphere itself was charged with something unseen. The trees stood eerily still. No wind, no movement, only an unnatural, suffocating silence. Then the storm began. It didn't roll in gradually like most storms did. It was instant. The sky darkened unnaturally fast, clouds boiling above him, the first raindrops striking his windshield like bullets. The deeper into the mountains he drove, the worse it became, as if something, or someone, was trying to push him away. He had the sinking feeling that they knew he was coming. Then, in the distance, he saw it. A massive structure, towering toward the storm-filled sky. Metallic tubes stretched high above the facility, angled toward the clouds, pulsing with an invisible energy that he could feel in his bones. His breath caught in his throat. It was exactly what Reich had built in the 1950s. But this wasn't just an experiment. This was an operation. A functioning machine, running at full capacity, pulling at the very fabric of the sky itself. The storm above him churned violently, but as he squinted he noticed something unnatural. The wind wasn't random, it was controlled. The rain didn't fall erratically. It moved in perfect synchronization with the facility below it. They weren't predicting the weather, they were making it. He grabbed his camera, snapping photos. His hands were shaking, but he pressed record, zooming in on the facility, on the towers, on the way the clouds above seemed to respond to something unseen. Then, movement. A black SUV, its headlights cutting through the storm, tearing up the dirt road toward him. They had seen him. His heart pounded. He barely had time to react before his instincts kicked in. Run. He turned, stumbling over loose gravel, rushing back to his car. The wind howled around him, pushing against him, making every step feel like wading through water. The engine roared to life. Tires skidded as he sped down the mountain, rain hammering against the windshield. Headlights grew closer in his rearview mirror. He took sharp turns at reckless speeds, his mind racing just as fast. They knew he had seen too much. By the time he reached his studio, his hands were still shaking. His face was pale, his clothes soaked through. He slammed the door shut behind him, locking it. He had it. The photos, the videos, proof, and tomorrow night he would show the world. The studio felt colder than usual. He sat in his chair, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The images of the facility flashed across his screen. The machines at work shifting the weather above them. The pulsing energy coursing through the metallic tubes. This was it. He hit the broadcast button. Tonight, I have something that will change everything, he said. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled. The footage was queued up. He took a deep breath, and then the power cut out. The entire studio went black. The hum of the equipment stopped instantly. The signal went dead. For a moment there was nothing but silence. Then, footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete. His pulse spiked. In the darkness, he reached for his phone. His fingers fumbled, shaking as he tried to dial. Before he could hit the call button, the door burst open. A blinding flashlight beam cut through the blackness, illuminating the studio in harsh white light. Silhouettes filled the doorway. Government officials, their faces unreadable, emotionless, mere shadows against the brightness. The last thing he saw was the flicker of red and blue lights through the window before they grabbed him. A sharp pain shot through his skull as his body was forced forward, hands wrenched behind his back. Darkness. A car door slamming shut, the hum of an engine revving. Then, nothing. The next day, the signal line didn't air. His website, gone. His channel, deleted. No explanation, no warning. The only thing left behind was static, as if he had never existed. And the storm clouds overhead, they still moved, not naturally, not randomly, as if pulled by an invisible hand. Because the machine, it never stopped running. Somewhere, out in the mountains, they were still controlling the sky. And the man who tried to expose it, he vanished. Stay curious, my friends. Keep questioning everything. And remember, sometimes the truth is just a little too dangerous. Sam Ryder wasn't a man who sought out danger. He lived a quiet life in Albuquerque, New Mexico, repairing antique radios and running a small electronic shop tucked away on a quiet corner of Main Street. The shop was a modest space, the kind of place you might miss if you weren't looking for it. Its sign, hand-painted years ago, hung slightly askew above the door, proudly declaring, "Ryder's Radios, restoring the past, one dial at a time." Inside, the air carried the scent of aged wood, solder, and the faint tang of old electronics, a combination that felt as comforting as it did nostalgic. Sam's world revolved around the small, intimate hum of his daily routines. His morning started with a fresh cup of black coffee from the cafe across the street, where the barista always had his order ready before he walked in. He'd unlock the shop just as the sun began to filter through the large front windows, its light catching on the shelves lined with radios of every make and model. Some were pristine, polished to a shine and ready for their new homes. Others sat in various states of disassembly, their exposed wires and circuit boards a testament to Sam's steady, patient hands. He took pride in his work. Each radio brought into his shop carried a story, family heirlooms passed down through generations, wartime relics crackling with static-laden memories, and rare finds that collectors had unearthed from forgotten corners of attics or barns. Sam had an uncanny ability to coax life back into these relics, his fingers dancing over tools as if he were playing an instrument. He wasn't just fixing radios, he was breathing life back into forgotten pieces of history. The process was slow, meticulous, and deeply satisfying. Sam often lost himself in the rhythm of soldering connections, replacing tubes, and meticulously cleaning dials that had been coated with decades of dust. It was in these quiet, focused moments that he felt most at peace, the noise of the outside world fading into a distant hum. To Sam, the radios weren't just machines. They were windows into another time, echoes of lives lived and stories told. Customers came and went, each one leaving a small mark on the shop's ever-growing tapestry of tales. There was the elderly man who brought in his father's military radio, desperate to hear it crackle to life one more time. The young couple who stumbled upon an Art Deco model at a flea market, dreaming of filling their first apartment with its warm sound, and the local historian who occasionally brought in pieces for restoration, always eager to share a story about the significance of each artifact. Sam listened to these stories with genuine interest, his quiet demeanour putting people at ease. He wasn't much of a talker, but when he spoke, his words carried weight. He'd learned long ago that sometimes people just wanted to be heard, to know that their memories mattered to someone else, and in his own small way, Sam was helping preserve those memories, ensuring they wouldn't be lost to the static of time. The world outside might have been speeding up with new technologies and distractions, but Sam had always preferred the simplicity of things with knobs, dials and wires. He didn't own a smartphone, didn't bother with social media, and had never been one to chase the latest trends. His evenings were spent reading books from the second-hand shop down the street, or listening to the soothing crackle of an old jazz station on one of his favourite restored radios. His life wasn't exciting by most people's standards, but it was his, and he wouldn't have had it any other way. It was a life built on routine, on the comfort of the familiar. And for years, that was enough. He liked to say his job wasn't just fixing radios, it was restoring voices from the past. Each crackle, each tune that burst from an old speaker was a bridge between now and then, a reminder that even in a world that never seemed to stop moving, some things could remain timeless. But the past had a way of finding you, even when you weren't looking. And for Sam Ryder, that quiet life he'd built was about to be upended in a way he could never have imagined. It started with an old chest, brought into his shop by a woman in her late 60s. She introduced herself as Martha Green and explained that the chest had belonged to her late father, a former military officer stationed in Roswell during the 1940s. The chest was battered, its leather straps worn from years of use and the brass latches tarnished. Martha had found it while cleaning out her attic and thought it might have some sentimental value. "It's probably nothing," she said with a shrug, her hands trembling slightly. "But my father always said this chest held his most important papers. I just can't bring myself to open it." Sam assured her he'd handle it carefully, though he wasn't sure why she thought an electronics repairman was the right person for the job. Still, he wasn't one to turn away a curious project. After Martha left, he set the chest on his workbench and examined it under the glow of a desk lamp. The lock was old, a simple mechanism that gave way with a firm twist of a screwdriver. Inside, Sam found an assortment of yellowed documents, photographs, and a small stack of reel-to-reel tapes. The papers were fragile, the edges crumbling as he carefully sifted through them. Most were mundane, personnel files, supply logs, handwritten notes that seemed to outline daily routines at an Air Force base. But then he found the folder. It was labelled Project Aurora Confidential in bold stamped letters. Sam's heart skipped a beat as he opened it, his eyes scanning the contents. There were diagrams of aircraft that didn't look like anything he'd ever seen, with sleek, curved designs that defied conventional engineering. Accompanying the diagrams were technical notes, filled with jargon and equations he didn't understand. And then there were the photos. black and white images, slightly blurred, showing what appeared to be a crash site in the desert. Debris was scattered across the sand, metallic fragments with strange patterns etched into their surfaces. In one photo, soldiers stood around a tarp-covered object, their faces tense and unreadable. Another showed what looked like a silver egg-shaped craft half buried in the ground. Sam's hands trembled as he flipped through the pictures, each one more surreal than the last. The final image stopped him cold. It was a close-up of a small humanoid figure lying on a stretcher. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its large almond-shaped eyes stared blankly at the camera. Sam's breath caught in his throat. He set the photo down, his mind racing. He'd heard the stories about Roswell, the crash, the rumours of a government cover-up, but he'd always dismissed them as urban legends. Yet here it was, tangible evidence that seemed to confirm the unthinkable. Sam leaned back in his chair, his pulse pounding in his ears. He glanced at the reel-to-reel tapes, their labels cryptic. Crash Recovery Debrief, Field Report 1947, and Subject Examination. A surge of curiosity mixed with dread coursed through him. If the tapes held audio evidence of what the photo suggested, then this wasn't just a piece of history, it was a bombshell. He decided to listen. After rigging up one of his refurbished players, he threaded the first tape and pressed play. The machine hummed to life, the reels spinning as a crackling voice filled the room. It was a man speaking in measured, clipped tones, clearly reading from a report. July 8th, 1947. Recovery operations have been completed. Debris secured and transported to Hangar 18. Biological specimen recovered from the site is currently undergoing examination. Preliminary findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. The voice trailed off into static and Sam sat frozen, the weight of the words sinking in. Non-terrestrial origin. He rewound the tape and listened again, his mind struggling to process the implications. This wasn't some grainy video or a blurry photo easily dismissed as a hoax. It was a first-hand account from someone who had been there, someone who had seen things no one was ever supposed to know about. Sam knew he couldn't keep this to himself. But the moment he made that decision, a sense of dread settled over him. If this chest had been hidden for decades, there had to be a reason. And if he exposed its contents, there was no telling what might happen. The first sign of trouble came the next morning. Sam arrived at his shop, coffee in hand, to find the front door slightly ajar, the lock broken. His heart sank instantly, the unease hitting him like a punch to the gut. The door creaked as he pushed it open, revealing the interior of his once cosy sanctuary in shambles. The air felt thick, the kind of oppressive stillness that lingers after an uninvited presence has violated a space. Sam stood in the doorway, frozen, as his mind tried to catch up with what his eyes were seeing. His workbench, usually so meticulously organised, was a chaotic mess. Tools were scattered across the floor, wires and parts strewn about as if someone had ransacked the area in a hurry. The chest where he carefully stowed away the reel-to-reel tapes and the folder of documents was wide open, its contents emptied. Panic clawed at his chest as he stepped inside, his boots crunching on broken glass from a shattered desk lamp. No, 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 he muttered under his breath, dropping his coffee onto the floor without even noticing. He knelt by the chest, frantically sifting through the remnants of what had once been neatly arranged. The reel-to-reel tapes, the ones that had unearthed the long-buried whispers of the Roswell incident, were gone. His fingers dug through the scattered papers, desperate for some shred of the hope, but it was useless. The folder containing the photographs and diagrams, the single most damning evidence he'd ever seen, had vanished too. All that remained was an empty chest, a few stray scraps of paper fluttering on the floor, and a faint, acrid scent in the air. Sam froze as he inhaled it more deeply. Cigarette smoke. The smell was distinct, stale, as if whoever had been here had lingered for a while, watching, waiting. He stumbled to his feet, his legs unsteady, and staggered to the door. The world outside looked unchanged, the morning light casting long shadows across the quiet street. But then his eyes landed on it, a black sedan parked across the road. It hadn't been there yesterday. The car was sleek and nondescript, its windows tinted so dark that not even a glimmer of the interior was visible. It sat there, engine idling softly, like a predator waiting in the shadows. The sound of the engine was barely audible, but to Sam it was deafening. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as his instincts screamed at him to retreat, to get out of sight. He stepped back into the shop, pressing himself against the wall beside the door, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His mind raced, piecing together the fragments of the morning's events. Someone had been here, had taken the tapes and the folder, and now they were watching him. Why hadn't they just taken everything? Why had they left the shop otherwise intact? The damage minimal. It felt like a message, a warning. We know. Sam peered cautiously out the window, his fingers trembling as he pulled the edge of the curtain aside. The car hadn't moved, its dark presence an anchor for the fear tightening in his chest. He scanned the street for any signs of movement, but saw none. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet that made every creak of the floorboards behind him, and every shuffle of papers sound like thunder in his ears. His eyes darted to the back of the shop where the emergency exit led to an alley. He could slip out unnoticed, get away before whoever was in that car decided to come in. But where would he go? And what would he do without the evidence that had been stolen? A dozen plans formed and dissolved in his mind, none of them offering the reassurance he craved. The cigarette smoke still lingered faintly in the air, a reminder of how close whoever had been here had gotten. Sam wiped his hands on his jeans, realizing only then how clammy his palms had become. He needed to think, needed to figure out his next move. But the presence of that car, the silent threat it represented, made it impossible to focus. He took a step back, his heel crunching on a loose screw. The noise startled him, his head snapping toward the sound as if expecting someone to emerge from the shadows. His pulse thundered in his ears as he tried to steady his breathing, his eyes flicking back to the car. It hadn't moved, but that didn't make it any less menacing. Sam backed further into the shop, the comforting clutter of his workspace now feeling alien and unsafe. He crouched behind his counter, his mind replaying every decision that had brought him to this moment. He hadn't asked for any of this. He was just a guy who fixed radios, someone who liked tinkering with the past because it felt safer than the present. But now the past had reached out with a chilling grip, pulling him into something far larger and far more dangerous than he could have ever anticipated. For a brief moment he considered calling the police. But what would he say? That someone had broken into his shop and stolen evidence of a decades-old government cover-up. He imagined their faces, the disbelief, the dismissive tones as they filed his report and went on with their day. And even if they did believe him, who was to say they wouldn't be part of whatever shadowy force was now watching him? Sam's gaze drifted back to the black sedan, his fingers tightening into fists. He wasn't sure what his next move would be, but one thing was certain. He was no longer just a man repairing radios. He was now a man in the crosshairs of something far bigger and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Over the next few days, the paranoia set in. The sedan followed him everywhere, when he went to the grocery store, when he walked to the post office, even when he drove out to the desert to clear his head. It never got too close, but it was always there, a shadow he couldn't shake. The phone calls came next. At first, they were just clicks and static. Then came the voice, a low, measured tone that never identified itself. "You've seen too much," it said one night, the words sending a chill down Sam's spine. "Leave it alone." Sam tried to tell himself it was just a coincidence, a prank, but deep down, he knew better. Someone knew what he had found, and they wanted to make sure it stayed buried. He considered going to the police, but what would he say? That he had uncovered proof of a decades-old government cover-up involving aliens? They'd laugh him out of the station. Desperate, Sam turned to the only person he could trust, Martha Green. She was as shocked as he was when he told her what had happened, her hands trembling as she held one of the few photos he'd managed to copy before the chest was ransacked. "My father always said he had secrets," she whispered, her voice heavy with regret. "But I never imagined this." Together they devised a plan. Martha had connections with a journalist in Santa Fe, someone with a reputation for uncovering government scandals. They would pass the evidence along anonymously, let someone else take the risk of exposing the truth. But the closer they got to Santa Fe, the more Sam felt the walls closing in. The sedan was still following them, its headlights a constant reminder that they weren't alone. Every mile felt like a gamble, every turn a chance for their pursuers to close the gap. When they reached the meeting spot, a diner on the outskirts of the city, Sam's hands were slick with sweat. The journalist was waiting in a corner booth, a man in his 40s with a worn leather jacket and sharp eyes. Sam handed over the envelope containing the copied photos and notes, his heart pounding as he explained what had happened. The journalist nodded grimly, tucking the envelope into his jacket. "This is big," he said. "But you need to be careful. If they're already watching you, they won't stop just because you gave me this." Sam nodded, his throat tight. He knew the man was right. Even as he left the diner, the weight of the truth he'd uncovered hung over him like a storm cloud. The drive back to Albuquerque was tense, every shadow on the road feeling like a threat. When Sam finally reached his apartment, he locked the door behind him and sat in the dark, his thoughts racing. He didn't know what the future held, but one thing was certain: the truth was out there now, and no matter what happened, he had done his part to make sure it couldn't be buried again. Thank you for spending your evening with us on Sleep Theories. As you drift off to sleep, let this story remind you that some mysteries are too big to stay hidden forever. Sleep well and sweet dreams. Charlie Grayson was an ordinary guy with an ordinary job. At 42, he'd spent the better part of 2 decades driving trucks, hauling everything from frozen vegetables to industrial equipment. He didn't mind the solitude of the open road. In fact, he preferred it. Life behind the wheel was simple. Just him, his rig, and the endless stretch of highway. But sometimes, the road led to places he never expected. Driving was Charlie's refuge. The hum of the engine beneath him, the rhythmic roll of tyres on pavement, and the vast, open skies above. It was his version of freedom. There were no office politics to navigate, no meetings to attend, and no deadlines beyond the ones set by his dispatcher. It was a job that required focus and patience, qualities Charlie had in abundance. He liked the routine of it, the way each delivery started and ended with a clear purpose. Most days the miles blurred together. The roads were familiar, even comforting. He knew the best diners to stop at for a slice of pie, which truck stops had the cleanest showers, and the stretches of highway where the sunsets seemed to last forever. He loved the quiet moments when the world felt like it belonged to him alone, the only sound the low rumble of his truck and the occasional whisper of wind through the windows. Charlie didn't consider himself the adventurous type. He wasn't the kind of guy who went looking for excitement or mystery. In fact, he avoided it whenever possible. His life was a steady rhythm of pickups and drop-offs, punctuated by the occasional call to his sister, or a quick stop to visit a friend on the way through town. It was predictable, and he liked it that way. But driving wasn't without its surprises. Over the years, Charlie had seen his share of odd things on the road. A bear wandering too close to the interstate, strange lights hovering in the distance late at night, and once, a car inexplicably abandoned in the middle of nowhere, its doors wide open as if the occupants had vanished into thin air. None of it had rattled him too much. He chalked it up to the quirks of life on the road and kept moving. Still, there was something about the open road that always felt a little otherworldly. Maybe it was the way the landscape seemed to stretch on forever, or the way the stars looked brighter and closer when you were miles from the nearest city. Charlie had spent countless nights parked at rest stops, leaning against the hood of his truck and staring up at the night sky. He liked to imagine the stories those stars might tell if they could talk, stories of travellers like him crisscrossing the country in search of something they couldn't quite name. Charlie wasn't a dreamer by nature, but he did have a quiet appreciation for the unknown. He liked the idea that there were still mysteries in the world, things waiting to be discovered just beyond the horizon. But those thoughts were fleeting, passing through his mind like the tumbleweeds that sometimes skittered across the highway. For the most part, Charlie kept his focus on the road ahead, content with the life he'd built and the steady rhythm of his days. He never imagined that one of those roads, the same roads he'd travelled countless times, could lead him somewhere he wasn't meant to go, somewhere that would shatter his carefully constructed world of routine and simplicity, somewhere that would make him question everything he thought he knew about the job he'd always thought was so ordinary. It started with a routine delivery. His dispatcher called it a special route, which wasn't unusual. These jobs usually meant more pay and tighter deadlines. Charlie didn't ask questions. He wasn't the type to pry. He picked up the sealed cargo from a nondescript warehouse outside of Las Vegas, a heavy reinforced crate with no markings. The manifest simply read, "High-value equipment." That wasn't uncommon either. Truck drivers carried plenty of things they weren't meant to ask about. The instructions were precise. Follow a specific route, no detours, and arrive at the drop-off point by 2 a.m. The GPS coordinates were deep in the Nevada desert, but Charlie didn't think twice. He'd driven through the desert plenty of times, delivering goods to remote military installations. It was all part of the job. The sun was setting as Charlie turned onto a narrow, unmarked road. The desert stretched out in all directions, the horizon glowing in shades of orange and purple. The only signs of life were the occasional jackrabbit darting across the cracked pavement and the faint hum of his engine echoing in the stillness. His headlights cut through the growing darkness as he followed the route on his GPS. After an hour of driving, he approached a security checkpoint. The road was blocked by a high chain-link fence topped with razor wire. 2 armed guards stood by a small booth, their faces shadowed by the brim of their caps. The insignia on their uniforms was unfamiliar, but their presence made it clear. This was no ordinary delivery. Charlie rolled down his window as one of the guards approached. The man didn't speak, just motioned for Charlie's paperwork. Charlie handed it over, his heart beating a little faster. The guard studied the documents, then nodded and waved him through. The gate creaked open and Charlie drove on, his curiosity gnawing at him. The road ahead was smooth, eerily pristine compared to the cracked pavement outside the fence. As he drove, the landscape changed. Large, hangar-like buildings loomed in the distance, their shapes barely visible in the moonlight. The air felt heavy, charged with an unexplainable energy that made Charlie's skin prickle. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. His GPS pinged again as he double-checked the coordinates, signalling that he had arrived at the drop-off point. The area wasn't what Charlie had expected. It wasn't the usual industrial depot or a warehouse tucked away in a quiet corner of town. Instead, it was a desolate stretch of concrete leading to a massive hangar, its steel doors looming like the entrance to a fortress. A single overhead light flickered, casting erratic, shifting shadows that danced across the asphalt. The air felt heavier here, as though the weight of the place itself pressed down on him. He cut the engine, the silence that followed feeling almost unnatural, broken only by the faint rhythmic hum of distant machinery. Charlie climbed down from the cab, his boots crunching against the ground as he stretched his legs. He glanced around, half expecting someone to appear immediately, but the area was eerily empty. The light above buzzed faintly, adding to the tension. For a moment he considered honking the horn to announce his presence, but something about the atmosphere made him think better of it. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man in a crisp white lab coat, his expression blank and his gait purposeful. Behind him were 2 guards, each wearing dark uniforms and carrying weapons holstered at their hips. Their presence wasn't casual. They moved with precision, their eyes scanning the area as if they expected trouble. The man in the lab coat stopped in front of Charlie, his gaze sharp but devoid of any warmth or friendliness. He held out a clipboard without introducing himself, his movements mechanical. Charlie hesitated, then took the clipboard, scanning the document briefly. It was the standard delivery confirmation, but the strange location and the armed guards made him feel like he was signing away more than just a shipment. "You'll unload the crate and bring it inside," the man said, his tone clipped and efficient. He didn't offer a name, an explanation, or even a hint of small talk. Charlie simply nodded, sensing this wasn't the kind of place where questions were welcomed. As he moved to the back of his truck, the guards followed closely, their boots echoing against the concrete. He could feel their eyes on him, scrutinizing every move he made. The crate was large, heavy, and reinforced with thick steel edges. It was unmarked, save for a series of stenciled numbers on its side, nothing that gave away its contents. Charlie had hauled plenty of odd cargo over the years, but something about this crate set his nerves on edge. Using the pallet jack, he carefully wheeled the crate down the truck's ramp, the metal clanking softly as it touched the ground. He manoeuvred it toward the hangar doors, where the man in the lab coat was waiting. The guards stayed close, their presence more oppressive than helpful. The hangar's interior was unlike anything Charlie had ever seen. The air was cooler, carrying a faint metallic tang, and the overhead lights bathed everything in a harsh, sterile glow. Rows of equipment lined the walls, machines with sleek, futuristic designs that looked more at home in a science fiction movie than a government facility. Some hummed faintly, their lights blinking in patterns Charlie couldn't decipher. Others were silent but ominous, their purposes entirely alien to him. As he wheeled the crate into place, Charlie's eyes darted around the room. He couldn't help but notice the way the lab coat man and the guards avoided looking directly at certain pieces of equipment, as though even they weren't entirely comfortable with what surrounded them. A strange tension hung in the air, an unspoken understanding that this was no ordinary workspace. The man in the lab coat gestured to a designated spot near the back wall. "Right there," he said, his voice devoid of inflection. Charlie complied, carefully lowering the crate into place. He secured it as instructed, the guards watching every movement as though they expected him to do something wrong. "Is that it?" Charlie asked, breaking the silence. His voice sounded too loud in the cavernous space, echoing off the walls. The man in the lab coat didn't respond. He simply nodded, his attention already shifting to the crate as if Charlie no longer existed. As Charlie turned to leave, something caught his eye. A large translucent panel mounted on the far wall. The surface glowed faintly, its opacity shifting like frosted glass under a faint light. Behind it, he thought he saw movement. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a flicker of shadow that disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, but it was enough to make him stop in his tracks. "What's behind?" he started to ask, but the words died in his throat. One of the guards stepped forward, his hand resting on the holster at his hip. "Time to go," the guard said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Charlie's mouth went dry. He nodded quickly, forcing his eyes away from the panel. As he walked back toward his truck, he could feel the guards' presence behind him, their steps measured and deliberate. It was as if they were herding him out, ensuring he didn't stray or look too closely at anything he wasn't supposed to see. Climbing into the cab of his truck, Charlie's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the wheel. He started the engine, the familiar rumble doing little to calm his nerves. As he pulled away from the hangar, he cast one last glance in his side mirror. The translucent panel was barely visible through the open hangar doors, but in that fleeting moment, he thought he saw it again, a shadow shifting behind the glowing surface. He told himself it was just his imagination, a trick of the light or the exhaustion from the long drive. But no matter how hard he tried to convince himself, the unease lingered, crawling under his skin like an itch he couldn't scratch. The image of the translucent panel and the faint movement behind it replayed in his mind, an unshakable reminder that he had seen something he wasn't meant to. The GPS continued to hum directions, urging him back toward the main gate, but the unease clawing at Charlie's chest wouldn't let him obey. Something about the narrow, well-worn side road just ahead called to him, a whisper of forbidden knowledge he couldn't ignore. He hesitated for only a moment before jerking the wheel and veering off the marked route. His heart pounded as the truck's tires crunched over the gravel, every turn taking him further away from the path he was supposed to follow. The side road twisted and snaked through the facility's outskirts, its bends obscured by the shadows of low hills and sparse desert vegetation. The abandoned buildings that lined his path seemed to loom larger as he passed, their windows like hollow eyes watching his every move. At first, he saw no signs of life, just darkness and the occasional rusted chain-link fence, rattling faintly in the breeze. But as he drove deeper, things began to shift. He noticed subtle signs of activity, a faint glimmer of light from a distant structure, tire tracks freshly carved into the dirt, the unmistakable silhouette of guards patrolling a perimeter. His breath quickened. The urge to turn back tugged at him, a voice of reason growing louder in his mind, but his curiosity burned too hot to be extinguished. He pressed forward, gripping the wheel tighter as the road widened and led him into what felt like the heart of the facility. At last he pulled his truck into the shadow of a massive hangar, its dark metal walls blending into the night. He killed the engine, the abrupt silence amplifying the sound of his own rapid breathing. For a moment he just sat there, the weight of what he was doing pressing down on him. Then, as though compelled by an unseen force, he climbed out of the cab. The air here was different, thick, charged, as if it hummed with an invisible current. Every step Charlie took felt deliberate, his boots crunching softly on the gravel as he crept closer to the hangar. A faint glow seeped through a crack in the enormous doors, and he found himself drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He crouched low, the cool metal of the hangar's sidewall brushing against his hand as he leaned in to peer through the gap. The interior of the hangar was breathtakingly vast, stretching farther than his eyes could follow. The air inside was cold, a stark contrast to the desert night beyond. Rows of futuristic workstations lined the walls, each manned by technicians clad in pristine white lab coats. They moved with quiet precision, their faces illuminated by the pale blue light of glowing monitors. Charlie's eyes scanned the room, drinking in details that felt like something out of a dream or a nightmare. And then he saw it. At the centre of the hangar, suspended impossibly above the ground, was a craft like nothing he'd ever imagined. Its shape was sleek, almost organic, with smooth metallic curves that shimmered like liquid under the harsh overhead lights. The hull was etched with strange, glowing symbols that pulsed faintly, as though alive. The air around the craft seemed to ripple subtly, distorting the light in a way that made it difficult to focus on its form for too long. Charlie's breath caught in his throat. This wasn't any kind of military tech he'd ever seen. This was something else, something not of this world. The realization sent a chill down his spine, and for a moment he couldn't move. His mind raced, struggling to process what he was seeing. His hands gripped the edge of the doorframe so tightly his knuckles turned white. The technicians moved around the craft like surgeons in an operating room, their movements synchronized and deliberate. It was clear they were conducting tests, but on what or why, Charlie couldn't begin to guess. A soft mechanical hum filled the air, barely audible but somehow felt deep in his chest. It was coming from the craft, a rhythmic vibration that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the hangar. He stared at it, transfixed, until a faint sound behind him shattered the spell. "Step away from the door," a voice commanded, sharp and unyielding. Charlie whipped around, his heart lurching into his throat. 2 guards were approaching, their weapons drawn and pointed squarely at him. The beams of their flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating his frozen form. Panic surged through his veins, and before he could think, his instincts took over. He bolted. The shouts of the guards rang out behind him, their voices sharp and urgent. Charlie's boots pounded against the gravel as he sprinted back toward his truck, his mind a blur of fear and adrenaline. He could hear their heavy footsteps gaining on him, the clatter of their gear echoing in the night. Every breath burned in his lungs, but he didn't dare slow down. He reached the truck and yanked open the door, his hands trembling as he fumbled with the keys. The guards were closing in, their shouts growing louder, but finally the engine roared to life. He slammed the door shut and threw the truck into gear, his foot pressing hard on the gas pedal. The tires spun for a moment before gripping the gravel, sending up a cloud of dust as he sped down the road. In his rearview mirror he could see the guards giving chase, their figures silhouetted against the distant lights of the hangar. But as he rounded a bend, the facility began to fade into the background. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over him. He thought he might have escaped, but his hope was short-lived. As he neared the main gate, a blinding spotlight erupted ahead of him, flooding the road with harsh white light. He squinted against the glare, his truck screeching to a halt. The tires left deep grooves in the dirt as the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. Ahead, a line of vehicles blocked the road, their engines idling ominously. Armed guards stepped out, their weapons raised and trained on him. Charlie's breath came in ragged gasps as he realized he was surrounded. There was no way out. Slowly he raised his hands, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. The guards approached, their faces impassive as they barked orders. They pulled him from the truck, cuffing his wrists with practiced efficiency. The cold metal bit into his skin, a stark reminder of his mistake. As they led him toward one of the waiting vehicles, Charlie cast one last glance over his shoulder. In the distance, the hangar loomed dark and silent, its secrets once again hidden from view. The faint glow of the translucent panel burned in his memory, a haunting image he knew he'd never forget. The guards shoved him into the back of a black van, its interior as cold and unyielding as the cuffs around his wrists. The doors slammed shut, sealing him in darkness. As the vehicle pulled away, Charlie's mind raced with unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. He didn't know where they were taking him or what would happen next. All he knew was that he'd seen something he was never meant to see, and that knowledge would cost him more than he'd ever imagined. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. As you drift off, let this story remind you of the mysteries that might lie just out of sight, hidden in the most secretive corners of the world. Sleep well and sweet dreams. It was a quiet evening when Sarah first stumbled upon the conspiracy. She had been scrolling through her favourite discussion forum, a digital refuge where people from all walks of life shared their curiosity about unsolved mysteries, historical enigmas, and the occasional wild theory. Most nights, the topics were light-hearted. Discussions about famous heists, the existence of extraterrestrial life, or theories about vanished civilizations. These were Sarah's guilty pleasures, a chance to escape the mundane rhythm of her life. But that particular night, a single thread stopped her mid-scroll. Its title, written in bold letters, read, "The Illuminati, Hiding in Plain Sight." Her curiosity piqued. Sarah clicked on the thread, not expecting much. The Illuminati. Of course she'd heard the term before. Who hadn't? It was a word that seemed to exist on the fringes of mainstream culture, whispered about in pop songs, joked about on late-night talk shows, and hinted at in the cryptic hand gestures of celebrities. To Sarah, it had always been more of a meme than a reality, a fantastical idea too outlandish to be taken seriously. But there was something about the way the title was phrased, something deliberate that made her pause. It wasn't framed as a joke, it was a question, a challenge to consider what she might have overlooked. The original post wasn't flashy or dramatic. Instead, it was surprisingly measured, almost scholarly. Written by a user who called themselves Truth Seeker, it described years of research into the Illuminati, a name that conjured images of shadowy figures in darkened rooms, plotting the course of the world. Truth Seeker's narrative wasn't about outlandish claims of alien overlords or fantastical rituals. Instead, it painted the Illuminati as a highly organised group, subtle in its influence but pervasive in its reach. According to Truth Seeker, the Illuminati wasn't just a relic of history, a secret society born in 18th century Bavaria. It was alive and well, wielding immense influence over politics, entertainment, finance, and global events. Sarah was sceptical, of course. She'd heard conspiracy theories before, and most of them fell apart under scrutiny. But something about Truth Seeker's approach caught her attention. The post was meticulously detailed, filled with links to obscure documents, photographs of architectural symbols, and a web of connections between powerful figures that seemed almost too intricate to dismiss. This wasn't a haphazard collection of wild accusations. It was a narrative woven with care, each piece of evidence presented as an invitation to dig deeper. Truth Seeker began with history, grounding their argument in facts that Sarah could verify. The Illuminati, they explained, was founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a Bavarian professor of canon law. Originally, it was an intellectual movement, a society of thinkers and visionaries dedicated to the ideals of reason, science, and freedom from oppressive institutions. Weishaupt's vision was noble, even radical for its time. But according to Truthseeker, the organization's original purpose was eventually corrupted. Over the years, the Illuminati transformed from a society of enlightenment into a clandestine group focused on one goal: power. The post continued, outlining how the Illuminati supposedly dissolved in the late 18th century after being outlawed by the Bavarian government. But Truthseeker claimed that this was only the official story. In reality, the group had simply gone underground, adapting to the changing world while maintaining its grip on the levers of influence. Truthseeker pointed to connections between the Illuminati's symbols and modern institutions: the all-seeing eye on the US dollar bill, the pyramid, the number 13. To Sarah, these connections initially seemed coincidental, but the way Truthseeker laid them out made her second-guess her assumptions. The post didn't stop at symbols. Truthseeker provided photos of famous landmarks adorned with strange recurring patterns, triangles hidden in cathedral windows, sunbursts carved into government buildings, and intricate mosaics in corporate logos. Truthseeker described these as breadcrumbs, symbols left in plain sight as a form of control or even mockery. The idea was unsettling. Were these designs meaningless, or had she been blind to a hidden language her whole life? The deeper Sarah read, the more she began to question her own perceptions. Truthseeker mentioned specific events in history, revolutions, economic collapses, wars, that seemed, when viewed through this lens, to follow a disturbing pattern. Powerful figures across centuries, from monarchs to billionaires, were linked by their affiliations, their philanthropy, or their mysterious public statements. Truthseeker hinted at a shadow network, invisible yet omnipresent, orchestrating the rise and fall of leaders, the ebb and flow of economies, and even the cultural shifts that defined generations. By the time Sarah reached the end of the post, she felt a strange mix of skepticism and intrigue. Truthseeker's parting words echoed in her mind. The truth is hidden in plain sight. Don't dismiss the signs. Look closer. That night, as she tried to sleep, Sarah found herself replaying moments from her own life. Had she ever noticed symbols in her city? Had a celebrity interview or a corporate logo ever struck her as odd? For the first time, she began to wonder if the world she thought she knew was only a facade, a carefully constructed reality designed to obscure the truth. But the question lingered. If the Illuminati did exist, what was their endgame, and why would they leave clues for people like her to find? She started with the basics. The Illuminati, she learned, was founded in Bavaria in 1776 by a man named Adam Weishaupt. Weishaupt was a professor of canon law and philosophy, a man disillusioned by the grip of religious dogma and authoritarian rule. His vision for the Illuminati was radical for its time, an intellectual movement of thinkers who would promote reason, science, and freedom from oppressive institutions. They called themselves the Enlightened Ones, and their goal was to illuminate the path to a freer, more just society. But as Sarah dug deeper, she began to uncover accounts that painted a much darker picture of the group's evolution. The Illuminati of Weishaupt's time had, according to these theories, become corrupted. Its noble ideals gave way to a hunger for influence and control. Some claim the group had infiltrated powerful institutions, governments, banks, religious organizations, not to reform them, but to manipulate them from within. This wasn't just a society of intellectuals anymore. It was, if the conspiracy held any truth, a shadow government shaping the world to its will. As Sarah delved deeper into her research, she began to notice patterns. There were recurring symbols, the all-seeing eye, the pyramid, the number 13, appearing in places that seemed almost deliberately mundane. She found these motifs in the design of the US dollar bill, with its iconic eye atop an unfinished pyramid, accompanied by the words Annuit Coeptis and Novus Ordo Seclorum. A new order of the ages, she thought, tracing the Latin with her finger. Was it really just an artistic choice, or was it a hidden message? Sarah began to see these symbols everywhere. Pop culture was teeming with them, tucked into the corners of music videos, subtly woven into the lyrics of songs, and even hinted at in blockbuster movies. A popular singer holding their hands in a triangle during a concert, a fleeting shot of an eye in an otherwise unrelated ad, a pyramid-shaped stage design. It was almost as if the clues were hiding in plain sight. At first she dismissed them as coincidences, but the more she found, the harder it became to ignore. What struck her most was the consistency of these symbols across time and media. How could something so specific appear in both ancient architecture and modern music videos? Sarah started to wonder if there was a deliberate effort to leave these marks behind, like breadcrumbs leading curious minds to a hidden truth. One night, Sarah decided that her digital rabbit hole wasn't enough. The information she found online, while intriguing, was fragmented, often drowned in speculation or outright fabrication. She needed something more tangible, something rooted in history. So she took her research offline, visiting her local library in search of answers. The library was a quiet refuge, its walls lined with books that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. Sarah wandered through the aisles, pulling volumes on secret societies, conspiracy theories, and historical accounts of clandestine organisations. Most of the material she found dismissed the Illuminati as a myth, a product of overactive imaginations and a culture drawn to the dramatic. Yet, hidden among the more sceptical tomes, she discovered older texts that seemed to hint at something else entirely. These older texts weren't written as fanciful fiction or modern musings. They read like documentation, historical accounts of shadowy cabals and secret gatherings that predated Weishaupt's enlightened ones. One book, its cover faded and edges frayed with time, described gatherings of powerful individuals in candlelit chambers where decisions were made that would alter the course of history. Another referenced symbols and codes used by secret societies to communicate across vast distances, ensuring their influence remained undetected. These accounts were sparse, fragmentary, but they carried a weight of authenticity that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. The most intriguing discovery was a collection of letters, reprinted in one of the books, that purportedly belonged to a member of the Illuminati. The letters spoke of plans to infiltrate key institutions and manipulate public opinion. Phrases like, "the masses must not know," and "the time is near," stood out, haunting in their simplicity. While the authenticity of these letters was debatable, they felt eerily consistent with the modern theories Sarah had been reading. As Sarah sat at a wooden table, under the dim glow of the library's overhead lights, she couldn't help but feel a growing unease. The idea of the Illuminati as a puppet master pulling the strings of society seemed far-fetched, but the patterns, the symbols, the connections, could they really all be coincidence? She thought about the monuments and buildings she passed every day, wondering how many of them bore marks she'd never noticed. She thought about the news, the music, the movies that filled her life. Were they subtly guiding her thoughts and perceptions without her even realising it? For the first time, Sarah began to wonder if she had already been a part of the narrative all along, an unwitting participant in a grand hidden design. And if that were true, who was writing the script? As the weeks passed, Sarah's obsession deepened, weaving itself into the fabric of her everyday life. She couldn't drive to work without scrutinising the logos on billboards or storefronts, searching for hidden meanings in their designs. The triangle on one ad, she convinced herself, bore an uncanny resemblance to the pyramid on the dollar bill. Another featured an abstract logo that seemed to form an eye if tilted just right. She couldn't decide if these were deliberate choices by designers, or if her mind was playing tricks on her. Either way, they made her heart race with equal parts fear and exhilaration. Music videos, too, seemed riddled with clues. One particular pop star, known for dramatic performances and bold visuals, made sweeping hand gestures that resembled the shape of an eye. As Sarah replayed the video frame by frame, she noticed subtle details. Symbols etched into the background props, a flickering triangle that appeared for only a split second, lyrics that seemed to echo the same message she'd seen online. It's all connected. Even her conversations with friends started to feel suspicious. During a casual coffee date, her best friend mentioned how everything feels orchestrated lately, a comment Sarah might have brushed off months ago. Now, it struck her as significant. Was it a random observation, or was her friend hinting at something more? Were they unknowingly part of the same puzzle she was trying to solve? Or worse, were they aware of her research and subtly warning her to back off? Then came the message. It was late, the kind of evening where the world outside felt perfectly still, as though waiting for something to happen. Sarah was sitting on her couch, scrolling through her phone with the TV muted in the background. Her living room was dimly lit, the glow of her screen casting faint shadows on the walls. She wasn't looking for anything in particular, just idly flipping through news headlines and updates on her favourite forums. And then, without warning, her phone vibrated in her hand. The message was from an unknown number. Her first thought was that it might be spam, but the words stopped her cold. "You're asking the right questions. Be careful." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. She stared at the screen, rereading the message until the words blurred. A chill crept up her spine as she glanced around her apartment. The blinds were drawn, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone might be outside watching her. She stood up and peered through the gap in the curtains. The street was quiet, bathed in the orange glow of the streetlights. A car was parked across the road, its windows dark and reflective, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. She sat back down, her mind racing. Who could have sent the message? She hadn't shared her phone number on any of the forums she'd been visiting. Her research was confined to books and the anonymity of the internet. Could it really be a prank? Or was it a warning from someone who knew exactly what she was doing? For a brief moment she considered replying, but something held her back. If the sender knew about her research, they might also know more about her than she was comfortable with. What if engaging with them put her in even greater danger? Instead, she deleted the message, as though erasing it from her phone could also erase the unease it had planted in her mind. But the unease didn't go away. That night, as she lay in bed, every sound seemed amplified. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional rustle of leaves outside her window. She couldn't stop replaying the message in her head. "You're asking the right questions." It felt like validation, proof that her research was leading somewhere. But then there was the warning. Be careful. What exactly was she getting close to, and who didn't want her to find it? In the days that followed, Sarah became more cautious. She avoided the forums she frequented, afraid that whoever had sent the message might be watching her activity. She left her phone on airplane mode whenever she wasn't using it, and started unplugging her laptop at night. Even her usual walks around the neighbourhood felt different. She couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, though every time she turned around the streets were as empty as they'd always been. Yet despite her fear, Sarah's curiosity only grew. The message had confirmed what she'd begun to suspect. Her research wasn't just a hobby or a harmless dive into conspiracy theories. There was something real to it, something that someone didn't want her to uncover. And as much as the warning had unsettled her, it also fueled her determination. If she was asking the right questions, then she was closer to the truth than she'd ever been. But how close was too close? And at what point did curiosity become a risk not worth taking? These were the questions that now consumed her, lingering in the corners of her mind as she tried to decide whether to press forward or step back from the edge. The following days brought more strange occurrences. Her internet connection slowed to a crawl whenever she tried to access certain websites. A package arrived at her door, addressed to her but with no return address. Inside was a single piece of paper with a cryptic message. The truth is hidden in the light. Sarah began to feel like she was being watched. Cars seemed to linger outside her apartment longer than they should. Strangers on the street made prolonged eye contact before looking away. At night she could swear she heard faint clicking sounds on her phone line, as if someone was listening in. Despite the fear, she couldn't stop. If anything, the strange events only fueled her determination. She spent hours poring over old documents, looking for connections, for anything that could explain what was happening. And slowly, she began to piece together a narrative. The Illuminati, she learned, wasn't just a group of intellectuals or an idea from the past. It was, according to the theory, an intricate web of influence that spanned centuries. It wasn't about controlling governments or manipulating markets. It was about shaping reality itself. The symbols, the patterns, the coincidences. They weren't mistakes. They were messages, breadcrumbs left for those who were willing to see. One night, Sarah stumbled upon a forum thread that claimed to reveal the structure of the Illuminati. It described a hierarchy, with powerful figures at the top and layers of secrecy below. The thread linked to an encrypted document, supposedly a leaked manifesto. Sarah hesitated. Downloading the file felt like crossing a line, like stepping into territory she couldn't return from. But her curiosity won out. As she read the document, her screen filled with phrases that sent chills down her spine. It spoke of the Great Plan, a vision of a unified world where chaos was eliminated, but at the cost of individual freedom. The document was filled with references to historical events, implying that the Illuminati had been behind revolutions, wars, and even technological advancements. It was too detailed, too specific to be easily dismissed. Sarah leaned back in her chair, the weight of what she'd read settling over her. She didn't know what to believe anymore. Was the Illuminati real, or was she simply connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected? As she stared at the glowing screen, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. This is just the beginning of Sarah's journey into the unknown, and we'll continue to explore her story in future episodes. May this tale of secrets and shadows inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to dream. Sleep well, and let your imagination carry you to places where the mysteries of the world unfold. Sweet dreams. Daniel had always dismissed the idea as science fiction, the stuff of movies and novels, but tonight something about it struck a chord. He began reading obsessively, diving into articles, forums, and even academic papers. The theory was grounded in logic, with prominent figures like Elon Musk and Nick Bostrom lending it credibility. Bostrom's argument was particularly compelling. If humanity ever reached a point where it could create hyper-realistic simulations, it was likely that countless simulated worlds would be created. Statistically, the odds of living in the one base reality were slim. Most likely we were already in a simulation. At first, Daniel laughed it off, but the more he read, the harder it became to ignore. Strange memories surfaced, moments from his past that didn't quite add up. A childhood friend he could remember vividly one day seemed like a distant blur the next. Patterns began to emerge in the world around him. Coincidences that felt too perfect, glitches that he had previously chalked up to his imagination. One night, Daniel decided to test the theory for himself. It had been weeks of consuming forum posts, articles, and late-night podcasts about the simulation hypothesis. The idea had started as a passing curiosity, but now it gripped him, gnawed at the edges of his perception, and made him question the very ground beneath his feet. If reality was as structured and artificial as the theories suggested, there had to be a way to prove it, or at least glimpse behind the curtain. He sat at his desk, illuminated by the glow of his computer screen, and began writing a simple program. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a piece of code designed to generate random numbers. The logic was straightforward. The output should be completely unpredictable. Yet, as he stared at the rows of numbers that scrolled across the screen, he noticed something unsettling. At first it seemed like a coincidence. A number here, a number there, repeating after a few cycles. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was imagining things, but the more he watched, the clearer the pattern became. Every few intervals the same sequence appeared like a song stuck on loop. The numbers weren't random at all. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding them, injecting order where there should have been chaos. Daniel's heart raced. He ran the program again, tweaking variables, trying different algorithms. Yet no matter how he adjusted the parameters, the pattern remained. It was subtle, but undeniable. It felt deliberate, like someone, or something, wanted him to notice, and that was only the beginning. Once Daniel began paying attention, the glitches seemed to follow him everywhere. Lights in his apartment flickered without warning, even though his landlord had just installed new fixtures. Objects on his desk seemed to shift position when he wasn't looking. His coffee mug moved slightly to the left. A pen rolled a few inches away from where he'd placed it. He told himself he was imagining things, but deep down he wasn't so sure. The strangest moments happened when he ventured outside. On his usual walk to the park, he began to notice strangers behaving oddly. One day, a man in a dark coat walked past him, muttering to himself. Daniel didn't think much of it until later, when he saw the same man again, walking in the exact same way, muttering the exact same words. It wasn't déjà vu. It was like a scene repeating in a poorly rendered video game. And then there was the bird. It was a quiet afternoon, the kind Daniel usually enjoyed. He sat on a park bench sipping coffee when he saw a sparrow dart across the sky. It was an ordinary sight, but halfway through its flight the bird froze. It wasn't slowing down or adjusting its path, it was frozen in mid-air, its wings caught in an unnatural pause. Daniel blinked, his heart pounding. A second later the bird resumed its flight, as if nothing had happened. He stood up, his coffee forgotten, and scanned the park. No one else seemed to notice. Parents pushed strollers, joggers passed by, and kids chased each other near the swings. To them, the world was moving as it always had. But to Daniel, something was wrong. The bird's pause had lasted only a fraction of a second, but it was enough to shatter his sense of normalcy. He began to see these glitches everywhere. A car parked on the street blinked out of existence for a moment, only to reappear in the same spot as if nothing had happened. Digital clocks glitched, showing impossible times, 4:73 a.m. or 25:01 p.m., before correcting themselves. Even conversations with strangers felt scripted. A cashier at the grocery store repeated the same phrase twice, word for word, with the same intonation and rhythm, as though she had been reset mid-sentence. Daniel couldn't escape the feeling that the world around him was unravelling. Or perhaps it wasn't unravelling. It was revealing itself layer by layer, as if daring him to dig deeper. As weeks passed, Daniel's obsession consumed him, like a fire spreading through dry wood. What had started as a casual curiosity about simulation theory had evolved into an all-encompassing fixation. His once tidy apartment now resembled a war room. Walls covered in hastily scribbled notes, strings of red yarn connecting photographs and diagrams, and stacks of open books teetering precariously on every available surface. The soft glow of computer screens illuminated the chaos, their hum a constant background noise as Daniel delved deeper into his quest for answers. Friends had stopped reaching out, their texts and calls ignored until they dwindled into silence. Daniel barely noticed. His world had narrowed to a singular purpose, to prove that reality was not what it seemed. Days and nights blurred together as he scoured the internet for clues, digging through obscure forums, listening to late-night podcasts, and watching grainy videos of supposed glitches in the Matrix. He wasn't just exploring anymore, he was hunting, desperate for something tangible, something irrefutable. And then, one night, he found it. It was nearly 3 a.m., the hour when the world outside seemed the quietest and Daniel's mind felt the sharpest. He was scrolling through a forum dedicated to simulation theory, its threads filled with a mix of wild speculation, eerie anecdotes, and the occasional well-articulated argument. His eyes skimmed past a post titled "Proof Hidden in Plain Sight," and then stopped. The author of the post, a user known only as Observer, had a reputation in the community for their cryptic but compelling insights. The post was unlike anything Daniel had seen before. Observer claimed to have found evidence of the simulation, not in the form of glitches or anomalies, but encoded messages embedded within reality itself. The post included no direct evidence, only a series of cryptic clues and riddles, each one urging readers to look for patterns in everyday life. "They don't hide the truth," Observer had written. "It's right in front of us. Numbers, symbols, alignments, they all point to the same thing. Pay attention to the things you ignore. The messages are everywhere." Daniel's heart raced as he read and reread the post, the words resonating with a strange and unshakable truth. The messages were vague, almost maddeningly so, but they struck a chord deep within him. He began to notice them everywhere. The next day, Daniel bought coffee at his usual cafe. As he handed the cashier a $10 bill, his eyes fell on the receipt. The total was $4.42, an unremarkable amount until he noticed the timestamp printed at the bottom, 4:42 p.m. It was the same sequence of numbers he had seen on his phone battery days earlier, and it sent a shiver down his spine. Later that evening, as he walked through his neighbourhood, he passed a billboard advertising a clothing brand. The slogan, written in bold, sleek font, read, "It's all connected." It wasn't the kind of phrase that would normally catch his attention, but tonight it stopped him in his tracks. The words seemed directed at him, as though they were a private message hidden in plain sight. And then there were the stars. Daniel had always been fascinated by the night sky, often spending hours gazing at the constellations from his balcony. But now even the stars seemed to hold secrets. One clear night, as he studied the sky, he noticed an unusual alignment. 3 stars, brighter than the others, formed a perfect triangle. It wasn't a recognised constellation. He'd checked his star charts, and yet it felt deliberate, like a signature left behind by the architects of his reality. The more Daniel looked, the more he found. Random numbers on receipts began to repeat with eerie precision. Phrases in advertisements seemed to echo his own thoughts. Even snippets of conversations overheard on the subway felt too perfectly timed, too meaningful to be mere coincidence. The world around him was starting to resemble a puzzle, one that begged to be solved. But for every clue Daniel uncovered, a new question arose. Were these patterns real, or was his mind playing tricks on him? If the messages were intentional, who or what was leaving them? And most importantly, why? The answers, Daniel felt, were tantalizingly close. Yet the more he searched, the more the lines between reality and illusion began to blur. His once firm grasp on the world around him was slipping, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Somewhere, buried within the fabric of existence, he was certain the truth awaited him. All he had to do was find it. Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching him. At first it was subtle, a twinge of unease when he sat in front of his computer for too long, or the sense that shadows shifted slightly in his peripheral vision. But as days passed, the signs became impossible to ignore. His computer began behaving in ways that defied explanation. Files he hadn't touched would open on their own, random error messages would flash across his screen, and his webcam light flickered on for a few seconds at a time, though he had never enabled it. Each new glitch sent a shiver down his spine. He tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was a software bug or malware. He ran scans, reinstalled programs, even replaced his webcam entirely. But the anomalies persisted, and with each one, the sensation of being observed grew stronger, like an invisible presence was scrutinizing his every move. Then came the night everything changed. It was late, well past midnight. The quiet hum of the city outside was barely audible over the faint whir of Daniel's computer fan. He had been sifting through yet another obscure forum thread, his tired eyes scanning lines of cryptic text, when the screen suddenly went black. His fingers froze mid-typing, the room plunged into an unnatural silence. Even the gentle buzz of his desk lamp seemed to fade away. Before he could react, white text flickered onto the dark screen. The words were simple but chilling. "You're getting close." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. His pulse quickened as he leaned forward, his face illuminated by the eerie glow of the message. He stared at the screen, half expecting more text to appear, but none did. He tried to type something, anything, but the keyboard was unresponsive. The message remained for a few more moments before vanishing, leaving the screen blank once again. He sat back in his chair, his heart pounding in his chest. Was this a prank? Had someone hacked into his system? Or more terrifyingly, was this a response to his relentless digging into simulation theory? The thought sent a cold chill down his spine. The message felt deliberate, as though whoever, or whatever, had sent it was watching him in that very moment. In the days that followed, Daniel's world began to feel more surreal. Conversations with people took on an uncanny quality. Friends and strangers alike spoke in clipped, almost mechanical tones, repeating phrases with eerie precision. The cashier at the grocery store said, "Have a nice day," in the exact same cadence on 3 separate visits. It was as though the people around him were following a script, their responses pre-programmed and devoid of spontaneity. Even the sky seemed unnatural. Daniel noticed that the clouds rarely moved, hanging in place like props on a painted backdrop. The colours at sunset were too vivid, too perfect, as if rendered by an artist with an overactive imagination. The air itself felt heavier, charged with an invisible tension that made his every breath feel laboured. And then, one fateful night, it happened. Daniel was sitting at his desk, staring at the blinking cursor on his screen. He had been trying to write down his thoughts, to make sense of the strange events that had been unfolding. But his mind was a whirlwind, and the words refused to come. Suddenly the lights in his apartment flickered and went out. The hum of his computer died, plunging the room into an almost oppressive silence. He sat motionless, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. For a moment he thought the power outage was a coincidence, a mundane inconvenience. But then, in the corner of the room, a faint glow began to emerge. It wasn't the warm light of a candle or the cold blue of an LED. It was something entirely otherworldly, shifting in colour and intensity like a living entity. The glow grew brighter, pulsing rhythmically as it filled the room with an ethereal light. Daniel's breath hitched as he stood, his movements slow and cautious. Within the glow he began to see patterns, lines of cascading numbers and symbols, shimmering and shifting like the surface of a disturbed pond. These symbols moved too quickly to comprehend, but their presence felt purposeful, as though they were the very building blocks of reality itself. It was as if a veil had been lifted, exposing the intricate machinery that lay beneath the surface of his world. Daniel's chest tightened, his mind racing with questions and fears. Was this the truth he'd been searching for? Was he witnessing the raw code of the simulation? Or was his mind playing tricks on him, conjuring visions from the depths of his obsession? Compelled by a mix of terror and curiosity, Daniel reached out. His fingers trembled as they moved closer to the glowing mass. The moment his hand made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him, jolting him like a bolt of lightning. He gasped, his vision flooded with a kaleidoscope of images and sensations. He saw flashes of his life, memories both familiar and foreign. He saw himself as a child playing in the park, but the scene felt off, as though it were a recording played back on faulty equipment. He saw faces of people he didn't recognise but felt he should, their expressions frozen in time. Most disturbingly, he saw himself from a distance, not as a human being but as a sequence of data, lines of ones and zeros stretching infinitely into the void. The experience lasted only a few seconds, but it left Daniel reeling. As the glow faded and the room plunged back into darkness, he collapsed into his chair, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. His mind raced to make sense of what he had seen. Was it a glimpse of the truth, or had his obsession driven him to the brink of madness? In the silence that followed, one thought echoed through Daniel's mind. The world he knew would never feel the same again. In the days that followed, Daniel struggled to make sense of what had happened. He replayed the events over and over in his mind. The glowing code, the surge of energy, the kaleidoscope of images that had flashed before his eyes. Was it possible that he had truly glimpsed the underlying fabric of reality, or had his mind, pushed to the brink by his obsession, simply conjured it in a moment of exhaustion? No matter how many times he turned the question over, the answer remained elusive. He began to move through life with a strange sense of detachment. Every moment, every interaction, every sensation carried with it the faint echo of artificiality. The world around him, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like a carefully constructed facade. Conversations felt scripted, as though the people around him were reading from lines they didn't fully understand. The sound of traffic outside his apartment seemed monotonous, like a looped recording playing on repeat. Even the city lights that twinkled in the distance felt calculated, their brightness too perfect, their arrangement too deliberate. Daniel spent hours staring out the window of his apartment, watching the world unfold below. He noticed details he had never paid attention to before. The way pedestrians seemed to walk in synchronized patterns, the way the wind rustled the trees as though following an unseen rhythm. It was as if the simulation, if that's what it was trying harder than ever to convince him of its authenticity. But the harder it tried, the more artificial it felt. One evening, as he watched the sun set behind the city skyline, a strange calm settled over him. The colours of the sky, vivid oranges and purples fading into deep blue, felt impossibly beautiful, almost as if they had been painted just for him. And in that moment, Daniel realised something profound. Whether the world was real or simulated didn't matter. His experience of it was all he had, and it was no less meaningful for being uncertain. The laughter of a child playing in the park, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the taste of his favourite coffee, these things felt real. They brought him joy, comfort and connection, and perhaps that was enough. Daniel didn't stop wondering about the nature of reality. His curiosity was too deeply ingrained to simply vanish. but he no longer let it consume him. Instead, he began to focus on the things that grounded him, the friends he had neglected, the hobbies he once loved, the simple pleasures that made life worth living. If the world was a simulation, then it was a beautiful one, and he would cherish it for what it was. As he sat by his window that evening, the city lights twinkling in the distance, Daniel felt a sense of peace he hadn't known in months. The question of whether his world was real or fabricated faded into the background, replaced by a quiet acceptance of the mystery. Some truths, he realised, didn't need answers. Sometimes the beauty of the question was enough. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. May this story of reality and illusion inspire you to reflect, to wonder, and to find comfort in the unknown. Sleep well, and let your dreams carry you to a place of endless possibility. Sweet dreams.